back to yet another groundbreaking tournament sponsored by Hearthstone Replay. You are currently watching a $1,000 Last Mercenaries Standing tournament. Again, like I said, sponsored by Hearthstone Replay, NoProsHere, and co-casted by my lovely co-caster, Dawn. My name is Mullahu. Dawn, Dragon Rider, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. I'm super excited for this. We got to cast together that very first Mercenaries tournament after Mercenaries launched. And apologies, anybody might be able to hear. I am getting through some COVID crap, so we're getting past that. So hopefully I'm not going to sound too terrible throughout today. But even still, I am so excited for this. And yeah, like you mentioned, $1,000 prize pool. Plus, HSReplay is also providing some HS Premium for top 16, all the way through top 16, in addition to that $1,000 prize pool. So tons of prizing for these players. And, a last big tournament before we get yet another change in the Merc system with the upcoming patch on Tuesday as well. So, and we even have some cool new features from HSReplay to show off as well. So much happening today. I am so excited.
Yeah, truly, just breaking multiple barriers at the same time. Like you said, we cast the very first Mercenaries tournament literally within 24 hours of launch, and now here we are casting outside of the Global Invitational, basically, with that kind of a triathlon that doesn't count. Now casting literally the largest Mercenaries tournament prize pool of an open ever. Even for regular standard, this is relatively unprecedented, so absolutely shout out to Hearthstone Replay. And again, we're going to have some really cool features to show for a game that is absolutely dominated by cool stats. It's just crazy, like I call it, Pokemon chess. Having stats, having access to some of the features that we're going to show you today is really going to just, again, continue to set the standard for the future. So I am so stoked. We have 50 people registered as well, also the largest tournament, like you said, paying out to top 16. We're waiting to see the bracket. We're going to get ready to actually get into the format of our tournament today. But do you want to describe kind of what is our format? Because we have yet another weird one. I think every single tournament has had a different format for this game. We can't figure it out, but we're doing the work to figure it out. So what is Last Mercenary Standing?
Yeah, it's like you said, there's tons of different formats that we've tried. And yeah, this is yet another new one, Last Mercenary Standing. So anybody that's familiar with Last Hero Standing, it's very similar to that format. So the way that this specific tournament is going to work is these players will be playing a best of 3 format. It is a single elimination bracket, but what they're doing initially is basically they submit a lineup of 6 mercenaries. And then because it's Last Hero Standing or Last Mercenary Standing, the way that format works is whoever wins sticks with that same deck or that same composition of those 6 mercenaries, and the other player will be allowed to keep 2 of their 6 and will have to switch out 4 of those mercenaries. So they'll be kind of leaving that challenge screen, switching out some mercenaries, coming back. But I did see as well, it looks like our wonderful admins behind the scene as well were confirming for some players that even the players who win, they'll stick with those same 6 mercenaries, but it sounds like they might be able to switch out their equipment as well, even if they wanted to. So I think there's going to be a ton of depth to this format in terms of the strategies that these players go for. Okay, if they lost, they have to keep 2 and switch out 4. Well, which 2 do they want to keep? What 4 do they want to switch in? Are they going to have to go in on, they know what the other 6 mercenary or the 6 mercenaries are for their opponent? Do they try to bring mercenaries in that counter what their opponent's doing? Do they want to go in on their own synergies? Did they lose mercenaries, with the losing? Did they have something that would have been great and now they have to say, oh crap, I can't keep that anymore? And how do they want to maneuver that? It's going to be really, really interesting to see how this whole thing pans out over the course of today. I'm so excited, but I do want to talk about, and I'm sure we'll talk about throughout the course of the day, I think the very first win is going to be the absolute most important. And that is just also the beast of the kind of Last Hero Standing format in general, because of that counter possibility. So whoever wins the first one, it's very likely that the loser will then bring in whatever counters that first deck, the first set of mercs, and then it's going to be a back and forth. Well, mathematically, if you win the first one, then you're going to keep winning the odd numbered games, right? So Out of a best of three, that's going to be the first game and the third game, which is going to take them to a set victory. So I don't know. What do you think about this format? What are you expecting to see today?
I mean, well, honestly, one of my favorite parts about casting these mercenary tournaments is the fact that we barely have any idea of what's going to happen before the tournament even starts. I mean, it is the absolute Wild West, and like we've kind of dabbled in some sideboard formats, and this is just sideboards that include your entire collection. I mean, right? It is actually a format that rewards the people who have all of their Mercs max, that have a wide variety of experience playing a bunch of different archetypes, right? And I think the players themselves also don't even necessarily know what the heck is going to happen. I think this, again, is another format that really rewarded people that tested, because like you said, last Hero Standing, last Merc Standing is a very testing intensive format, I would say, where, like you said, if you win the first round, because it's just winning round one is so important. That game one is so huge, because like you said, if you then get countered, but can counter their counter, then it's just a best of three. You win there, it stops. A lot of times last Hero Standing in Standard has 5 decks, and so it goes even deeper. But in this case, when there is so much flexibility between these comps, someone in Discord is asking too, is like, so even if I win, can I change up the order that I lead my Mercs? And yes, you can. You just have to lead with the same 6. But how you play them, how you then decide, are you going to open with a deck that is very flexible so that even when you win, you might not even have to change too much? How deep are these players going to go into their prep? I honestly have no idea, but I will almost guarantee you that it will reveal itself. The players who practiced, it will be obvious. And I'm very, very excited to see what storylines come up out of this. Because even from the last Mercenaries tournament that was kind of played, was the Pauper tournament presented by the Fighting Pit. We had some insane storylines, and the winner of that tournament is here, Davidson, on a 14-0 game win streak to reset the bracket and win grand finals. Absolutely insane. If we can top that, I will be blown away. But then we have the perennial finals players of a lot of these other Mercenaries kind of community tournaments like Wizard Beast. We have Mana in here. We've got Warshak thrown down as well. So a lot of, honestly, names that people will recognize from this now small but burgeoning scene. I am just very, very excited to see what the heck people do when basically every barrier, every restriction is just on limits, right? We will be able to see some crazy stuff. But maybe a great time, too, to be able to go and scoot over to one of our really, really awesome Hearthstone replay features that now there's a Mercenary section. If you're used to using Hearthstone replay for Standard, for Battlegrounds, for Wild, now Mercenaries has its own little section. This will be something that players will be competing for as well. Like you said, the top 16 prizes go down, including some Hearthstone replay packages. And what this is really going to show is if you scoot over to Hearthstone replay now, there are a series of really, really cool options. The first of which is this Mercenaries tier list. Who is broken? This is something that if you weren't playing these formats very often, or if you just really weren't in tune to the scene, even if you were, it's kind of hard to figure this out. It's kind of hard to just guess what the numbers are. But Hearthstone Replay now does it for you. Would you have guessed that Illidan was the highest win percentage Merc in the game right now? Not necessarily. Right? There are some crazy, crazy insights that, again, if players were using this to practice for this tournament, would absolutely give them an advantage.
Oh yeah, and it's fantastic too. You can, with these, you're talking about this tier list, you can break it down even further. At the very top, it shows that MMR range, and you can choose between all players, the top 50%, and it shows you the MMR rating. So top 50% is 5,600 or above. Top 20% at 7,800 or above rating, and that top 10% at 9,500 or above. And so you can break it down even further based on where you're at, or you can look and see what those top players are using for their mercenaries as well. And one of my favorite things that I've been messing with while looking at this is over on the very far left of each mercenary, it kind of has this bar and it shows you the collection power level. That is for you specifically. So you can get a really quick idea as well. If you say, okay, hey, I'm looking at these handful of top tier 1. Do I have any of them maxed? Or how close am I to maxing these? And maybe those are the ones that you can start to focus on and really put your energy into, making sure that you can get those coins or figuring out where you need to be with those specific mercenaries. And it gives you a really easy direction to take your gameplay into if you want to be able to use these mercenaries for PvP.
Yeah, and I mean, there are just so many things you can tweak and look at. Again, there's a minimum games too. I'm a huge fan of just setting it kind of to 1,000 as more people are playing more and more. And actually, you start to see a much smaller tier list as well when you start to look at bigger sample sizes, which is great. I know the math nerds out there in the Hearthstone community, there are a lot of them, and being able to sort by sample size is awesome. Being able to sort by, like you said, all these MMR ranges. But this is just the Mercs, because then maybe the far more important resource is what are people playing? What are the decks that are legal? What are some of these decks that we're going to see tonight? And you can see them right here. Same thing. You can sort by MMR range. You can sort by win rate. You can sort by played games. And it still continues to show you those features like the collection. As you'll see, my collection, I'm a dirty free-to-play gamer here. So I don't have these 12,000 coin collections right now. I don't even have a Valera, which we will absolutely be seeing a ton of Lyra today, and most likely even just this little screenshot right here, right? This will probably show you a lot of the comps that people are going to start opening with today. They're going to start with the good stuff. I'm not sure, is there a precedent in last Hero Standing for kind of what people decide? Do you just always open with your best deck? I'm not even as familiar with the standard format, but I know you have a lot more experience with it.
Yeah, I mean, I would say honestly, because of the importance of winning that first game and just the math that we talked about behind that, I would definitely not be surprised to see players bringing their best mercs and opening with their strongest, the strongest board that they can, because how important winning that first game is. So I would not be surprised at all. But yeah, the fact that it breaks down the starting versus the bench mercenaries is such a cool feature too. So again, huge shout outs to HSReplay for these features that they've added in and for just everything that they're doing for the scene and for this tournament today, because this is just fantastic that we're going to be able to look at all this.
Yeah, this is a very, very just futuristic feature that will just change the way that people can understand this very mathematically intensive game. And there are a lot of coin flips, right? And we're going to see a lot of funky coin flips. But as always, it is up to the players to mitigate the randomness that is going on. And that's why I think that this type of format is going to be so cool, because you will be able to mix it up on your opponent so hard, and you are just going to be able to suddenly hit them with something that they might have never seen before. And some of these players, I would not doubt, have labbed out like, okay, GVT, right? We kind of talked about back in the day with our our world's first mercenary tournament. We were joking a lot about BTX, another triple letter acronym. Yep. It's been replaced. Hilariously, Thrall is still here, which is really funny, because this is something that before the game even released, we were talking about Thrall, and that BTX, that Samuro Thrall Zarella, was kind of the deck to play, right? The kind of most expected kind of player in the format, and now we see the new tier 1 deck, according to Hearthstone Replay right here, is a Grom Valera Thrall, GVT. And it goes super fast. Valera is going to be all over the place, but then people are going to be countering Valera all over the place. But this is kind of the first deck that I think we're going to see be talking about a lot of. Grom got changed in the one balance patch we had. Grom's slow went down to a 2 speed, and instantly means that now once we got our Valera starts to go crazy with this unnatural smoke and just slowing down absolutely everybody, speeding up absolutely everybody. We're going to see a lot of this GVT and then a lot of counters to it, I think. And this nature backline is going to be very, very common with this Brucon, Malfurion. Brucon, one of the highest win rate casters, again, if you actually just go and sort by tier list. We see Brucon way up here, even though he's in tier 2. It's basically just Frost by itself in tier 1 with Jaina and Varden. And then Brucon's right there. So absolutely, we're going to see a ton of this going forward. Super excited to see what people end up bringing.
Yes, absolutely. It's going to be really exciting. And let's talk again about some of the big players that you were talking about before. Do you want to give us more of a little bit of a history of some of these players that we're going to be able to hopefully spectate in some of their games today? And, why should we be watching them? What should we be looking out for with these players?
Yeah, I mean, the bracket is already seated, right? And so we are ready to go. And so once we'll find some people to be able to spectate to scoot right in. Honestly, they're already ripping through it. So many of these games seems like they're already going quite quickly. But we got a lot of reseeding through through the first part of the bracket. But so the players that I would honestly start to think about and hope to catch on camera We got a lot of community gamers, right? A lot of players that are really excited about Mercenaries do just show up into a lot of these different games. And so, and to a lot of these community tournaments. So people, like I said, Davidson, who won the Pauper tournament on a 14-0 streak, they're playing here today. Mana, another all-star from a lot of the community tournaments, going these deep, deep, deep runs. We see Dynoob, another player who's, I think, played in basically all of our Americas tournaments as well, done very, very well. Warshack, for some of the community players that are familiar with regular standard and just in general community content creators, right? The Warshack is going to be thrown down in here. And so we're going to see some of the bracket already starting to wake its way out as we just get through some of these buys. But no, a good amount of players that are very, very, very good and have a lot of experience in these competitive formats, which is honestly one of maybe the most important things. It's so different than playing ladder. It's so different than just playing against your friends.
Yeah. I mean, just the fact of, like you said, that some of them have a lot of tournament experience. Some of them might not have any tournament experience. There's such a different depth when you're looking at tournaments versus ladder as well. And this goes across really any of the formats, whether it's a constructed tournament or even the tournaments that we've seen before for Mercenaries. It's in maybe ladder, depending on where you're at on that PvP ladder, or, with Mercs, there's such a focus on the PvE that sometimes you can just kind of throw whatever mercenaries you want, into a party and go ahead and just jam against the PvE content, and it's totally fine. You just kind of do your thing, and then it might be a bit of a different experience. You jump onto the PvP ladder and, in that fighting pit, and it changes things up a little bit. You have somebody else on the other side who's really thinking through how they want to kind of line up their abilities, whether they're wanting to target down specific mercenaries on your side of the board, and then you jump into a tournament, and it's even further into that really specific look, right? There's even more details to look at and consider on, that the player on the other side, if they have signed up for this tournament, they are bringing these mercenaries, you're going to know, okay, they kind of at least have an idea what they're doing. I really have to make sure that I'm thinking through this. Are there specific mercenaries that might be high target that I want to be trying to kill off quickly? I know in previous tournaments that you've casted, you've talked about things like, do they consider things like not killing off multiple mercenaries at the same time to allow, combos to come onto the board at the same time? How are they going to maneuver their specific matches? And that's an extra depth that these players are bringing into a tournament that they haven't necessarily, some of these players maybe not, have even really done that before, if this is their first tournament, let's say.
Yeah.
So can you walk us through a little bit of that strategy as well? Is there something like that these players are going to have to look at? And in addition to that, especially with the formatting, is there mercenary levels and how their comfort levels with certain mercenaries going to play a part today?
Yeah, so I mean, definitely in terms of narratives that we want to pay attention to. So again, super good question. We got the players. Again, I would say we'll definitely point out the ones who are the killers, who have experience and will hopefully be a little bit cooler under tension. Because again, this is for stakes, right? All the other tournaments, not much of a prize pool. Triple-digit prize pool up at the top for the first, second, and third players. I mean, there's a lot of money on the line here, so you're going to be sweating. I know that feeling is something that I chase every now and then when it comes to either streaming or whatever. You play against someone fancy, you play against some really crazy game, you feel that in your heart. That messes stuff up. That is something that people always forget when it comes to just really high level pro play and things. When your average kind of armchair competitor is saying like, oh, why didn't they play better? Why didn't they stay cool? Or whatever. It's a very different world. But the narratives we're really going to pay attention to, like you mentioned, not double killing. Things like that used to be a narrative of the past when the power level of the format was actually very different. Right now, we're in a totally new world. Absolutely, absolutely new world. And in many cases, I think a lot of our players might not have even played that much since Valera came out. We've been in a little bit of a stagnant kind of meta for a while. Haven't had any balance changes. Hadn't had any new Mercs. Those are coming out next week. So this is kind of the last bastion of the new format. But Valera is going to be everywhere. We really aren't in a world of multi-kills anymore. It is much more so a world of doing something extremely powerful, and honestly, in many cases, holding on to that all the way through the entire round. If your Valera lives for too long, it's just a disaster. Or if their Valera lives for too long, it's just a disaster. We have much more kind of specific, delete that Merc. We have these spots where you'll bring in a Vol'jin off of the bench, and it will just get slowed, one shot, gone. That was not anything that we were playing against back 2-3 months ago, right? It was a much more slow format. We had things like MAM and these control decks and like a Sylvanas to beat Anduin so that you didn't just go into these ties. No longer are we there. It is going to be Valera. It's going to be things that counter Valera. And then a lot of these weird zero speed coin flips, a lot of weird speed manipulations. Another thing that wasn't really a problem that players were thinking about in the other tournaments. Now is going to be, are you going to risk $500 on a zero speed coin flip? Maybe. Or should you be? Is it actually plus EV to do that? In many cases it is, but if you have to overcome that fear, that's what I mean by like, you need to have these reps. You need to be familiar with these decks, and you need to be able to be ready to switch it up. So I think honestly, just in terms of narratives, it's going to be kind of player really ride one particular resource all the way through the match, whether it's a Valera, whether it's making sure that they can counter a Valera or have a really cool bench plan. But this is a new format. Very, very weird, very, very different.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be really interesting with this format, and I know we've talked about it a couple of times, but yeah, if you win, you keep those 6 mercenaries, and whoever lost has to switch things out, which I feel like that on top of just the individual mercenaries that you were talking about is just such an interesting, like, it's just an interesting line of thought in general. So if they win, they still have that powerful thing that they were doing, right, that you were talking about. How long can they keep that powerful thing going in the series as a whole? Mm-hmm. Not just even in that one specific game, but, you know, as a whole, how long can they keep those powerful things? How much are they going to get countered? And I'm really intrigued to see what these players are going to be doing with that, because it is such a different format from what we've seen before. But speaking of that, it looks like we are finally jumping into one of the games here. Why don't you walk us through, who are we seeing here? What do they bring? And it looks like they, I can't tell. Are they just starting the game here?
It looks like here, so we're going to be hopping into EPT Hot 4 versus Mackie 26. So I'm just pulling up the brackets real quick. It looks as if we're going to be able to have, Frost Tyrion on the top here, right? So this is the very beginning of the tournament, but honestly, or the very beginning of turn 1 here. We're jumping straight into it. We're seeing Frost Tyrion, a super common, super popular comp, and then, interestingly, instead of Thrall, a Samuro on the side of Valera. It's going to be a very different kind of matchup here, where it's basically tier 1 deck against tier 1 deck, which we expect, absolutely. But the fact that this double fighter opener is actually great from EPT Hopper into Frost. You see that Jaina's Ice Block Talisman popped on turn 1. Already, this is looking to be a Valera diff, where you really hope to ride Jaina as long as you can, pardon the pun, you really want to take her as far as she will last with that Ice Block Talisman. It's normally giving you 2, 3, 4 turns of scaling, but we are not seeing that at all. She already popped on turn 1 and is looking to get just potentially cleaned up entirely on turn 2.
Yeah, and this is really interesting too, looking like kind of debating about what attack there. It looks like already something selected. I'm not sure what's going on here. There was a little bit of a choice to be had, it looked like. So again, it did look like maybe targeting down specific mercenaries. Can you walk us through here we're seeing that double kill. How important is that here with these comps, how is that going to play out for Mackie?
Yeah, so there we saw a really critical example of honestly just Varden being hard outscaled by the Valera like this. But in this case, this was a double kill. And it does set up Mackie. It kind of gives Mackie the opportunity to instantly bring in this Illidan, who does look good, but honestly, all of EPT Hopper's casters are hidden still on the bench. And still, Mackie is just going to be so slow. EPT can do whatever they want. And honestly, the fact that Valera got frozen is kind of fine. The fact that she's still providing that super speed up for the rest of her team, even when invisible, is a huge, huge, huge benefit. But EPT is really not going to have much of a crazy turn here, and there's a world where the double fighters from Mackie will still be able to clean house even after this. So honestly, this game is still quite close.
Yeah, and you can even see as these things pop up, look at how those speed bonuses, so many of these abilities cost nothing. These abilities are so fast. And how much does EBT Hopper want to keep playing into that? I'd imagine probably quite a bit, right? Because the ability to have your mercenaries going first, getting those abilities off, especially if they are using abilities that then slow the opponent mercenaries, is kind of like doubling down on making sure that your abilities are triggering first before that opponent mercenaries. And look, this looks like the Samuro has that sash equipment on as well.
Yeah.
Gonna go ahead and put out some copies, clear off yet another mercenary. But EBT Hopper does lose a mercenary of their own. But still, this is, I don't know, that from the standpoint of how many mercenaries are available, EBT Hopper looks like they are in a very dominant position right now, with Mackie having to bring out that last mercenary, but it still might be close, you're saying? Walk us through this.
Yeah, so I mean, already we're down to 3 Mercs, right? And Valera's still alive. Just like we were talking about, basically Mackie signed up to say, I'm going to have a Jaina that lasts for a really long time. EPT Hopper said, I'm going to have a Valera that lasts a long time. EPT Hopper won out. That's one of the very kind of rock, paper, scissory matchups I would say right now, is that when you've got Valera, she's a strong fighter, and it was paired with another fighter. That's a cool decision for EPT here, I think, of playing this Samuro, because it gives you a better counter to Frost. It gives you another fighter that you can open with, and Mackie lost their huge resource right off the bat. It looked like it might have been a little bit closer with the frozen Valera, but already we're seeing just a 3v5, a 2v5. And as long as Valera is alive, the speed advantage might just be insurmountable. We're seeing the double speed advantage now here too, which is one of the big reasons why a lot of people are playing nature backlines. It used to be Karen Diablo everywhere, as we see Mackie's kind of playing a traditional bench with Karen and Diablo, which was back from way back in the day. But here, I mean, this is through an Earth Stomp, and still multiple abilities are 0 speed, 2 speed, 1 speed. Oh wait, no, this isn't Earth Stomp. This is Malfurion got, I believe Malfurion got Doom Charged by Diablo, so he's extra slow. And hilariously, Malfurion went for the root on Diablo, which did a ton of damage, taking the actual damage onto Malfurion, but that slow from Doom Charge was still applied, so Malfurion's going to be really slow. But even still, you have to be able to one-shot this Brucon. It's going to be difficult. This Chain Lightning is going to go crazy, and this patch is going to be buffing Brucon as well in 22.2, where it used to, Brucon's Chain Lightning used to actually just be able to overkill. If you went to 0, the Chain Lightning could bounce to it again and waste a ton of damage. Now, no longer is that going to happen. So this is actually the weakest Brucon has kind of ever been, and he's still one of the best Mercs in the game.
Yeah, I would not be surprised to see Brucon quite a bit today through these games, but talking about that Diablo going down, and we're in this now, 4v2 really?
Yeah.
It is not looking very good here for Mackie. But yeah, that Brucon just seems like it's doing work. And I mean, geez, the nature plus Valera just seems so strong.
Oh yeah, no, I mean the fact that you can actually double stack the speed ups from Malfurion and from Valera, you're in some cases going down to reducing the speed of your nature spells by 7, by more than that.
Yeah, there is quite a bit of speed changes, and it's I know it's something that we talked about even the very like first tournament that we did, which was the
Mhm.
day after Mercenaries launched.
Yeah.
And so like the speed changes is something that's always been there, and it's so interesting for me because we talked about it a lot that first tournament, how important that could be. But now there's even more because of some of the new mercenaries that have come out since then, like Valera, for example. And it's just so interesting to see how some of these players really are leaning into building upon creating those 0 or 1 speed abilities and really leaning into that. And with that, winning that first game, super important that we talked about. So,
Yeah, that's what I'm
you
trying to
know,
pull up the list right now and see where were they. Okay, so that was just I think that
I,
was looking like game. Yeah, that was just game one.
I believe so. I believe it was game one. So,
Checking the battle
really
flag here.
interesting because then that means that, so CBT Hopper, right?
EBT
Kept
Hopper, yeah.
the EBT, yep, sorry, kept that initial lineup. And now we're looking at Mackie having to switch out 4 of the mercenaries. So looking at that, we got to see quite a bit there. What 2 mercenaries do you think Mackie wants
They'll
to
end up
keep of
keeping.
that? Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, definitely super good point. Already, this match shows us like a series of things that are going to start to repeat themselves throughout this tournament. Number one was Valera ran train. How do you counter Valera? What are people going to do when they lose to a Valera? Because I bet you that the good players will have. You have to have a plan, right? You can't go into this tournament and not have a plan for Valera. You
Yes.
straight up can't. That is illegal. So if you do that, what is it going to be? My guess is they'll probably end up holding on to a lot of Karen Diablos from a lot of these benches. The more cookies you see, I think people want to hold on to those just to kind of keep the good stuff parts of their deck, and then change the kind of micro pieces to be able to hard target whatever they just lost to. But then, like you said, the problem is if you hard target a lineup that is very soft to being countered again, it's not really worth it. It doesn't matter if you win game two, because if you lose game three, it's a waste. And so players will have to go super deep into the tank immediately. I'm very curious to
Yeah.
see what Mackey's response is, because Jaina got rocked. What is the counter to Valera? Is it just going to be another Valera? It could be. I think another Valera is probably a good way to think of it, especially when we've seen from Hopper there that they are leading with the Samuro, right? So there's another fighter, an additional fighter compared to the GVT lineups, which are kind of Grom Protector, Thrall Protector, and then Valera. So maybe just Mackie goes straight into the good deck, right? The GVT that has game against a double fighter opener while also being relatively resilient to the field because it's just kind of quote unquote the best deck.
Yeah, I'm so intrigued by this format. I love it. Uh, okay, so
I think we're getting an update
our
potentially about the in the middle of this fight,
yeah.
because it looks like actually that it looks like Mackie had won game one. So that makes also a lot more sense as to why that Samuro is in there. So Mackie
Yeah.
opened with Frost and won. That's what it looks like here. And so then EPT swapped, went into double fighter opener, totally makes sense, to counter the Frost, went perfectly well. So now this is actually game three. So now it's back on Mackie to swap. And like I said, they might have actually opened with GVT. We don't really know exactly. They could have kept the
Yeah.
backline. They could have kept the Diablo Aaron backline and then gone from there. So game three will be very interesting to see how Mackie really ultimately responds to this. But that means that Mackie's an elite. That means this should be a Mackie favored game three. We'll see if that truly plays out.
Yeah, so it's really interesting. So apologies on our end because we didn't have that update beforehand. That but that changes everything that we were just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Mm-hmm.
it's and
It makes
and
the
I
Smurl
that's
make more sense, etc.
yeah, and it just also speaks to this formatting, those different layers, and it's also very interesting because that means that it's actually not potentially match favored for who we were saying it was originally. That,
Yeah.
like you said, that means that actually Mackie won the first game and then lost what we just spectated. So I would say mathematically in the aspect of you know the format,
Mm-hmm.
typically and historically over Last Hero Standing, that this would be Mackey's turn to win then and take the series. So I'm so interested in this, and we don't know for sure exactly what the equipment was for the players as well for that first game. So that's also something to consider too with that being brought. I don't know if there was any equipment switched out as well in between the games, but that's something to consider because going in, they know what the mercenaries that are going to be on the other side are, so there is that potential to switch out equipment. Might not be the case for most mercenaries. It feels like at least a lot of the comps they're probably not going to want to switch their equipment, but with that counter potential, maybe there is one mercenary that they switch out equipment on.
Yeah, I mean, the Samuro, like we said, seeing the Sash of Illusion on Samuro, and that totally makes sense when you go backwards and kind of like recollect what the actual order of the match is, that you go into the mirror image there, because you know mathematically you can pop Jaina's Ice Block on turn 1, and then you actually have the mirror image to be able to soak up the Varden AoE, because some of those Varden slows from the Flurry can go onto your Samuro mirror images. I really like the idea that they pulled over the Samuro like that. And so, but you're totally right. Honestly, most Mercs really don't have a huge range of equipment that are super different. Samuro is actually kind of a good example of one. And a lot of the new Mercs that we're about to get have a ton of really cool, very different equipment. But we're still kind of in the beginning stages, in the early days of where a lot of the equipment are very polarized. There is kind of a best one for many of them.
Right.
But I mean, things like Cairn is actually kind of another example of a Merc that this big stomp deck came into light recently where everybody was using Reincarnation. When Cairn dies, he comes back up, he has 40 health. But now there's a cool nature deck that actually I really hope that we see some of it. It's kind of on a fringe. Not many people are really playing it, but they actually take the Thunderous Sash, I think it is, where the Earth Stomp does another 5 damage. And you kind of play like this DPS Cairn. I bet you that we will see some swaps like that. But in this particular matchup, I think we're probably not going to see anything too wild unless we do, for some reason, see a Big Stomp come out against Valera. And Big Stomp is also quite good against Double Fighter. If you have that, if you have a Cairn into a multiple fighter lineup, that tends to be pretty good. But can Brucon survive turn 1 like Jaina? It's going to be spooky. It's going to be close.
Yeah. I love this. I love this back and forth and just having to think about what these players are bringing, what strategy they want to go for. And, again, with this being the game number 3, this is it. Even if it's not Mackie, even though we've talked how important the game 1 was, so, if there is, then there's that back and forth, but it still could be, depending on if player, like how far down the mind game hole do the players want to go, I think is really, because if they want to go down this mind game hole of, okay, we're going to expect these 3 mercenaries to start. Oh, but then what if they deviate from that and change it up, and then it throws the other person completely off, and how far that plays into their strategy. But it's interesting because they get to switch out mercenaries. Like, which 2 did they keep? Which 4 are they bringing in? How much will that impact their starting boards? What are they going to do with it? So it's very interesting. I'm sure as the tournament progresses, we'll get to see a full, best of 3 played out. So we'll really get to dive into that more when we get to that point. But it's just such an interesting format because of the way the mercenaries all line up.
Yeah, I mean, this, like you kind of said at the beginning too, whereas like when you have a sideboard and you know what your opponent's sideboard is, it's totally different game. But in here, like you said, the mind game rabbit hole truly goes infinitely deep, which I think also starts to showcase the fact that it's going to reward the players, kind of like chess. Again, I truly continue. It's a bummer, honestly, that we got Kasparov to do standard. Maybe we'll get Magnus to do a Mercenaries crossover. But
yes,
it does kind of start to show, I think, the fact that you can go down the rabbit hole deep enough to kind of find something that is almost like a computer optimal understanding of what you should do. If you are finding yourself in these like, oh no, do I go to this level or that level? What if they do that? I might be spooked to that position. That might mean that we might not have a full understanding of what you should be doing, because a lot of these matchups, especially like we see Frost versus GVT, you should have played that matchup a lot. You should kind of know what's going on, but we're going to jump right into it. And so what do we see? What did Mackie responded with? What it looks like Nam with No, not even Mam. So we see Eudora, Malf,
Yeah.
Mukla. Very interesting. The double red opener, we see a deletion of Samuro and a ton of Eudora damage. I love this. This has not one, but two different ways to get in front of Valera's attacks with the Mukla's big brother as well as
Yeah.
Eudora's little cannons. I love this. Is a really cool transition. I've never seen this deck before.
I was going to say as well, because Mackie gets to bring in, knowing that uh, Hopper has to keep with those same 6 mercenaries, knows there's that Samuro. So yeah, bringing in the Mukla for that big brother, I love that. And I was curious about the Eudora, because I feel like we've really been seeing people bring Eudora, but I don't know if Eudora is really like a start bring. It seems
Yeah.
like people are kind of shifting it in, and it's not in like their initial comp that we're seeing. And what is the reasoning for that? Can you walk us through, like, what is the reasoning for that? The Mukla with the Mukla's big brother makes sense for the Samuro, but walk us through what the Eudora means.
Yeah, I mean the Eudora. There was a hot second where Eudora was seeing a lot of play alongside the Frost comp, but in this case, you're going to see the Valera has to attack the lowest health target. See, she just wasted her entire attack on a cannon, and that's what Mackie basically went deep for. We see, ooh, interesting. And we see the pickup of the Eudora just like that. But yeah, honestly, the Eudora is there to just be obnoxious, to be annoying, get in the way, and especially double down on ways to block Valera. And so I think that's really cool. Even the cannons attack through stealth, right? They just cannon right over the top. And so we're most likely actually probably going to end up seeing Mackie with a Sylvanas on the bench, which is some old tech where you play a bunch of summons, you play a bunch of mercs that just kill them, and you have a gigantic Sylvanas that comes in the very, very end and kind of cleans it up. And potentially we're seeing EPT Hopper here also respond to that by opening with these, bringing out the Brucon relatively early so he doesn't get wiped up by the super strong fighter later. But we just see the Eudora comes right back, brings another cannon, and the grind continues.
Yeah, and the summon type of philosophy or strategy is really interesting to me as well, because again, you were talking about the Brucon especially, and some of those attacks with the Brucon, but having just even more bodies, not only for comboing on their own side for Mackie, but just as kind of like this really obnoxious comp, right? That Hopper has to work through, because if those weren't there, we've already seen several things die, right? That would be way closer to closing out the whole game, but instead, just like, oh cool, this extra thing that appeared is now dead instead of my actual mercenary on Mackie's side. And for anybody who might be more new to mercenaries, or if you've never seen mercenaries before, you start with 6 mercenaries. There's only 3 on the board at a time, but when you get to summon these extra things, you can extend beyond that. And so that's kind of what we're seeing in this matchup here. Now we see this Valera as well, just continuing that stealth, and this Brucon. I feel like this is just like running back exactly what we were just seeing in that last match, right? Like, what is going on here?
Yeah, I mean, Valera continues to exist, and now the Malfurion is here. They gets to start healing, and there's going to be a chain lightning for Mackie here, right? Hopefully this chain lightning can actually get under the speed and actually end up taking out this Valera. But as we're seeing here, the Malfurion has a 4-speed heal if they want it. A 4-speed heal everybody for 25. That's gonna always happen faster than the Brucon, but technically we can see an Endurance Aura potentially out of Mackie's Cairn that will just actually allow the Brucon to get under that, and that's what we're seeing EPT decide here. Is like, can I coin flip the Muddy Footing to stop the Endurance Aura? They ended up not going for it, I think, as they're deciding their last plays. As time is running out, they gotta click something. Let's see what happens. Entangling Roots for a big shutdown onto the Mukla, most likely.
Yeah.
You do see the Endurance Aura that this Chain Lightning goes the distance, kills the Valera, it's massive, but the root blocked the Mukla. And now, this is a 3v3. A 3v4. Basically a guaranteed dead Mukla against... So presumably there's a Sylvanas on the bench, right, as well. So it's Sylvanas, Cairn, and a Brucon against a low health Brucon that has already been stacked from ETP Hopper. We see some nature damage already stacking up there. Again, a very close, very, very, very close spot. But this is, like we said, this is Mackey's game to lose. This is Mackey's opportunity to win this because they had the counter pick. This is their counter pick, either getting there or failing.
Yeah, and I want to talk about too. This is so interesting to me. A lot of these mercs, I feel like they have reach type abilities, right? They have abilities that are just doing something, dealing damage. There's not actually really any attacks going in. So it's like the taunt almost feels a little bit irrelevant now that the Samuro is gone. Because that's really what the taunt was for, right? That Samuro at the beginning. But now that's gone. Brucon, Malfurion, they're not really actually sending in attacks. They're sending these things over the top, which is why we saw that Mukla able to go down that you were talking about, which it did. Oh, it's not Sylvanas, it's a Diablo.
Okay. So they ended up keeping the Karen and Diablo from their final two mercs.
Okay.
Which again kind of makes sense, but the issue with this is that we might see that the power level isn't there, right? Imagine if this was a Sylvanas, could that have either forced a tie? Could that have forced an actual win condition over the top here? Potentially. Ooh, but the Endurance Aura never went off from last turn. Okay, big damage. Big damage. We see the Malfurion still living though. The speed advantage is just so strong, and we see the Brucon most likely dying here as well. So yeah, so that from that last turn, the Karen had actually died before it really kind of. Or no, I think it just ended up Earth Stomping. But so allowing that Endurance Aura Diablo Fire Stomp, but no healing and still a significant speed advantage with the Malfurion. This is why Nature Bench has started to pop up so aggressively, is because it seems like Malfurion shouldn't be good enough to come off the bench. But just like that, the healing, if your opponent doesn't have it, the healing will run away with the game. If your opponent doesn't have a Valeera, you will run away with the game. And potentially this could have just been showing the difference that is Valeera might just be too good. If you're not playing Valeera and you don't have a very, very specifically labbed out response to it, as it almost seemed like Mackie did, right? Eudora, Mokla, Mouth, I've never seen that before. That seemed like it was targeting a lineup. But didn't end up getting there, and well played to APT Hopper to clutch out the lose game one and then run it back and just 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, I love that we got to see that. I'm curious how many more times that's going to happen. Just again because of that counter, but with Mercenaries and the way of having, all of these different interactions, I wonder how common that will be. Is that going to be actually more common than the win game 1, lose game 2, win game 3? Because of that counterplay. I'm really interested in this, and yeah, well done again to Hopper there with that. But we saw how quickly that flipped. You mentioned, oh, this is 4v3, and then all of a sudden it was 3v2.
Yeah, and then 3v concede.
And it's like, so it seemed to flip in Hopper's favor so quickly, even though we talked about how, okay, they're bringing in the Mukla, they've got all these summons, this is going to be such a good counter, the Samuro died, and it was as if Hopper was like, nah, it's fine. Like, goodbye Samuro, now I've got this, and I've got the board.
Yeah, no, and like you were saying too, is that it seems like really not that many mercs are actually attacking anymore, and I think you're totally right, is that especially even the mercs that are attacking, like Valeera is probably one of the most famous kind of like attacking mercs at the moment. She just goes around taunt. She just does whatever she wants. There has already been kind of a power creep away from attacking. When we were talking way back in the day, like again, the very first tournament was Zarella, who shrinks attack. Yep. Samuro attacks, Thrall attacks. Like, it was so attack-centric. And then people realized that the casters are actually really strong. Some more of the attacking mechanics started to kind of, I would say, got more power creep than the taunt mechanics or kind of the protective mechanics. And so we're in a very high power level format at the moment, a very aggressive format. It's very hard to play a control deck, as you just kind of see. Mackie tried to string together a control deck that countered some of the aggression from Valeera. But if you can't counter it and then also match the speed advantage, you can't really, it doesn't matter if you're countering, it doesn't matter if you have a taunt, it doesn't matter if you have some cannons, a Eudora. If they're acting before you, you're stuck.
Yeah, for sure. It's a huge impact, right, of being able to put out those speeds. But it's so interesting to me as well, thinking about just the transitions between the different mercenaries and their abilities that we've seen, because it's like you said, that transition from attacking and taunt being so relevant to now taunt isn't quite as relevant. How relevant are summoning multiple things? Is it leaning into the spell damage more important? Is the speed more important? How can you maneuver all of that? And even if one aspect is important, is it just important for like one or two mercs, or is it important for your whole comp, your whole warband at the same time? Because okay, we saw the speed, we saw the counter again, but like you said, once Samuro was gone, okay, cool. Now I've just got this other powerful stuff, and I don't really care that one or two mercenaries is gone. And I think even the strategy from Mackie's side of trying to bring in that Diablo at the end, I really would have been interested to see if it had been Sylvanas, like you were talking about with that. But, what was the thinking there with trying to save certain mercs? Was it going to be good enough? Or at that point, was Mackie kind of in just a state of, yeah, my counter the Samuro thing might not have been good enough?
Yeah, I think you're probably right, is that they may have gone a little bit too deep on trying to focus on that Samuro. Like, the taunt is cute, right? And it did get in the way, but there was just, at the end of the day, a big speed difference. And so I think any player that kind of can't keep that into consideration, maybe they just didn't have a Valera, right? Maybe Mackie literally didn't have their Valera leveled up, which is a weird downside and upside to Mercenaries at the moment, where accessibility is it's a real thing. I mean, a lot of these players, I'm sure, have entirely maxed accounts, and then some players are probably playing, it's an open, right? Just play, just jam. You don't have to play Valera, but if you do have a Valera, if you do have a bigger collection, it actually does reward you in this format. Maybe you get to recoup some of your 6 different bundles that you bought by winning this tournament, and then you get to break even. That'll be great. But yeah, I think it's going to be very curious to see how we go forward. Davidson just barely losing to that heroic level 1 bounty, or that heroic 1.1 bounty, but now they're into a real PvP match. We've got Davidson against, we got THMD. No, we've got
There we go. I love this
M14.
opening as well. I've been testing a lot. This is that comp, the starting that you were talking about earlier when we were showing the stats on the HSReplay new features where you can look at the parties. This is kind of that top comp right there, and this definitely is that the starting mercenaries. So if you have that HSReplay premium, and you could go to the mercenaries, and you can actually look exactly what we're seeing here on the board for Davidson, and it is that the Gromosh, Valera, and Thrall. Thrall with that Doomhammer for Wind Fury can put out massive amounts of damage, and that Valera we've already been talking about, but can you walk us through what we're seeing on the other side? Because that is not the top comp on that party's sites.
Yeah, so this is definitely a different form, a kind of an older take on Frost, right? If the Tyrion has kind of popped up in recent history, but again, we're seeing the difference of just Valera running it over. This is GVT versus Frost Tyrion, which I would say are kind of two of the more popular ones, even though we're seeing a lot of changes now popping up, and a lot of people are trying Jaina and potentially just losing with it, and so the win rate is plummeting a little bit. But I would say these are two of, honestly, some of the big powerhouses at the moment. If you're not going to play Valera, you kind of seemingly have to play Jaina. And Tyrion is quite good into a lot of these thralls and just having that stacking death rattle, right? We see another 2 fighters on the bench from MD here. Most likely, we're going to see that Karen Diablo and then that Illidan. This is kind of what one of the common lists from, again, not the top list, but one of the lists in this Mercenaries party function on Hearthstone Replay. And it looks to just be kind of copy-paste to the very good decks at the moment and jam them into each other. But we see, yeah, big damage. Going to the interesting, the Lightning Storm, kind of playing around the Judgment of Humility from Tyrion. But we arrive at a funky spot here because Davidson ended up clearing. So Davidson was one of the player who went on that disgusting 14-0 run in the Pauper tournament. And so here they are again, doing well, right? They took out the Jaina. but the Valera is currently unstealthed. This could be an issue because now Davidson is back down to being slow. Varden, I do believe, still got a flurry off, and so... Oh, no, that's right, because Davidson went for the Phantom Knives. So Phantom Knives is still going to be countering the slow. Davidson's still going to be fast. Valera is still cracked. MD, what are they going to be bringing in here? I mean, it's most likely just Karen Diablo, like I said, Karen Diablo Illidan, but Double Fighter does not look super good into these double protectors. Even Thrall will be able to crit one hit of himself for 40 just for free. Even though he is almost dead, that's more than you need. This cash-in is going to be huge. And a lot of times, actually, this also kind of goes what you're talking about from the early tournaments, where it was like, okay, can we just strand a Merc? Like, just strand a Merc there. Let them hang out. Varden is kind of one of the classic examples of that would happen back in the day, where just let him rock. Just leave him there. You honestly just stop caring about Varden when they're not scaling with frost damage. If you are just going faster, if you are kind of already going to counter the speed, quote-unquote speed advantage that Varden gives you. It used to be good enough. Now Varden is already kind of getting scaled away, where Valera does what Varden does, and so much more. Both players deep in the tank, though. But we're seeing a hard mercenary gap from Davidson. Davidson still literally hasn't lost a Merc. Ooh, wow, the flurry. Really? Okay. So that might have just been... the Thrall must have been way too gutted there from the slow, with the Phantom Knives still not countering it, because the Varden actually got to get a 5-speed ability off there and kill the Thrall. Might have been a pure coin flip, but certainly feels bad for Davidson. MD is very happy with that trade. Got the Earth Stomp off, got a lot of damage on a Valera, 2 health Grom. None of these options look great for Davidson with just only 1 Merc to bring in.
Yeah, and that's where we kind of were talking earlier as well about do players want to try to kill off 2 at once? Do they care about how many mercenaries they might be killing? And it almost feels like MD here is kind of mitigating the possibilities of bringing multiple things out. And I like that play. Honestly, I kind of like it against the specific comp that we're seeing here from Davidson, because that potential nature abilities, the slowing, all combined with Valera that we did see a little bit earlier, we're seeing it again. We're seeing it right here. Mm-hmm. And the potential for bringing 2 things out at once, I think it's still probably going to happen, but it does give MD an extra turn.
Yeah, MD at this turn would have been so bad if that Grom had actually died and you get a whole Chain Lightning off here, because Brucon is not going to die on this board. This Malfurion now gets to stack the Cenarian Surge to set up for even having a dead Valera next turn. Say this Valera dies to this... Actually, ooh, the Cold Snap, the Endurance Aura Cold Snap is clean, but the Valera still ends up living because the Malfurion got to act. And now we're back. Still very fast, but Valera's going to get an action. This really stinks that Valera gets to act again. From MD's perspective, from Davidson's perspective, you're stoked. And this Varden Death Rattle freeze is going to really determine the end game here, potentially. But this Illidan needs to go crazy off the bench from MD.
Yeah.
Davison deciding.
Gotta be the Brucon, I feel like.
Yeah, especially when it's not going to die here. They were thinking about the opportunity to kill the Karen with the cookie snipe, but it didn't really work out in the same way, and this is still totally fine to just go crazy. I suppose with all... Look at these 0 speed Chain Lightning. That Archdruid's Call is normally 8, and it's 1. I mean, talk about just a completely different world than the very first Mercenaries tournament we were doing. Attacking? Nah. 1 speed, humongous AoEs, humongous heals. I mean, if they wanted to, right now, Davidson could literally heal Valera for 24, almost over 30, right? Which is insane. And this is, again, another reason why Malfurion and Nature backline is everywhere, is because even if Valera gets low, having an AoE series of heals means that she comes back up to full, and AoE to target Valera is actually kind of few and far between to find. That's why, again, Brucon is everywhere. Chain Lightning hits an invisible Valera. Malfurion hits an invisible Valera if you want to go for the AoE. Cookie bleeds over into an invisible Valera. But at the moment, this is still looking like a Valera dominant game.
Yeah. And it's really interesting. Let's break down a little bit here. You talked about the potential of healing the Valera.
Mm.
Do you actually think that's necessary right now? Or is this just a accept that the Valera is probably going to die, do what you can this turn, this round? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I think once Davidson does the math and realizes that Valera can live for another turn, I think they're going to go for it. Because here, like, there's
yeah.
actually no way for Valera to die if you go for the Archdruid's Call, like we saw. Now we're back onto MD having some angles for, like, look how slow now. Like, all of a sudden, look at all these numbers. They were 0. And now
Yeah.
they are 6, 7, 13, 11. Now the MD has another opportunity to go for some endurance or a fire stomps that will clean up a lot of this. I think the Brucon might actually be dead. All of a sudden, this turn is a huge flip. MD is right back in the driver's seat.
Yeah. And and here too we're seeing that Varden almost dead, but like you talked about with that death rattle,
Mm-hmm.
how is that going to pan out and close out the game? Is that going to be too detrimental to kill off right now? It seems like Davidson has kind of been slowly doing that, but oh my gosh, that
Yeah,
Diablo
destruction.
just
Destruction. Yeah, and now there's
uh,
no way that Cookie and Mouth can go the distance here against
yeah.
even anything, even if the Varden was dead, right? And this is why Varden is just so good in the late game, because if it trades for an entire turn from a Merc. Like this freeze, again, even if as this was a little bit closer, that Varden freeze, like you said, surviving for another turn is humongous. And I actually am really glad to see that this flipped in the other direction, because this shows that you don't necessarily need the Valera. MD had an angle to tackle the Valera comp and is getting rewarded for it. They say it's up to what is Davidson going to keep here going into the next game. We know that MD has to swap off of Jaina, most likely, but they could keep Jaina and Varden, right, and then ship away the rest of their comp. That could be okay, and we see that freeze taking Malfurion. Davidson most likely going to wrap it up.
Yep, and there it is. And we'll get confirmation, but I believe that was game number one.
I think so.
We
I
said
think we're
that
catching the beginning.
before,
Yeah, these
but yeah,
mercenaries tournaments crank in the beginning, and it's just like people jamming
yeah,
all over the place, coming in halfway to the
they
game.
go.
As we get deeper into the tournament, we'll be able to catch all of it. But honestly, I think this is a good time too to take a peek at that Hearthstone replay stats and let's look at those two decks that basically they were playing, because
Yeah.
they are both on here when you look at it, and they did not correspond to win percentage being the one that wins, because we see that GVT up here. I mean, this is what
Yeah.
Davidson was playing: Grom, Valera, Thrall, Cookie, Malfurion, Brucon. Highest win rate, 3,300 games. Everyone is trying to play this deck right now. It is the thief rogue of the format. Valera is terrorizing yet another one. And, but again, very expected, very standard. That's the problem with bringing these kind of very expected decks that Davidson is opening with here, because players will know that they have to play around this. And in a game like Mercenaries, if you want to make that hard read and come with a deck that counters GVT, or at least as a plan, like MD basically did have, it might work out well for you. And this is way down here. We see what MD is playing. This Tyrion, Jaina, Varden, Karen, Diablo, Illidan comp. Still a good win percentage. I mean, 56 is basically still what Grom, Valera, Thrall has. But way fewer games played now. And I'm a dirty Illidan proponent. I think that Merc is unbelievable, and I think people stopped playing them way before they should have, as they got tweaked in the balance change. Huge benefactor of the balance change here, as we see this Warblaze of Azzinoth being the equipment now where you attack left and right both times. But yeah, these are both just two decks that both players should have been aware about. And now the question becomes, this is the comp that has to lose four Mercs: Tyrion, Jaina, Varden, Karen, Diablo, Illidan. What do you keep from this pile of six? What would your instinct be? Again, they just won. They know that Valera has to stay, right? They know that Davidson. Oh no, sorry, I had this backwards. Davidson needs to swap. Davidson needs to swap. So you know now that you're going to be running into Jaina Varden again. Do we see some Samuro Varden things, or some Samuro Valera like we saw in round one, where Samuro just instantly went crazy against Varden Jaina? That could be a move. See, anything else here looking great?
I am also really interested. I love the fact that it's not switching out all six, because I do think it adds that another strategy layer of deciding which two to keep. Because Sure, could be like, okay, I need to bring 4 in, and you can say, okay, I want to bring in maybe these 3, and then I'll pick a 4th. But which 4 are you getting rid of, and which are the 2 that you're keeping
Uh-huh.
to pair with those? And I just love that. So, is there, if we're looking from Davidson's perspective, right? Davidson
Yeah.
just lost that first game, has to switch out and bring in, 4 new Mercs. Is there something that Davidson can swap in to really try to target that freeze comp?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to be looking at fighters, right? Like, you got to imagine that the first instinct is to go straight to a fighter. In my guesses, I was talking a little bit leading up to this tournament of I think that having the Illidan Valera as a counter comp to when you lose to Frost or when you lose to something like Mam or when you lose to something like Nature, I really like the idea of keeping your Valera and then continuing to just jam another good fighter in there to tackle Frost. So I would probably like to see a double fighter opener, and then I would personally lean towards Illidan from Davidson's perspective. So I would probably, again, looking at his comp, his is this first one here, this GVT up here. I would probably like to keep Valera and I don't know. I guess he'll tell us right now. Ooh,
Yeah, we're gonna find out.
Okay, I was not thinking about this at all. He said,
Oh,
whatever you can do, I can do better.
I love it.
And so this is going to
Okay.
be a really funky opener where normally you see Valera paired up with very fast mercs that can trigger the Sinister Strike. But in this case, Davidson actually made a really cool read that I didn't even think about yet, is that when you know that MD is not going to be opening with protectors that will one-shot your Valera, you're actually allowed to safely open the Valera like this and just go for a Phantom Knives. Normally, you want her to go invisible right away so she doesn't get blasted, but here this is going to be a slow turn. But now it's just going to be Tyrion versus Valera, and I definitely prefer being on the Valera side of this matchup.
Yeah, and so let's break down for maybe people who are new or if they haven't really gotten a chance. I mean, you yourself even said that you don't have Valera.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this Fan of Knives. So it deals some AoE damage. It deals some damage to all of the mercs on the other side, but it also increases your other merc speed for the next turn. And that's what we're seeing here, right? We saw that Fan of Knives get thrown out, and now when we see Davidson hover over,
Mm-hmm.
or our spectator hover over these other mercenaries, we can see that those speeds are faster.
Mm-hmm.
So walk us through a little bit, explain to us what is the importance of that with these mercs that we're seeing on the board right now.
I mean, here it's really showing the fact that Davidson still has the advantage of speed, despite both of the... Ooh, the Icicle. Interesting. I'm not sure if the Icicle is actually necessary because now you lose out some frost stacking here. But the cool thing here is basically what Davidson is allowing himself to go still faster, right? Valera is going to be what high breaks that speed advantage with the Phantom Knives. Yeah, increasing all the speeds by 3. Tyrion really not looking that hot here. And we even see Davidson go for the rarely seen Water Elemental summon.
Yeah.
Definitely funky, blocks Tyrion. Potentially a little spooky in terms of some cold snaps coming down the line from Varden. Whenever you have some low health minions, some low health mercs, Varden can cold snap, and if he kills a merc or any unit, even in summoned unit, if you can kill something with a cold snap, you suddenly deny every action that your opponent can take. And so this water elemental could be a liability down the road from Davidson. We'll see. But Valera is still alive, and we know that a Valera that lives is one of the best positions that you can be in.
Yes. Yeah, the longer it lives, the better it seems to go, right? And yeah, I was looking at that too because I don't feel like we've seen any water elementals. This is the first one, and it's very interesting. But do you think it's something that is more of a planning ahead for future, or I mean, bringing almost a mirror comp in the first place, but then deviating with the abilities used is just so interesting. And oh,
Oh,
there's the
wow.
first mark down.
And so this is why that was a really cool turn from Davidson. So interestingly, both players last turn went for not an Ice Flows from Jaina. Both players went for Davidson went for the summon, and MD went for an Icicle, just for more damage, because in case something went awry. But we're seeing actually a really cool interaction here with the Water Elemental, where the Water Elemental goes really fast because of Valera. And so you actually get to summon like a build your own cold snap, like a build your own just one speed. Nope, you can't act. Sorry, you just don't get to do anything. And you rarely see this because Jaina tends to not. She just wants to stack that frost damage. But when you're under threat of Jaina dying the next turn later, who cares about a 3 frost damage? Let's just take like a freeze and just call that equity way better than another little tickle of damage. It's really not about damage in this matchup. It is ride your Valera to victory. And we're seeing Davidson pulling ahead, I would say. We're still alive with all 3 Mercs. There was no Cookie to be able to come in and Cookie snipe the Jaina. So still super duper fast from Davidson's side, and the speed difference is again beginning to run away with it.
Yeah, I'm sure we will keep talking about the speed differences the whole day, because that really does play such a huge part in some of these abilities. And in the case of when a mercenary dies, those abilities getting to go off first and kill a mercenary means that the mercenary that died no longer is going to get their ability off as well. And it's like just a snowball effect, right? We talk about that a lot in Standard or Wild, those snowball effects, but we're seeing that here in Mercenaries, and that is where you can really get those snowball effects. And look at this health.
Ugh.
Look at this health.
God, no, I mean, Davidson has played so well this game. Like, I think MD has, in the last 2 turns, I think MD has cast 1 ability. That is insane. This game can absolutely be narrowed down to kind of how many actions did you get to deny from your opponent? Just like you were saying, like if you kill them before they act, that's just like being able to move an entire piece on the chessboard without your opponent getting to act. Like, that's not fair. And Davidson has done an amazing job, got the most equity out of a water elemental I've ever seen. And this Jaina is still alive. The Varden is still cranking. Valera is still alive, still has a speed advantage because the MD didn't even actually get to get a flurry off from their own Varden. And so there was a Phantom Knives from Valera. Everything's fast again. Valera's going to go invisible again. We're going to get a double, triple kill here, I think. This was a stomp.
Yeah, and now I'm starting to see how, okay, brought in what seems or feels like at least a somewhat mirror of a comp, right? A lot of the same, and even, when it popped up, you were like, oh wow, look at these mercenaries we're seeing. And, for those watching too, this is where you can see, even though they're using the same mercenaries, there it is again. There's that slight deviation, the adjustment of how they're using the mercs, and Davidson gets to kill yet another 2 mercenaries, which means MD is bringing those last 2 mercenaries off of the bench and bringing those out onto the board. Just lost the first mercenary for himself.
Valera is still, again, like, look how awkward this is that Valera is still alive. She's still providing this kind of Vol'jin Ring of Haste kind of effect to everybody. And Davidson also did something really cute that last turn too, where they summoned another water elemental to kind of try to high roll, basically kind of what people will do with Samuro and Sash of Illusion, where you can throw some fake things in the way of a Varden Death Rattle, because it's just going to freeze a random character. So if you just summon a water elemental, the odds of your good characters not being frozen increases. And so I love that Davidson has just been the best water elemental player I've seen, and lost the coin flip where the Tyrion still got to go in and kill that water elemental with the Judgment of Humility, but still ended up great. But MD has a humongous turn here. Davidson has a very medium turn, but gets to catch, oh my god, gets to steal that turn right away again. I think they've stolen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, somewhere between 8 and 12 actions from MD. And now this is just a 2v5, and I'm not even sure my favorite Illidan here is going to be enough, just because the life total difference is going to be too much, I think. And we still have a Cairn that is critting everybody. These Earth Stomps are going to be a lot of damage. And just Valera being able to trade for another 20 here is enough. And yet again, when the Varden dies, it's going to steal an action no matter what. And that will probably be the nail in the coffin. But well played. Again, Davidson was supposed to win this game. He lost game 1. You are supposed to win game 2 when you lose. So yeah, the script is still playing out as it's supposed to.
Right. It's that game 3 that we're really interested in, because this is where we start to see like the counter to the counter, and then you just keep adding those layers. And we saw it actually go differently than we expected in in the conclusion of that previous series. But I'm really intrigued now to see it here. But I do just want to mention again, because you've already said it, but it's really cool seeing that Illidan come into play as well.
Yeah, he hasn't done enough yet. I want him to smurf. I
I
want him to
know,
be
yeah.
open, honestly. That's what I want to see. I'm ready for the person to not. I like Davidson's idea of right bringing the counter comp. Like, I'll bring the mirror, except with a better Merc than who you have to have. So I'm just gonna make this like as close to a almost guaranteed matchup as I can be, as long as I can take the Valir the distance. And he did, and so well played. And now, yeah, like you said, if I'm MD, I would love to see them roping every single one of these turns and scribbling on a piece of paper as soon as they concede preemptively. I want to see them scribbling on a piece of paper and starting to figure out, all right, I'm dead in this match. How am I going to go into the next match? What am I going to do?
Yeah.
So again, we could try pulling up the Hearthstone replay stats again real quick and just kind of taking a peek. Is there something in here that might be a way through? So we now know that Davidson has to keep Valera and Jaina and Varden. I mean, this is a pretty powerful opener, but like I said, the scary thing is MD should be audibling over to probably only just like one protector. I think you just want to have one protector that can try to just kill that Valera right away. But the cool thing is that Davidson, if they want to, can swap it up and kind of bring out suddenly. Who was the last? Did they even have a single Merc that they could trigger the Valera with on turn one? They might even hide their Valera, right? That could we could start getting into some crazy like backline Valera stuff to counter the counter, and that's when I think things are going to get really, really interesting, because you'll notice Valera really isn't on any of these benches, and part of it is because she seems like she's so overtuned that why ever put her on the bench? But this is actually going to be an opportunity. Oh, way down here, we'll see. We see a Valera that lurks on the bench sometimes in this comp here, but otherwise she's always opening. And so players, by definition, kind of don't really know how to deal with the Valera that's coming off the bench. And so I could see that Davidson is ready for that and saying, okay, nope, we're probably going to see something like a Thrall come out that will try to just kill my Valera. But this is with a Jaina Varden lead now alongside that Valera from Davidson. So it could definitely be... I think Davidson's going to be ready for the mix-up, and I think they're going to have a mix-up for the mix-up. So I'm definitely curious to see how MD tries to respond to this, though.
Yeah, and this is the interesting thing too, right? Where we're getting into this third game. I feel like this is the most interesting because I really want to see, is this where we get that kind of mathematical, right? They won the first game, they get countered, then they bring the counter, and then they win game 3? Or is this going to be like what we saw before, where do you think when Davidson was bringing that comp, do you think he was thinking about game number 2 and game number 3? Because if the chances are that he was going to win game number 2, how does that impact game number 3? I don't know how far they think, into this.
Hey, I mean, given almost any other player, I would say, I don't know. But considering that it's Davidson and considering that they have played tournaments before, they have crushed it in tournaments before and have shown like an insane mental, I would be completely expecting him to have prepared for this game 3 in that sense. I'm trying to remember because I don't think we actually got to see who their last Merc was on the bench. But my guess is actually, and again, something that I think is great. If I had to predict anything here, I would say, first of all, Davidson is absolutely on top of it and is thinking about game 3. But I'm gonna soul read call that Davidson puts the Valera on the bench to play around and maybe even open with like triple caster to counter the protector counter that is going to be coming for this Valera. And again, the only reason I keep talking about this protector is because normally Valera goes invisible. On turn 1, you can't target her and good luck. But in the Frost opener, the only way that you can make Valera go invisible is if you have a spell that's 3 speed or faster. Jaina and Varden don't have that. So we'll see what they do about it, because I'm not sure if Davidson can still make it an invisible Valera. So let's see. You see the same comp. All right. Show me the no Valera. Okay, it is a cookie. See, yes. Even the Diablo could be kind of interesting here as well, just to have more speed control. You could Doom Charge on 1. But before it even starts, is a huge thing that people should be paying attention to, that I know certainly Davidson is. Look at MD's lineup. Triple Protector. They did bring in the Protectors to try to counter the opening Valera that has to Phantom Knives. But Davidson can now see that and is probably going to hide that Valera away from this triple protector. I might even like seeing a cookie here. A cookie could be interesting. Ooh, but Cairn is, oh, wait a minute. Yeah. So there was a hot second where Cairn was actually opening with Jaina and Jaina and Varden to go for Endurance or Cold Snaps on turn 2. You just get these nasty setups of let Cairn hang out and just do nothing, and then get the Cold Snap. And he does! Yes, let's go! Okay. So now let's see. Can MD soul read that and hide the protectors? Ooh, is this looking like GVT? Yes, it is. Okay. Yep, so they just went straight into kind of the de facto tier 1 deck that should be good, and this would have killed the Valera on turn 1. Davidson played around it. Well played. Let's see. Like we said, this is MD's game to win, but Davidson, I think, is already stealing some equity right off the bat.
Yeah, and again, that's where how far down the kind of rabbit hole do they want to go with the counterplay?
Mm-hmm.
Like, is it just the one level of counterplay, or is it like, the triple, quadruple level of counterplay where they counter the counter to the counter's counter?
Yeah.
Like, how far are they going with this? And it really even looked like Davidson debated for a little while as well about the Valera or the Cairn, and kind of decided. And it's, from looking at Davidson's perspective, that is amazing to see. But looking over at MD's side, starting off with that, yep, we've already talked about it before, the Gromash, the Thrall, and their own Valera. Who do you think's favored right now? What are we looking at in terms of the play? Because we keep talking about how strong Valera is, and look at that, it's got that stealth, it's hidden. How favored is it for MD at this point? What do you think we're going to be seeing here with this back and forth?
Yeah, I mean, I think, honestly, Davidson has done the most that they can do, right? Even to the point where they cast the Icicle on turn 1 with Jaina, which is kind of a little niche, cute thing that you'll see sometimes where, I mean, you should see it more often, because you expect Jaina to die right away on turn 2. So you actually don't care about the stacking Ice Flows frost damage, and so they just went for the Icicle, which is technically just more damage. So this is cute to see, but I would still say that Davidson is doing all that they can do for the moment. But we see the Thrall go down. The Phantom Knives takes out the Cairn. That was well played from MD to go for the Staggering Slam to deny the Earth Stomp. The Earth Stomp is one of the best ways for Davidson to put damage onto the Valera, but Davidson's still okay. I mean, both sides now down a Merc, right? You basically traded Thrall for Jaina. At the end of the day, it's worse to lose Jaina than it is to lose Thrall. Thrall is kind of like you were talking about before with the Samuro, where you just hang out on turn 1, do your thing on turn 1, and then please leave. I would like someone stronger. Jaina, not really the same. You really would like to hold on to your Jaina, which is why MD, smart to run into a Valera, right? You just open the Valera, make sure that Jaina does not exist. Davidson is doing the best that they can, and I would still honestly call this a relatively close game. It's going to be interesting to see if Davidson wants to now bring up the Valera, start going for some early snaps if they can, try to match the Valera from the other side, but most likely we'll probably end up... Right, okay. Yeah, we'll just see the other two options that's not looking strong enough. Can't really afford to have your Diablo get staggering slammed for 30. You really want to try to just mitigate the crits, which essentially Davidson is going for here.
Yeah, it's very interesting, too, looking at the choices that Davidson had of, I think all three have options for AoE type effects as well, right? Mm-hmm. So there could have been potential thinking of looking at likely MD's Valera is going to get stealth again, and does Davidson have an option, or what is the best option for trying to bring out a mercenary that's going to have some AoE potential to, it doesn't care if it's stealthed, it's still going to hit that Valera. But at the same time, how strong can those AoEs be? Mm-hmm. Maybe it's better to just go for his own Valera there, which is what you were talking about, and it looks like he did go for that. Also, interestingly, because of picking that water elemental from the Jaina, like you said, I feel like that's another reason why that Thrall just felt even worse, too. Right? Like, okay, cool. It's just going to hit the water elemental. It's not hitting the targets that MD wants it to. And so it's, from MD's perspective, I feel like, yeah, losing that Thrall was like, okay, cool, whatever. That's fine.
Yeah, definitely. Thrall is kind of a toss-away champ like that for sure. And we see an interesting trading back of, unfortunately, yet again, Davidson's that opening Cairn, right? And so this is one of the problems of like, all right, I guess I'll hide my Valera. Is you kind of get stuck in these spots where like that Cairn really did not do much. It was kind of like a sacrifice, like that, like the Thrall that we were talking about. But one of the weird problems with Cairn is that with reincarnation, it's almost like a double sacrifice where you don't even still get to bring in a Merc because he'll die, reincarnate, and then die again the next turn without doing anything, and that can feel kind of bad. But here we're seeing the Phantom Knives got off from Davidson's own Valera, and so things are relatively fast here. There is a Varden that slowed MD's board, but the Unnatural Smoke is off from Valera, so it's still going to be faster. If you see that 30-point crit, ugh, that hurts. We trade the Valera away. Ugh, uh-oh, Davidson's Valera just disappears.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. And now no longer is this a tie game.
No.
Absolutely no longer is this a tied game. Yeah. Honestly, I mean, well played from. I like the idea that Davidson ended up trying to hide that
Hmm.
Valera. I think that was probably the only thing that you had to go for there. I wonder if there's any consideration for, like we said, like, what if you just didn't play the cookie, right, on Davidson's side? What if you just played another Merc that you could kind of more safely open? But I'm not sure the community really knows what that is yet. Like, maybe a Tyrion could have been okay. But now Tyrion is also just another fighter that gets obliterated by Grom Thrall. It's probably had to be another random caster, but what, like a Blink Fox? I'm not even sure. So this is just players really. This is a new format. This is a new world. Did they test for it? I think Davidson did a good amount of prep, kind of being ready to go to this game three. But we're starting to see whoever is winning game one might start running away with the good countercomp in game three. Because even if you force your opponent to do something weird that's the best thing they got, that's not good enough. It doesn't matter if it's the best thing you got.
Yeah. And it's talking about just the best that you've got too. I think we saw that this series as well from MD. And even just
Mm-hmm.
starting off this third game, like you said, it would be good against the Valera, but I think it was just the strong start, regardless of if there was a Valera or not.
Right, definitely.
And again, that whole snowball effect, okay, yeah, didn't get to kill the Valera, but once that Valera did come down, the Valera died pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she
Because
really did
MD
not.
just, yeah, she she was gone. She didn't stick around and do what Davidson really wanted her to do. Unfortunately for Davidson, but from MD's side, I mean, yeah, that was the whole setup, right? The whole thing of, okay, now this is my comp, and I'm just gonna start off with the strong stuff and give myself the best chance of starting the game really strongly and being able to take this game number three and ultimately the series.
Yeah, 100%. And honestly, I think I'm curious to see if maybe Jaina Varden is kind of a trap in this format. It seems like the flexibility of that comp. Oh, jeez. It seems like the flexibility of that comp is definitely reduced when you are forced to only keep certain parts or when your opponent knows that it's
Yeah.
coming. It really seems like everyone needs to be pivoting around these Valeras instead. And I wonder if if the Jaina comps in general just really stick you in too awkward of a position that basically always means that you will get counter killed. So maybe that's the reason why people should be opening with it more instead, and hoping to kind of get the better coin flip there. But I don't know. That will be yet another narrative that we will continue to pay attention to as we go forward. But
Yeah.
MD just kind of securing the victory here. Davidson, unfortunately, had some great plays. Like I said, some of the sickest water elementals I've seen. I think people should take that from. There were a couple good details that Davidson was doing that future Frost players should continue to pick up. And we know that Frost is going to continue to probably be quite good because Lokalar is coming in the new patch and is an insane Merc. Honestly, this format would have been totally different if we had those new Mercs. And it would have changed. It
Yeah.
just would have made everything absolutely crazy. But Jaina and Varden are going to be very good literally starting next week. It's already really good.
Yeah.
But people might have been baited by the stats. Hearthstone replay. Hey, I've said that Mercenaries is bait city. This game is so hard to figure out. And even when you have access to these beautiful Hearthstone replay stats like we do, you still have to know how to interpret that information. You still have to know how to parse that information and then take it 2 to 3 to 4 steps deep to be able to figure out a crazy format like Last Mercenary Standing. So, well played to Davidson. Well played to MD, but MD will move on. And Davidson, our insane run from the Pauper tournament, unfortunately cannot be continued here. We're going to see MD moving forward, and we're going to pay attention to, can someone solve this Valera problem in this tournament? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I think now, we've already kept talking about it, but I think it'd be a great time to jump back into some of those HSReplay stats. Let's take a look at some of those again, because, this is just a fantastic resource for anybody if you want to use it. Again, huge shout out to HSReplay for, powering up this whole tournament for us, the prize pool. Again, top 16 will be getting some HS Premium, all the way up to top 4, in addition to getting HS Premium, are getting cash pricing as well. But these stats that we're looking at on screen right now, it's available to everybody right now. You can go look at it.
Mm-hmm. You gotta have your Mercenaries. You gotta have your Hearthstone Replay Premium for Mercenaries here, and some of the bundles you can now buy bundles basically that allow you to get access to everything. Or if you just want Mercenaries, you can just get Mercenaries. It's super cheap. It's literally less than a normal subscription. The collection manager is accessible to everybody right now, but I thought this was just so funny to I just change it to a minimum games of 1,000. Literally, this is the only deck in high MMR. Again, basically top 200. 9,500 plus. The only deck in the format that has more than 1,000 games played in high MMR. That's really crazy. And so that's why, again, we're going to be seeing a ton of that. That's what we should be seeing, a lot of that deck. But what are comps here that we really haven't seen yet? So we've seen this Jaina Frost with, this Tyrion Frost. No Vol'jins yet. This is something that I would be actually kind of interested in seeing potentially, is some of these shadow openers that can throw down against a lot of the Grom Thrall Valera decks. It's got a low win rate, unfortunately, with the 51%. But that's a ladder thing sometimes, and I wonder what its actual matchup is against this deck. I would love to see, who knows, maybe some future Hearthstone Replay stats actually have matchup percentages and matchup charts. We tried to make one. It is hard to do in this game. It is hard to do in Mercenaries. So we're doing certainly what we can. Oh yeah, here's the Samuro Grom Valera comp down here as well. I think some of the comps that I would like to start seeing are some more caster openers, especially when we're seeing Grom Thrall Valera being the best deck. And a lot of the caster openers can also still throw down against Frost, right? You can just match caster with caster and say, we're going to trade back and forth of just not critting each other and doing what we can. But a deck that is not featured on here at all that I would also like to see, and I've been a huge proponent of this deck, and I think it's maybe a better tournament deck than a ladder deck, is MAM. Let's see if we can even find it in here. Where is it? Let's see. Let's go to Min Games 100. It's got to be in here somewhere. I've probably played 100 games of it.
Can you walk us through, maybe everybody's not familiar with the acronyms and that kind of thing. So what is that? What's the purpose of it?
Yeah, so MAM stands for right here. We can see it here, Malfurion. The first M in MAM, Malfurion, Anduin, and then Mukla, or King Mukla. But what this deck really does is we kind of actually saw it a little bit in game 1 or in round 1, where we saw the audible towards how can we counter Valera? How can we just throw these little summons in the way of Valera? It didn't really pan out with the Malf Eudora Mukla, with almost maybe going with too many summons to throw down against Valera. But this deck is ultimately saying, I'm going to scale to control deck, right? We haven't really seen a control deck yet. Jaina is kind of the closest thing to a control deck, but Anduin tries to go to 100, 200 health, and grind it out. A really consistent form of AoE in Anduin's Holy Nova as well. And you use the nature synergy for Malfurion to trigger, both with Mukla's spells, Malfurion spells, healing your whole team and triggering Anduin's Ring of Purity, where whenever a friendly character is healed, Anduin gains 5 health. This MAM deck, I think, actually has a very good matchup against Grom Thrall Valera. And part of the reason is because you have no fighters, you don't get crit by almost anybody, and your Anduin doesn't get crit by Valera on turn 1 because you have Mukla's big brother in the way. So this is honestly a deck, this is the OG version from the Invitational that Gia and I basically developed, and then China also developed, of Samuro with Sash of Illusion and the Sylvanas, where we were talking about that Death Rattle Sylvanas. Get those summons, get those Samuro Sash of Illusions, and you have a gigantic fighter at the end of your lineup. I would love to see someone actually bring MAM. I've been testing with it a lot, and I think it is a good counter to GVT. Where will it show up in someone's lineup? I don't know. I think it'd be a cool counter deck. I think it'd be a cool game 2, game 3 kind of deck. So I'm really looking forward to seeing something like this, just seeing a control deck pop up. But otherwise, nature, I would hope to see a little bit more of some, maybe that big stomp like we were talking about with you stack nature damage, and then Aaron's Earth Stomp actually checks nature damage, and so you just go 30 or 40 or Valero with a gigantic crit. But still a lot of space to still evolve, a lot of new decks to still see. And we're already starting to see players go into these bizarre combinations and bizarre positions that they are not familiar with, their opponents aren't familiar with. And it's really just starting to reward the better players, and especially the Valera players.
Yes. And, looking at this HSReplay screen and talking about different Mercs, and one that I have been really interested with looking at these stats that I feel like I think we saw for a brief second in the very first match, but we really haven't seen much since, is Natalie. And we do have a kind of a chart here, a compilation of the 6 mercenaries that everybody is bringing initially, right? For this tournament, everybody has to bring their starting 6, and then after they lose, they end up switching out 4 of those. But it's very interesting to me that looking at the HSReplay stats versus some of these opening Mercs that we've seen, and even some of the matches, it's not quite the same. And maybe, again, that could be because of like what you mentioned before, where maybe not everybody that's playing in the tournament has Natalie, or maybe they don't have her maxed, or maybe they don't have the ideal equipment, and so it's like, well, maybe that's probably not the greatest option to bring for this tournament format. But it's really interesting, I feel like, because when we see these tournaments, and I'm going to say even in standard tournaments, even in battlegrounds, you can see some of these players do well with quote unquote, mediocre heroes. And I feel like we're seeing that now. It's the nature of this format where people are switching in, and maybe there is that factor too of having to switch to mercenaries that they have either maxed out or close to maxed out, or that they're the most comfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, the players that have the biggest collection with the most max mercs and the most experience with them are going to be rewarded with this. Like you said, do you know how to play? If Eudora Mukla is kind of the if Mam is the good counterplay comp to a certain matchup, yeah, even if it's optimal, can you allow yourself to bring it if you don't know how to play it? Probably not. And especially when stakes are this high, I think players are going to deviate away from those types of maneuvers where if we don't know it, I'm just going to go with comfort and kind of hope that can ride it out. Because one mistake in this game will just end you in many cases. One little misordering of an ability, anything weird like that. So we'll see if any more of these Mercs from the Hearthstone Replay stats show up, something like Skyrim or Rogers. Maybe we get an opening Illidan. But we're going to be hopping into our next round already, I think.
Yeah, we're going to be jumping into it here in 1 second, but it's very interesting as we move through this bracket to see. I'm sure as we get deeper into the bracket, closer to that top 4, that grand finals, that we probably will see the same kind of comps, right? Because those will be the players that have the most collection and the most mercenaries, like you were talking about. But do I see it on screen here? Is this what we were just talking
speaking
about?
Of the devil, there we go. Let's go. So we're hopping into the end of a round 3 match right now, of which is the round that we were just in. We've got Rodri versus Tom, and so yeah, we're already seeing the Shadow comp busting out here, and this is actually just barely into. This is maybe 2 turns in. It looks like we saw Shadow Valera opener against the Jaina Tyrion. No, not Jaina Tyrion, because Tyrion would have had the buff. I missed exactly who the first Merc that Rodri opened with. Let's see, pull up their deck list here. Rodri Grom. No, okay, right. This is deep into the set, right? So who knows what's been changed or kept now at this point?
Yeah.
Because technically, if you win, yeah, you can just start swapping out a lot of stuff. I guess with only best of 3, you never really see like a full swap away from the whole 6. If we did best of 5, you could end up literally having a completely different set of 6, but. Here we see the Illidan coming in, a Jaina with an Ice Block popped at a very killable range here. But like you were just talking about Natalie, we got some shadow stuff in here. Some of the OGs, we saw a lot of this from the early tournaments. So Vol'jin was the original Valera, right? Just making everyone go super fast. But now, Porque no los dos.
Yeah. Well, I have these starting mercenaries pulled up here. So for Tom, Tom started with Jaina, Varden, Tyrion, Cairn, Diablo, and Illidan. And Rodri's initial 6 were Gromosh, Valera, Varden, Cairn, Diablo, and Blinkfox. So yeah, some of these mercenaries that we're seeing right now on the screen have been switched out, which is just, of course that's going to happen after there's been a game, but
Yeah. And this was a cool full swap. I mean, this was Tom also keeping the Karen Diablo. Like, I think that's probably going to be a very common pairing that people will open with and then hold on to throughout the entire tournament. They have a very strong pedigree. But interestingly, honestly, a lot of these games really haven't gone into like deep late games. We're not really seeing just like Karen and Diablo and a cookie against a Karen Diablo and a cookie. Most of
yeah.
these matches are kind of just getting decided very, very early on, which is, I think, a huge difference again from some of the early tournaments that we played where you were going late and it was just a scrap the entire way. Here, in some cases, the games are being decided in just those first, I would say, 3 or 4 turns compared to the game being decided on turn 7 or 8. But Shadow Valera going down to such ludicrous speeds, already not having lost a Merc yet, and killing 2 entire Mercs off on the side from Rodri. Certainly Tom favored. Ooh, I love that action too. So, ooh, wow, the perfect freeze. You definitely prefer to have Valera frozen there, or the Natalie frozen there, I think, just because you can still get the Vol'jin action, but let's get a little bit closer. But Valera's still just alive. I've been a huge proponent of Natalie with Valera. I think that's actually a Merc that people need to play, even without Vol'jin, or put a Vol'jin on a bench. But Natalie has such an insanely huge heal with that Benediction. Yet another way, like we were talking about, ways to heal Valera. I think Natalie is one of the best ways that is still not getting enough play. And so I'd love to see it here. And it's looking like it's doing pretty well. I feel like we're doing all right. We're down to that 3, that Karen Diablo cookie, that CDC bench.
There it is. And still, 2 more mercenaries on the bench for Tom. So quite a bit lopsided in terms of that. But that, I mean, even though some of these games have been decided early, like you said, or at least felt like they were decided pretty early, just because the mercenary count is teetering in one direction or the other doesn't always mean that is the way that it's going to go. We saw earlier how quickly one person went from 4 Mercs all the way down to 2 and then lost. So not always an indicator, but right now Tom is ahead in terms of the Merc count. But I think, like you said, that the ability to heal and keep that Valera alive is so important that we're going to see here. And now it's putting that initiative on Rodri. How much can Rodri do to try to kill that Valera, try to take it out before it keeps wrecking havoc on the board?
Yeah. Okay, nice. They actually high rolled. Okay, so that was really important because they high rolled the fish that deals damage when it dies, and it got the full stomp. I mean, that was a really cool combo too because the Natalie was frozen, so she doesn't get an action. The fish also suddenly gives you another action. So despite being fast, despite Tom having a Valera that was alive, normally that gets under Fire Stomp, and Fire Stomp doesn't really do enough. Fire Stomp deals more damage with the fewer the Mercs that have acted already in that turn, but just enough damage to go over the top. Valera almost lived at like 2, but then the fish that Cookie hit was the one that deals 15 to everything, cleaned out the Valera, and now, I was literally just saying we haven't gotten to a CDC mirror yet, but the problem here is that there is what normally tends to determine these are who has the higher health Diablo. Because Diablo tends to scale whenever a Merc or any unit dies, Diablo gets bonus health. Everyone's playing Black Soulstone as the equipment. And so if your Diablo can live like one more turn, that tends to be a difference maker. And this is technically kind of close. I mean, this would kind of come down to a fish difference for sure. But now it's Roger's turn to go for some Fire Stomps if they want it. But it looks like they're just going to be setting up for just punch. We'll get some slows. And trade around. Might even see a fish from Tom this turn, actually, too, just to set up for a Fire Stomp next turn.
Yeah, and interesting talking about potentially... Nope. Okay, or we're not going to see a fish.
Yeah.
But so you mentioned the Soul Stone, so I'm going to talk about that for a second here. So if you're unfamiliar, the Black Soul Stone is one of Diablo's equipment pieces. It's a passive that after a character dies, Diablo gets additional health. And so that's where Molahu is talking about the importance of that, because if it's just going to increase that snowball effect, right? And correct me if I'm wrong, but because this says after a character die, it doesn't say friendly or an enemy character. It is any character.
Everything.
So even if one of these players loses a Merc, it's going to buff their own Diablo. And there we go. That was, well, I mean, they both get buffed if they're both running that Black Soul Stone.
Right.
But that is where that health comes in. And we do see one of the Mercs go down for Rodri. So now this is suddenly looking, again, a bit more favored for Tom, even though it did whittle down to a more even match. But what?
Yeah, this is like you said, definitely very much so more of like the OG style of Mercenaries kind of ending position. But the Black Soul Stone difference definitely mattered. But actually, we're also seeing a huge difference there. I was like, oh, maybe Tom will go for a fish, but Rodri's Cairn was within the cookie snipe range, where that fish feast ability, where you just 2 speed, it will crit Cairn for 20, and if it kills him, it just pumps your entire team. And it's very easy to bring Cairn down, bang, bang, bang. Very easy to bring Cairn down to 20 health, and in back-to-back turns in many cases, which is what we saw from Tom here, where they just got to catch the low health Cairn, because they forced the Cairn to come out earlier, got to put damage on it, forced the Diablo down earlier, got to put damage on it, and then set up just cookie snipe and a cookie snipe, and run away with the health difference. And so we see Tom squeaking out of it. Well played, yeah. Well played.
And I'm not sure. Let's see. I'm not sure exactly where they're at in the match, if that actually was game 1, because looking at the bracket, they might not have filled in their scores yet.
Yeah, who knows how many games they played.
Yeah, so I don't want to cement my that was the first game answer, because that might be wrong. But we'll keep you up to date as we know more on that. But if that was, I mean, it couldn't have been. It couldn't have been, right?
That was the
because
end of round 3.
Because we saw the Natalie.
Yeah.
So,
something
had to have been switched. Something had to have switched. So it was at least game number 2, if not the final game. But very interesting closeout there. I think that was the first game that we got to see where the end was that mirror match of Mercenaries, like you mentioned. We kind of saw similar openers, but that was the first time we've got to see similar endings and how that panned out. But we're still we're moving through this bracket, but let's talk about also in the bracket where we are, because we've still got a lot of games to go. We had a ton of people sign up, so this is very, very interesting. I think that was actually looking at the bracket now, that was the victory game for Tom, taking it 2-1 over Rodri. So that was the final game, it looks like, in that round. But we are now moving into the round of 8, it looks like. After seeing that victory, there are brackets now, some matches getting filled in for top 8 already.
Yeah, just like that. Cruise through. And these will, honestly, it tends to slow down. We'll probably have a lot of the matches kind of waiting to be able to get their time either on camera, to be able to take breaks, etc. But yeah, no, already we're basically down into the top 8. And so everyone here has qualified for prizes, and now we're going to start playing for the big bucks. And so again, to remind everyone of basically what the prize structure is, first place, $500, and then it scales down to around $200, $100 for third and fourth. And so that's where a lot of the money is in that top 4. So these players are desperately, desperately scrapping for this top 4, but everybody that's in top 16, they're getting Mercenaries, rewards for Hearthstone Replay, amongst other things. So really great tournament already so far, and I think that we are getting confirmation that was, like you said, game 3 in that spot, so now we're going to move on around 4. And I think we have Wizard Beast queued up, which is, again, a player that has just, I think, without fail, just shot straight to the finals of every single tournament, but then lost the finals of every tournament that they've played. So if you were saving up your chance to win a tournament and win your finals, Wizard Beast, this is the time. So that will be very exciting, and it looks like they're going to be playing against THMD too, which is another player that we saw earlier defeat. Who was that they took down? That Warshak?
Davidson.
Oh, yes, right.
Yeah.
Upsetting the previous
Yeah.
tournament winner. So MD is currently kind of our maybe our villain that's running up the bracket right now and doing great. And then I would say Wizard Beast is maybe our hero at the moment running up. So who else is alive here? Looks like the top 8. We got Wizard Beast against MD. Mana is still alive. And it looks like Dallas is also in this tournament. I don't think I realized that Dallas is in here. Dallas is another streamer, content creator, but from Australia. And so they are playing on an absurd time difference right now. But they're still making a run for it. Zombies, my podcast co-host, seems to have been defeated by Mana, unfortunately, in the last round. And my other co-host is also throwing down and trying to scrap to make it into the top 8. But a bunch of known players, honestly, coming into the end of this tournament, which is great.
Yeah, and looking at our initial things here, let's take a look at what MD and Wizard are bringing. So MD is going to be starting with Varden, Jaina, Tyrion, Diablo, Cairn, and Illidan.
Okay.
So interesting. I love that. Maybe I feel so like, no, we're not going to, but for your sake, I hope we see the Illidan in that start, because I know how much you want to see that.
Yeah, I mean, if they had the read for some reason that it wasn't and we know that MD here only has one protector. We're seeing the mirror match again, essentially here.
Yeah. Well, and actually looking at it, I'm okay. We're gonna compare this, but I believe here's Wizard Beast starting lineup. Varden, Jaina, Tyrion, Diablo, Cairn, Illidan. Isn't that what I just said? That's gonna be a 6-4-6 mercenary mirror match to kick things off.
Great.
I mean, it's just like, okay, it's amazing.
Yeah, and we're seeing, let's see, so far every action has been mirrored. We should just have identical numbers across the board. These kind of mirrors are really interesting because, yes, it will be determined by some coin flips. Yes, it will kind of come down to which player just happens to high roll. But more importantly, Mercenaries is an amazing game to, instead of complaining about losing a coin flip, find a line that puts you in a better spot than a coin flip. Can you get there? Which player will deviate first from mimicking one another is what we're definitely going to be paying attention to here, because it's either going to win them the game or lose them the game on the spot. Maybe they'll both just play chicken. We'll see.
Yeah, I think the biggest example that we've seen of something like that already was earlier when Davidson kind of deviated from the Jaina lines and went for those water elementals.
Yes.
But yeah, here, is that going to be the same case? How are these players going to go for it? And like I said, when do they deviate? Because has it all been just mirror so far?
Yeah, I mean, this is turn 2. Let's see if they continue to do it. I mean, you unfortunately basically have to kill the Jaina.
Yeah.
Oh, but so already we're seeing a difference. There was a... Oh, yikes. Uh-oh. All right, so our first difference appeared, and it resulted in a slightly different outcome, where now Wizard Beast essentially said, I'm going to go for the just Divine Assault with Tyrion, where it will just try to attack, get a Divine Shield if it kills them. It was never actually going to get the Divine Shield, but basically what they were saying is that I want to hold on to my 2-speed Judgment of Humility. I want to attack really fast next turn. But MD ended up audibling, went for that water, pulled the Davidson and pulled out the Water Elemental, and Tyrion ran straight into it and blocked it, and Wizard Beast lost their Ice Block because MD went for the Judgment of Humility with Tyrion. They said, I'm going to take out the Ice Block, which is normally what people go for in this matchup. So let's see if Wizard Beast, with the Judgment of Humility difference, can make it. But I think now the computer calculator slid towards MD's favor.
Yeah, and it's just so interesting seeing. Oh, I was gonna say, are we seeing another water elemental there? Potentially. I didn't quite see. It looked like it. Nope.
Looked like it, but it didn't even come up. Yeah, I think there was a coin flip that it lost. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here we
And
also see MD getting great equity out of that Blessing of
yeah,
Kings. This is one of the big reasons why people are playing so much Tyrion right now, is because you have a really good defensive option to help keep your Jaina alive. And the longer that Tyrion survives, the more just like annoying, disruptive nonsense he can do. He's kind of like, weirdly, this is kind of another triple support kind of opener, but that we used to talk about way back in the day with the old tournaments. But it's a triple support that actually works because you can't afford to kill any of them. Literally, none of them die, and if they do, something bad happens. So
yeah,
Wizard Beast now has to be able to spin this first kind of position 4 sub in. This has to do a lot of work.
yeah. And I'm really going to be interested to see as well because I'm sure we'll get to the point where we're going to see one of MD's mercs go down, and MD's going to have to bring something off of the bench. I want to see if MD goes for that same kind
Hmm.
of, Merc 4 bring in as well, because they have the same exact lineup, right?
Yeah.
It's the same warband, it's the same comp, and up for most of this, they have done the same thing. We have seen a little bit of deviation. I want to see how much do they deviate with even bringing in these mercs, and how well. And there goes that Tyrion too.
Yeah.
That, like you said, that seems like it is putting Wizard Beast in an even worse position now.
Yeah, especially with both of these casters alive from MD. I mean, that's why it feels tough to
Yeah.
bring in that Karen there because they just took a ton of damage. And the Jaina's Ice Block from MD is still up, guaranteeing another 2 turns. Like, this is just kind of like we were talking about with Valera. This is the example with Jaina, where if one player can run away with the game and hold on to a Jaina, it does very well and tends to mean that you win the game. Mam with Anduin is also very similar, where if you can keep your Anduin alive, it's basically like protect the queen, protect the king. And we haven't seen it protect the king yet, but this is absolutely just Jaina living for too long. You're not allowed to have Jaina's ice block last this long. The advantage accrued is going to be really, really insane. The only good thing is that Wizard Beast does, like we talked about, have that stacking Diablo now. If more mercs die here, we get some Black Soulstone triggers from Diablo, and maybe that's an avenue back in, but MD still has their Illidan, still has their Diablo, still has their Cairn, and Wizard Beast is getting run thin at the moment.
Yeah. And that's again where that snowball kind of effect starts to come in too, where maybe there's the I don't even want to say like opposite snowball effect. I don't know how that works. It's going back up
It's a
the hill,
global. I don't
but
know.
you know, yeah, it maybe Wizard Beast can try to keep this Diablo going with that added health, like you said, but it feels like a huge maybe,
Yeah.
and it's just like feels like Wizard Beast is already so behind and kind of at that uh really just playing from the back foot
Yeah,
already. And I don't know if trying to hope that more things die and you get a little bit of health is going to be enough.
really their best chance was what just happened there is that they managed to kind of high roll all of the best possibles of you lose your Varden. Like you get the Varden frozen from the Varden death from MD's side. That was a clean triple kill essentially, right? Like there were no MD didn't get to do anything. They got one icicle off, which did a good amount of damage to the Diablo. But otherwise, it was a double kill. The problem is now that MD, like we had also referred to, this is that double sub in, where now, since you double killed, we get a really, really gross uh, Endurance Aura Fire Stomp option from MD. And if Jaina gets to live again, I mean, Karin is low. Right now, technically, MD could just high roll the Endurance Aura. I'm not even sure that Wizard Beast is allowed to go for this. I think they kind of have to try to just get value out of their own Cairn and just go Endurance Aura and try to do something. But it's going to be tough. This is that double. Ooh, okay, they won the flip. That was a coin flip for both. So now the Jaina doesn't get to act. Oh, they didn't even go for it. Okay, cute. They said no. Again, another thing we were talking about. Instead of going for the coin flip, go for something else. It is very common to kind of open with the Earth Stomp the first turn that you bring in the Cairn. And we're going to see the Diablo also going just for a Doom Charge on the Cairn. But now this is a clean 3v3, but the health total discrepancy is just way too wide, I think. We see a 2190 Cairn versus a 13 and a baby post-reincarnation Cairn on Wizard Beast's side. It's probably going to get grinded out from here.
Yeah.
Yeah, MD again. I think just kind of trying to figure it out. But I mean, hey, technically, Wizard Beast still does have their own Diablo or their own Illidan on the bench. But the fact that there's going to be very few actions from Wizard Beast this turn is just going to be left with an Illidan that doesn't even really get any good crits. This is kind of why I'm a huge proponent of opening with Illidan, I think, is because if you can actually know that there are some Jaina's out there, then I want to see the Illidan coming out right away and starting to scale a little bit right away. But it is really scary when the GVT is everywhere, so it makes sense. And I think I want to see Illidan more as a counter bring rather than in this position like this. But the cool thing about this means if you want to keep the Illidan, you can. But now you have to lose. Like now you can't have Karin and Diablo. Like if MD is going to have to switch here, or sorry, Wizard Beast is probably going to have to switch. What do they keep? They know that there's going against a Jaina Varden. You probably want to hold on to that Illidan, but now you have to break up your other buddies. So game 2 is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, and that's where you get into that. Maybe it's about finding what counters, but maybe it's actually finding just the best comp that you can for yourself. Because is there a great counter? And if there is, how much of the opponent's comp does it counter? Because I think we saw that before in that first round, right? Where it only countered part of what the opponent was doing, and then it just fell flat to the rest of the mercenaries. So yeah, I'm really going to be interested to see what they switch out for that game number 2. But going in now that Illidan's on the board, we have nothing left on the bench for either of these players, and everything's out. Everything's out here. But this Diablo has lived for Wizard Beast. It has gotten some staying power from those additional buff to the health, but is it enough at this point?
Yeah, I think
it's not.
Yeah, even the 3-speed endurance aura as Illidan pushes away the visual bug from Diablo. Like we see the multi-kill in Wizard Beast now. Scoops it up and sets up to go into game 2. So we can start to look at the comps. We know now that Wizard Beast has to swap out something. They have to swap out 4 Mercs, but what 2 Mercs are they going to keep is the real question. They know that they're going against Jaina Varden, and they know that their fighters that they have access to are Diablo, Tyrion, and Illidan. You probably have to keep at least one of those, right? At almost guaranteed. The question in my mind is, do you keep the Illidan and the Karin? Or sorry, the Diablo and the Karin? Or do you keep the Illidan and then something else? But as we've said, this Jaina Varden comp starts to maybe get a little bit baity, where it has so many pieces that don't really swap very well. So those are certainly going out of the way, I think. And I'm not sure, do you prefer to keep the maybe the Tyrion? Maybe you just keep Tyrion Illidan? That's kind of cute. And go into some kind of crazy Valeera comp after that. That might be fun.
Yeah, talking about Valeera is interesting because, again, both of those players that we just saw had the exact same mercenaries to start, and that did not include Valeera. Yeah. I would not be surprised to see Valeera come in now, get swapped in. But okay, so that's 1 Merc. What about all the rest? And like you said, which 2 are they going to keep? Because it's such an interesting and kind of different play style for this Mercenaries tournament and this format than what these players are used to in just the fighting pits, kind of just queue up your one game and call it good. So yeah, there's so much strategy to this, and it's going to be really interesting to see. Now, we're talking about the mercenaries that they're going to swap in and out, but again, it may be for people who are kind of just joining us. The reason they're swapping in and out is because this tournament is what we're calling Last Merc Standing. Very similar format to Last Hero Standing that you might be familiar with Constructed. And because of that, looking at kind of the typical patterns of the series and the mathematical side of it, the player who typically wins the first game is going to win those odd-numbered games, and in this best-of-3 format, that means game number 1 and then game number 3 to win the series. We're going to see if the kind of counter and then them winning game number 3 still falls into place, but as we jump into game number 2 here, we get to see what they switched out. There's that Valera!
Yeah, there's the Valera, and that is only the tip of the Spiceberg. Oh my god, there's a Garrosh, a Tavish, and I missed I think a Grom on the bench. This is a crazy board in from Wizard Beast, and this is starting to, honestly, again, to throw it back to the Global Invitational. Team EU did something that was really cool, I think, that no one was ready for, of just like, go completely off the wall. You've never been here before. What's up? Let's throw down. Get ready. And this is absolutely what Wizard Beast is doing. They managed to keep the Jaina Varden. I'm very surprised, but it totally makes sense because this Valera is fine. This Valera is great. I mean, this is what we saw earlier with Davidson, I think, right? Where it was just, we're going to go into a Jaina Varden mirror, and then when I win, I'm going to bring in Valera, crush you, and then have... This is actually... No, so this is perfect. This is Wizard Beast showing I'm going to go into... He's probably going to end up winning this game and then hide the Varden and the Jaina for the game 3 and have that Grom... I think it was, that was Grom, not Garrosh. Okay, that's a smaller Spicyberg, but still very sweet, and looking great. So already, let's see how this ends up running out. We see the freeze. Wizard Beast taking the Davidson tech already. Let's go. The great freeze in getting, oh my god, everyone's doing them. Water elementals left and right.
Everyone saw it from Davidson's play earlier and said, yeah, we want to do that too.
I mean, it's great in Satyrian and the Valera. I mean, it does what King Milka's Big Brother does. It does what the Eudora Cannons does. It's yet another Merc, not a Merc, but another summon that has the lowest health on the board, and so Valera has to attack it if you go for a Sinister Strike. Maybe that means they don't, right? Maybe now they will just go for Wizard Beast here. We might see the ambush, might see another Phantom Knives, but already a very funky position. I like it.
Yeah, both Jainas really interesting healthy. Too. Yeah, the Jainas, and this is, I feel like, the way you were talking about setting up this comp, yeah, I agree. I feel like unless something really wonky happens, I think statistically, we probably will see Wizard Beast take this game, and then Wizard Beast, I feel like just with the way that Wizard Beast lined up their comp, they were thinking about games 2 and game 3.
Yep.
And I love that planning ahead. And
perfect. Exactly. Sorry not to cut you off there, but this is a complete blowout turn from Wizard Beast there. The key thing there is we've already seen no one ever cast Water Elemental. In 2 rounds, we've seen everyone start cast Water Elemental and then start blowing it out with Cold Snap, which is the liability of going for Water Elemental. Like, I'm not sure if we're just revisiting past history that we forgot about as to why maybe you shouldn't be going for as many Water Elementals, but I love that we're seeing some deviations already, and we've seen Ice Block pop on the side of MD, and Wizard Beast Jaina is just so healthy, functionally so healthy, and has the Ice Block Talisman still up. So she still has another whole turn. She's not going to die this turn, because Karen just really doesn't do enough. Actually, I suppose Karen will probably have to go for the just uppercut. But that's really the only way that they can trigger the Jaina Ice Block this turn, is they have to attack. And the Karen is gigantic because of the Tyrion dying, giving +8/+8 to the entire board. So this will be an interesting turn as we see that Wizard Beast even maybe identifies that and goes for Varden to steal the uppercut from Karen. Very interesting. Very interesting. We'll see how this one plays out. But like we said, Wizard Beast should be favored. Ice Lance, yoink. Sinister Strike taking out the 2-speed. The 2-speed Ice Lance as well to trigger the Valera to make her go back invisible, clean out that Jaina, and now, still in a great spot. We get a whole other turn from Wizard Beast, Jaina, and MD has been whittled down to 1.5, 2.5 Mercs. But this is that Illidan. This is the Illidan against the double blues.
These speeds, I wonder if the speed impacts are going to be coming into play here. You were talking about the uppercut from Cairn, which it didn't even go off, right? Because it ended up getting frozen last turn, didn't even get to attack. But is there a possibility for just going Earth Stomp here and trying to go for slowing stuff down? Is that going to be good enough for MD at this point? Is it going to be just going for the AoE effect to try to clear out this Valera at this point? Like, what are these players thinking for the setup here?
Yeah, it's definitely, I think if you're MD, you're trying to think of, can I manage to get value out of this Illidan right now? And can I kind of protect the Cairn? Because the cute thing is that Valera, if she just tries to attack the Cairn, who's the lowest health right now, she will just kill herself on the retaliation damage. So you kind of might be able to surmise that there is not a Sinister Strike coming out of this Valera, which means you actually can just go for AoE. So I think MD wants to just jam a ton of AoE here, like you're right. Oh, nope, they do just say,
Oh,
we'll take the Blade Dance that gets a double kill. Still managed to clear the Valera, but Jaina Ice Block popped. But a wasted Cold Snap. Anytime your opponent ever casts a Cold Snap and you don't actually get the value out of it, it starts to get really scary because now there's a Varden difference in terms of the speeds of these two turns. MD's own Varden got to cast Flurry, so all of Wizard Beast is slowed. Wizard Beast kind of rather, didn't get to Flurry. Went for a Cold Snap that whiffed. It did manage to get a little bit more damage onto the Cairn, but there is now a speed advantage for MD, but we're still looking at a 5v2.5. It's just up to Wizard Beast to ride this Tavish. There's a Tavish in there. That's the other funky one. Not looking great here, though.
yeah, the Tavish for sure is really interesting. Really having a hard time, I think, deciding here. Didn't seem like the Tavish was going to be coming out at this point, though, but Wizard Beast did look like there was a debate between the Gromash or the Thrall. Kind of went back and forth there. And now, okay, Gromash is on the board. Which ability is going to be used, though? That's the next question, because now it looks like another pause.
Yeah, they're kind of, you see all Wizard Beasts kind of hover. They're like, all right, do I just take the huge amount of damage onto Illidan, or do I try to kind of like get greedy and give up a lot of damage but deny the Cairn in action? I think Wizard Beast is kind of correctly identifying that, like, I just have an enormous health advantage, right? As long as I just keep making sure that all of my numbers do the biggest possible number, I should be able to count to 100 before my opponent can. So I like this idea of not kind of getting baited by the Cairn. He's going to die anyways. It's even actually going to die to the Varden AoE if that happens. But, yeah, Earth Stomp getting a double kill.
Yep.
Trades it off. Ooh, I would have actually liked to see, I would have loved an Outcast attack potentially from the Illidan there so that it got some death blow healing. Instead, they just kind of went to go for their normal winged assault where they just gain +5 attack and grow bigger. But I think healing might have been your way to victory. But now we see double red into double green. The Varden is frozen. Huge crit advantage on Wizard Beast's side. The Tavish is just here to hang out. Basically, the cool thing is that this Tavish is definitely seeming like like you were saying, that preparedness for game 3. This is saying, I'm not going to need the Tavish right now. I'm going to win so hard this game that I don't need my 6th Merc, and I'm going to save that 6th Merc for game 3. I would love that type of play pattern to start showing up. We haven't really been able to catch that yet, but I think Wizard Beast might be onto something.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it might be a bit more of a struggle than I think Wizard Beast was hoping for to win this game, though. Just because it still does look a little bit scary from MD's side of the board. There is that health advantage, though, like you talked about, for Wizard Beast. It's just a matter of making sure that if there's a lead, again, kind of that snowball effect that we keep talking about. If that snowball is already in motion, you gotta keep it in motion. And I don't know. I'm a little doubtful here, actually.
Yeah, that definitely. So I'm actually surprised they went for the explosive trap here. This is very close to being like a tie. Is that Thrall actually at 10? They took so much retaliation damage from that. That might be a 40. But the fact that, yeah, maybe I spoke too soon. It should have seemed like, I mean, this is now maybe getting punished for the exact same thing I just said of like, I'm going to win so hard I don't need this Tavish. Now this Tavish is starting to look like a liability that might have started counting his chickens before they were ready here.
Well, and I don't know.
Thrall's also not maxed, or even close to max. We see 17 attack is very low.
Yeah. Yeah, and maybe that's another issue that some of these players might be running into. Like, they've been able to get some wins, but as soon as they lose the game, well, now they got to bring in some mercenaries that aren't quite up to snuff, and that hurts.
Oof. Oh no, the disaster scenario there where actually, I guess no matter what, it was never going to happen. The Varden AoE death rattle. So that's what I was a little bit spooked of from last turn. I was like, wait a minute, oh no! I was like, if that Varden death rattle might be the decider here, and it managed to kill that Thrall. The Thrall took way too much retaliation damage. That's one of the problems with fighters into protectors, and especially Thrall, is just, if he has to punch you. He has to punch you twice, and he punched a 20 attack Diablo, took 40, and then died. We absolutely called that way too early, and maybe, like we said, that Tavish could have been the problem. That Tavish might have been looking too far into the future, but hey, GG's, and Wizard Beast for the first tournament now does not proceed on to the finals. But hey, well played.
Yeah, but we talked about this being that was a top 8 match, which means seeing that victory, that now puts MD into top 4, which is the cutoff point for that cash pricing that you were talking about. So that means MD guaranteed at least $125 now as they move into that top 4. And we're going to try to catch some more games, of course, potentially bringing you the entirety of those top 4 and the finals as we move into that. But, congrats to MD there. That was... Well, I'm just so interested in these games. Okay, my brain is like going a million miles an hour thinking about all this. Yeah, and because also the format of this tournament, we talked about how, traditionally with the, last hero standing kind of format, you see that initial game, then the counter queue, then the counter, and back and forth like that. I feel like every series has been totally different. We saw, I think we saw that one. We saw that one game do that. But then we've also seen a game, that we saw one match where it was like they win game number 1 and then the second person won game number 2 and 3. And now we just saw the same person win the first 2 games. Like it's just, these things are not falling into the kind of quota of what we would have expected for the way that these games would typically play out for the format, but I think that's, again, falling back into because of the Mercenaries, and there's so many different synergies within Mercenaries, it's not quite the same as just bringing a standard deck where, if you're bringing a quest line deck, you're always going to start with that, you're always going to try to complete the quest and then do your big thing. The Mercenaries, you can start with different stuff, right? You can change up, we saw that earlier. Somebody said, I'm not going to bring Valeera at the start. I'm going to put Valeera on the bench. And then that changed things up. And just the combinations of, are they going to go for AoE stuff? Are they going for nature, comps where they're compiling that synergy? Are they going for targeting down specific mercs? There's so many different ways that these players can actually maneuver these matches. I feel like even more so than what we're used to for like standard or just typical constructed games. And that has totally changed up that story of how the series overall is played out.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great thing that I think that some people kind of have reservations about, like, I think people talk a lot of smack about LHS because they say, like, it's just win your first game, then you win the set, haha, forehead, like, that's just all that it is. But I love it when this is clearly showing that that's not the case, that maybe this is actually a really good format style in the way that LHS has kind of taken it's had to fight a lot of resistance, I think, in terms of people preferring it for like an open cup format or anything like that. But I love to see the defeat of an assumption about the way that these matches should go. I think Mercenaries, time and time again, has just stunned us and surprised us with, it's not happening how you expect it to. It's not panning out in the way that you expect it to. And we have seen, MD is now the new kind of, they're the villain running it up. Basically, all these tournaments, we've had someone that just started killing the hero after hero and on their way to the finals. And MD is now that. I love that it actually makes for these kind of narratives that, like you said, it doesn't really feel the same way with standard LHS because it's just like, all right, I'm just going to bring, I lost with fork, I'm going to bring knife. I lost with scissors, I'm just going to bring rock. Those don't really exist in Mercenaries. That was a fear that people were going to have coming into this game mode that, just red beats blue. Or sorry, blue beats red beats green beats blue. If you just lead with 2 greens and they lead with 2 blues, it's just over. Of course not. And not even close. Couldn't be further from the truth. And so I love that this is yet another format that I think could have been a little spooky, and it's really nailed it. I think the narrative has continued to be spicy and change it up, and I love it.
Yes, I do as well. So let's talk about the next match that we have
Yes.
coming up for all of you, which looks like is going to be Dallas versus Mana. That's
Cha-ching.
the matchup that we are trying to get set up for you. So let's talk about what they brought. And
Yeah.
also, yeah, you mentioned Dallas being in Australia, and I
Yeah.
think when we were starting this tournament about 2.5 hours ago, they said it was 4 a.m., which means it's like 6:30 in the morning now. I mean, totally like wonky hours.
Yeah.
I'm sure Dallas is exhausted at this point, but
Mhm.
still running through this bracket insanely well already, and fighting for that top four to try to get cash.
Yeah, and I think we're basically going to be we're deciding the top four right now, and unfortunately, it looks like my co-host Tankster was defeated by Night Knight, who actually that's another name that I recognize from some of the other community tournaments. And so Night Knight is now going to be awaiting the result of Dallas and Mana. And yeah, Dallas and Mana is maybe the two highest profile matchup that we've had so far of two known competitors in the game in the format. So that's going to be a really sick matchup. Yeah, what are their decks? What are they playing? We
Yeah,
got
so
Dallas and Mana.
Dallas has Diablo, Varden, Valera, Cairn, Gromosh, Jaina. Okay, so some very similar things that we've already
Yeah, I
seen
can find them right
before.
here. Let's see, where are they? Dallas. Sorry, one more time. What's you got? Yeah, Diablo, Varden, Valera, Aaron, Grom, Jaina.
Yeah.
They're getting tricky here with this with writing this list up because
Yeah.
this is like the classic misorder it so your opponent doesn't really know what's going on or doesn't really know what you're leading with. Because when you look at this, I mean, this is Frost and Valera with Grom. Like this is basically preparing for this format where you are going to be audibling, and this lineup gives them the option of do I go Frost or do I go GVT? That is not something that we have seen yet. That is the potential to either keep your Valera or keep your Jaina from game one is so far unprecedented. And so it's been paying off right well for Dallas so far. So that's really cool to see. And then
Yeah, and I mean it's completely different for Mana
mhm.
because we haven't really seen this. So Mana has Valera, Thrall, Vol'jin, Gromosh, Samuro, and Natalie. We've seen a couple of these, namely Samuro and Natalie, be kind of switched in, but I think this is the first time we're going to be able to see it as the starting game one comp. And I'm really intrigued to see this, especially the Samuro, because Thrall, Samuro. I mean, we've talked before about how like Xyrella, Samuro really used to be a thing before. It's not quite, not really a thing anymore.
Not anymore.
Um,
I think Zarel is
but
the lowest win percentage Merc that's played right
yeah,
now when you
but
look at
but
those stats.
still bringing the Samuro
Yep.
and the Thrall. I mean, Thrall has been a pretty popular choice to bring, and of course that Valera as well. But uh, what is what's the rest of this comp doing? What do we want to be looking for as or our audience? What do we want to be looking for as we're moving into this series? Can you walk us through what these mercs are really doing in this comp?
Yeah, I think honestly the first thing to kind of establish where we're standing and what this matchup is that I would kind of really qualify this as Mana has brought the aggro deck. Like the hardcore, every single Merc is just a lean, mean killing machine. And they are leaning into just having all my speeds are 0. I'm going to be acting at the speed of light and hopefully just kind of just disrupting you through that pattern. The fact that they have the kind of Vol'jin Natalie Samuro is like a classic OG Shadow Samuro, right? That was like, if you've been playing Mercenaries for a while, that was one of the broken decks somewhere in like November of last year. And now they're just playing all the new broken stuff. They're still bringing back the Thrall, the Grom got buffed, and Valera is now here. So I'd love to see that Mana is playing this turbo aggro deck that has a really good opportunity to just full sweep lineups. So I like that a lot. Dallas is instead kind of bringing like the mid-rangey flexible deck, right? They are preparing instead for game 2 and 3 by having the Jaina angle or the Valera angle. And so that is really cool. How this lines up, it's going to come down to a mind game right away on game 1. Honestly, is really what is going to decide a lot of this, which is cool because you kind of have to imagine that Mana has the Samuro as an option to tech against Jaina. So they have it hiding on their bench, kind of like we were talking about with the Tavish that we saw in last game with Wizard Beast of like, I can hide one Merc in my 6th position, like way down at the lineup. And if I don't need it, I don't need it. I'll win through GVT instead. If they're going to be playing Jaina, then I'll audible into a Samuro. The thing is that Dallas is playing both. So how is he gonna call it? What is Dallas gonna lead? And can Mana essentially catch the Soul Read? This is a leveling position right off the bat. It's gonna come down to what do they pick? And here we go.
All right. Love this. I'm so excited for this.
So this is really coming down to, does Dallas lead Jaina or do they lead GVT? Yeah. Or actually, I suppose they don't truly have the T of the GVT here. So there's no Thrall, which kind of makes, I think, Mana think that it should open with a Jaina. I think Dallas is kind of baiting you into saying, no, I'm going to be leading Jaina. Grom is just hanging out because I don't have the Thrall, right? I'm not going to be leading with that. But is that a bait? Is that a trick? Is Dallas pulling some upside down world Australian shenanigans on Mana? I think so. Mana's trying to figure out which way the toilet flushes, and I think Mana will probably end up just jamming the Samuro. I think they are going to say, no, you're leading with Jaina. Because if you don't lead with Jaina, it's just such a kind of hodgepodge deck. Like a random Jaina on the bench, you can start to stagger step who you kill, make it so the Jaina's by herself. So I'm going to say that Dallas is going to still lead with the Jaina, and then I think Mana's just going to call that and lead with the Samuro.
Yeah.
Okay, so half correct. It was the Jaina, but I was not expecting the Thrall, and we see full Shadow Samuro. Okay, look at me. All right, I kind of got it.
Love it.
Very weird. Both teams having a Valeera and saying, nope, she's hiding on the bench.
Yeah, and that's, I think, the only time so far today that we've seen the Valeera start on the bench was the one match where that was a very purposeful choice because of it being game number, 3, I believe, that it was going into. And again, that was when it was playing into that kind of mind game of like the counter game, counter and counter the counter. But it's really interesting here because they have such like interesting and kind of differing starting comps. We're also just seeing the Valeera not come in right off the bat for both of them.
Yeah, definitely very weird. I mean, I think it kind of makes sense a little bit more so from Dallas, because if you just bring in this Grom, even if they lead GVT, or even if they lead with the Valeera, you actually have the Grom to like get in the way and be annoying and just do a bunch of damage. And here now you can just throw away the Grom. You'll take your 30-point crit or whatever onto Samuro, and we see a full focus of Samuro from Dallas. But against Shadow, ooh, wow, both of the Shadows went sideways. That's surprising. Okay. This is a very different, funky opener that I wouldn't have expected from both sides here. Basically, the Samuro ended up targeting the Varden. That is a rare open. Almost everybody just says, no, I have to kill this Jaina. But this is already a slight deviation, and not only did that happen, but Mana also didn't even focus the Grom. The Grom looks like it should be an insane liability here against Double Shadow, and we're going to see a huge AoE this turn. That could be why they didn't bother touching it, but technically, I think the Samuro can just get really cut down by this gigantic Grom, and Grom is still going to be living for at least another turn. And this Varden freeze could make a big deal in terms of locking out turn 2. Jaina's going to get the Ice Block popped most likely here. But hey, that's okay. This is going to be interesting. Both sides tanking pretty deeply. What does Dallas have really as a play that makes sense? Varden is toast. Varden's actually dying at 1 speed. So Varden's just going to pop, and really we're going to have to pay attention to where does this Varden freeze go. Because this Death Rattle from Varden says, take someone's ability. It's going to be taken on turn 1. This is something where maybe if it takes the Anathema from Natalie, then this could completely change the way that this turn ends up happening. Thankfully, the Samuro will be able to get the double strike trigger regardless, because Vol'jin's going to shoot super fast, but all right, we'll see. Another water elemental. All right, staggering slam. Ooh, on the... Really? Because of the Varden slow. Could still get under... Okay, I like this. And the block on the... Oh, my God. Beautiful from Dallas. I love that. The Freeze manages to then kill the Samuro, freezes that Natalie, like we said. Dallas came out way ahead of that turn, I think. Jaina Iceblock's still alive. Well played, well played. I honestly forgot about the Varden slow. Forgot about it in the world's first tournament too. Forgot about it here.
Yeah, this has gone so interestingly like different, I think, than what I was expecting when we were talking about the comps. And I mean, part of that I think is because the Valiras didn't come in at first, but
Yeah.
this has been really an interesting game. And just to reiterate again, you can see on the screen, but this is a top 8 match. So for these players here, they are playing as well to get into that top 4 where they get cash. They
Yeah,
get
this is the
cash,
money
they get
match.
money.
Yeah.
So yeah, they are going in, and I love it because it feels like they're taking risks more than we've seen, but it's it's like they are they're taking the risk because it's needed, I think.
Yeah. I mean, that's something I think you hear a lot of like, once you get to like the borderline professional level of play for almost everything, and especially things that have variance like this,
Yeah.
I think a lot of pros will agree, like, you don't play around the fear. You play towards what's optimal. You play towards like what makes sense. You don't think about the money. You
Yeah.
play one match at a time, one game at a time. You're always 0-0, all those kind of like mental strategies that I think are ultimately very helpful. But this could be a big difference. The staggering slam, this Grom has gotten way too much value. Oh my god, the full clear and Jaina, or sorry, the Valera gets the speed up, and both sides opted to bring in the Valera there, but this Jaina is just still alive, and now there are double fighters, or sorry, double protector coming out of mana, which means that this Jaina will get to continue to survive, continue to do a good amount of damage here, and the invisible Valera could make a big difference. I'm actually kind of surprised that we didn't see I guess what is Mana's last two? Mana has a very awkward Thrall. And that very awkward Grom. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're starting to see some of the punishments of like these opening Mercs that really are not the same character when they come off the bench. And Thrall has definitely been one example of it, just running his face into a Diablo, somebody that he should do well against and was not nearly strong enough. So this is a little bit of the awkwardness for mana of this turbo aggro deck, but I guess you're probably going to assume the Grom is coming here? Yeah. Yeah, look at these great options here. Super fast Earth Stomp from Cairn. The Natalie's also. I guess there are going to be a couple coin flips here. Oh no no no! We've got a Phantom Knives going from Valera on mana, so things are going to get awkward here. But again, you still kind of have to imagine that Dallas is slightly favored. But technically, there is, like you said, mana's protecting this Grom, protecting this Thrall, in order to throw down against the Valera, and in order to throw down against what Dallas's last Merc is, which is that Diablo. Grom is pretty good into Diablo when he's actually at full health. Last time he wasn't, but we'll see.
Yeah. Interestingly too, this Natalie is still on board for mana. This came out at the beginning, right? Hasn't it been there
Yeah,
since the start? Like it's just stayed on the board, and it's so interesting because the Jaina on the other side has been there since the beginning too. So we're definitely seeing a case of which mercenaries these players feel like they need to eliminate first, and which ones they're saying, well, like, I mean, I probably don't want that to be staying on the board, but it's the better of the two right now, so I'm just gonna leave it, and I need to get these other ones out of the way.
yeah, and the Natalie also got frozen from the Varden, so got to hang around for a little bit. But we see a very weird play or an interesting play from Dallas there. That I wonder if they did. So they obviously held on to this, right? So they didn't take an action with their Valera. They just said, "I'm not going to unstealth it. I'm actually just going to keep it here because I really want the speed advantage." But now the problem is that both sides have it. And so there are going to be, again, a couple more kind of coin flips. What we're probably going to see here is, yeah, Dallas's endurance aura. This is going to be a zero speed flip on both sides. These are kind of some of these maligned positions that people have kind of been complaining about with Valera mirrors, where when everyone is at zero speed, it definitely feels like a very different game. And this match might just be decided right here on a couple of these zero speed flippers. But we saw the Natalie get the light beam heal on Valera to keep it alive. So Natalie's been doing all right.
Yeah, and talking about the coin flips, or when you have mercenaries that have the same speeds,
Yes.
it's you have to look at it, or if people aren't as familiar with it, maybe you're looking at it going, okay, why does this matter? Well, for one thing, you have to look at the mercenaries on the same side of the board. If they have the same speed, it's actually going to go based on which one they queued first, which one that player queued first. But if they're on opposite sides and they have the same speed, it is random which one gets to go first in that. So that's why for these players, when they're the same speeds, they're going to really try to order their own mercenaries as best as they can, and then, hope that they win that 50-50 toss-up, if it is 50-50, because sometimes it is, but when you really start to get some of these speed increases, sometimes it could be 3 mercenaries, or maybe even 4. That's a little less likely, but I've seen 3-way ties before, and then it's, do you have 2 of the mercenaries, and they have 1, it gives you better odds. And so there's also that maneuvering of how do they want to try to set that up to give themselves the best chance of winning those ties.
Yeah, 100%. And there were some changes actually, even where like the tying was a little bit more awkward. Now it kind of got fixed. And so it is definitely now better, which is great. But unfortunately, Dallas ended up winning fortunately for Dallas, ended up winning that 0-speed coin flip, got the Endurance Aura, which meant that his Valeera got to kill Mana's Valeera, and then Jaina also got to act. They got all 3 actions and got a huge, huge flip there. If there instead Mana had gotten the, I believe the Grom was at 0. Like, I think the Grom had the opportunity to get a 0-speed, interrupt the Cairn, and then everything else starts to fall apart and end up very different. But instead, Dallas came out. Dallas was ahead, right? I think we were saying that the Jaina being alive for this long was a huge deal. And now even still, this is 1 Thrall against 3 Mercs. Thrall really doesn't have that 1v9 carry potential because he has to take so much damage when he deals damage. And so even here, he could try to trade for the Diablo, but just the low health Mercs otherwise would still be enough.
Yeah. And you see how quickly Dallas has queued up those actions. There's been a lot of debate in some of the others, but as soon as it gets down to this point, Dallas is like, okay, yep, 1, 2, 3, check, and we're good.
Check and mate. And this is a 4-speed. This is a 4-way tie at 6 speed, like you were just talking about. And so I believe it does end up ultimately kind of favoring Dallas. Like when you get to make more coin flips in your favor, then you get to kind of dictate the math in that kind of sense. And so this is a humongous series of coin flips, but it's just huge damage no matter what. Mana is going to end up falling. The Apocalypse getting layered first, so we get the huge crit from both. And 1, 2, 3, he wins all 3, because why not? And Mana holding on to his variance instead for game 2. Dallas pulling away and getting the dub with a Jaina that survived.
Yeah, so that was game number 2?
I think that was still game 1. That was a long game 1.
That was game 1.
That was a long game 1.
I think I'm getting it confused with the other series, but okay, so now we get to talk again about with this formatting. So what 2 Mercs get kept? Which ones get scrapped and replaced?
Yeah, so we can slide back over to the Hearthstone replay stat screen here a little bit. We can take a peek at honestly, the hilarious thing is that neither of those comps are really represented on this list. If we go down and look, Mana was playing something very similar to this Vol'jin, Natalie, Valeera, Cookie, Cairn, Diablo build, but slightly different, right? They had the Grom and they had the Samuro. A much different scenario. Or sorry, they had the Thrall and the Grom, and no Cookie. Just a very different comp, basically, but it's kind of similar to this. Most likely, so again, now Mana has to change their lineup, right? Dallas is going to be running it back with a variant of the Frost comp, which we saw kind of down here. It's kind of like this Jane of Arden Tyrion deck, except there's a Valeera in there. And honestly, when you look at these, this is that difference of doing weird stuff. This is that difference of if you come off of this tier list, if your opponents are looking on this list to try to figure out, like, all right, what's my opponent doing? You won't find it. It will be off the wall. And I think both players took that risk on purpose, and hopefully it's going to be able to pay off. If we go and look at, let's see, just the tier list here. Still no Illidan, and the Jaina still certainly looking good. No Skyrim or Rogers. I wonder if we'll see some Skyrim Rogers Diablo kind of tech. That's kind of Skyrim Rogers has an action with this master tactician here, and you can see all these abilities as well. You get to decide when someone goes next, or decide when someone goes last. Very funky ability, and actually has an insanely high win rate considering how underplayed she is. So I wonder if someone will ever bust out some of these crazy mercs, right? They look at this list and they go, okay, who is good? We've seen no Cornelius either. That's also very surprising. None of these kind of like wholly protective control decks. No one's really bothered to go for a control deck yet. And that could be another angle that Mana will consider, right? Maybe a control deck is a good way to kind of tackle this flexible comp from Dallas, because what most of the control decks, like Cornelius with, let's say, Anduin or Anduin and Mam, right? Maybe we'll see one of those pop up. They always lead the same thing. They are always doing something discreet and on purpose, and I don't care what your opponent is playing. You try to do your thing and then adjust on the fly. I think those strategies would be quite good in this format, but we really haven't seen anyone be willing to pull the trigger yet. So otherwise, yeah, we see Valera way down here. Hilarious. The fact that Valera is at 56% win rate is unbelievable considering she's basically in every single deck. We see this over here, this final page, this final part of the Hearthstone replay list here is versatility, which basically means how many decks does this Merc go into? Does it go into a bunch? We see that Illidan in only 12% of decks. Way down here, or not 12% of all decks, but of a variety of decks. And Valera is just, where'd you go? 64%. She's everywhere. This is a crazy, crazy stat, and to have such a high win percentage, these are things that people are going to look towards. Maybe even the devs will look towards of what to nerf and what to buff. But when we scoot back over, we can look at some of the deck lists again. What is Mana going to do? What is Mana going to do? We see him here.
Yeah. I think one big thing with looking at those HSReplay stats as well is the amount of games, right? Because you do have it set to a higher amount of games, whereas, maybe, I don't know, again, what these players' experience is in terms of how much they play. Again, because they have to switch Mercs in and out, maybe they don't have as much experience or they haven't leveled some. So that could be, playing into some of those stats as well. Maybe if you lower the number of games, that could affect it. If you're looking at, whether they have complete collections, that all factors into what they're going to bring as well. We don't have access to what, the collection is for these players, so we can't look exactly like at, what they see when they're switching Mercs out. So that's
I'm sure they have a lot of max Mercs.
I would imagine at this point, but probably if we had looked through some of the players who, just signed up because it was a fun tournament, they just wanted to join, that would be very different. But yeah, as we move into this, trying to fight for this top four, they're probably going to have a lot more of these Mercs unlocked. But looking through, I mean, as you can see, again, huge shout out and thank you to HSReplay for putting in these stats, for providing so much for this tournament, and just being such a powerhouse across all of these modes, because it's amazing to be able to look at these. So, okay.
Looking at these stats, I don't know. I'm pretty sure there's. Hey, you look highest sort by win rate. Rexar. We're playing beasts. Here it comes, baby. 61% win rate. This is that bait city that I'm talking about. This is when stats lie. Minimum of 100 games. Apparently, Rexar is S tier. I do not believe that is the case. Let's bring it down to 1,000. And yeah, we see a much more representative list here. Hey, look at this. Illidan, way up there still. Tyrion, way up there. A lot of these Mercs we honestly really haven't seen a ton of. I'm very surprised that Samuro is still up there as well. But no, I mean, I think Mana will ultimately end up countering this Jaina, I think, from Dallas. I think, again, when we slide back over and kind of look at some of these deck lists, Mana most likely going to be holding on to this Valera, almost certainly, and probably the Grom. Like we said, I think this is a spot where we were talking about the ability to be flexible into one of the kind of tier 1 decks with a game 1 that is very different. And so if I had to guess, Mana's probably going to be keeping this Valera and the Grom and going from there. So let's hop right in.
Yeah, we're going to find out.
All right, so what do we see? We've got Dallas with the same deck. Not allowed to swap. We look over at Mana here. Sneakily, honestly, this is something we haven't talked about at all. That 2/2/2.
Yeah.
No information. Dallas has no clue what's really going on here. This is something that people kind of thought was much more valuable for some of the early tournaments of hiding information like that. And this is maybe the best format to truly be able to hide that info because it could be literally anything. Actually anything. And so Dallas is going to continue to open with the same. Oh, no, different. What is this?
Okay.
We got some change ups already. Last time the Varden was here, so now the Varden is being held onto the bench, which makes sense. Varden can be a much better off the bench Merc with some kind of endurance or a cold snaps from Cairn, and Jaina scaling by herself is totally fine. The thing is, this does a good job of basically saying, I'm going to hedge my bets, right? That Mana's probably going to come in and try to counter Frost. I'm going to hide some of my Frost comp. So this is still able to get us speed up from Valeera now, because before you had to go for the Phantom Knives if you were going to be a Valeera with Jaina and Varden. Now you got some options, and Mana deep in the tank.
Yeah, I also love this as well because the way that this is lining up for Dallas, I think this is also speaking to that fact that, like you said, Dallas doesn't know because there's 2-2-2 what there is going on. And so this might be a way to also manage potential crits. And Zyrella, we talked about that earlier. Wow.
Yeah, we did.
It's like a flashback. We're seeing it. I love it.
This is great. And so really, what is this saying? Because now the funny thing about this is that it does come down to a kind of a coin flip here. And it's basically going to say that Zyrella is only here to basically be able to kill or to hopefully reduce the power of this Valeera. But there are a lot of weird coin flips here where basically if you get to trigger your Grom, oh, okay. Wait a minute, I take it back. So the cool thing about this is that what Mana is partially playing around is the fact that you can't interrupt you can't interrupt Valeera from going invisible here. No matter what, there are two abilities that will still go faster. So, thankfully, Mana is going to have an invisible Valeera by the end of this turn. What else happens? Who knows? Is this Zyrella actually good enough? I'm not sure. We see the slam. Okay, but, oh no, Dallas wins the coin flip. Where this Blinding Luminous was trying to take down the Valeera, but ended up Dallas's Valeera attacked first, went invisible, and then had to forcibly redirect the Zyrella.
I mean, it worked out okay because Mana ended up still getting the stealth on their own Valeera, so that works out too. I'm kind of curious too with the Zyrella is how much Mana wants to go for either using that Blinding Luminance like you were talking about to decrease attack, or is there an option of actually going for Flash Heal to try to keep their own Valeera alive? And how will Mana go about deciding which way to go?
No, that's definitely a good point. Everyone kind of used to talk smack about Zyrella being this kind of like one button Andy, right? Of just like she just clicks Blinding Luminance over and over and over again. Which is why we saw it in Pauper Tournament too, where people were bringing Brightwing instead of Zyrella because it kind of does a very similar thing. Also has healing, but then with some stats that you can put on the bench, acts at 3 speed still. But yeah, I mean, Flash Heal could be great. I wonder if Zyrella even has like the Flash Heal equipment. I didn't catch how much damage the Grom exactly took there. We could lab it out real quick, but we're about to go into the next turn. But no, you could be totally right. It could be here for the healing.
I mean, I'm not saying it is, but maybe.
And you're right. There we go. We see the healing.
Yeah.
Which means that Valeera... So now, what that really meant is that the Valeera got to attack twice. Is that worth it? It could be. But the problem is now we have Dallas's Valeera still alive. We have a sub-in option here, but the cool thing is that actually, because Mana has that Grom, and a Grom at full health, this Valeera is going to be dead no matter what. The Valeera popped out of stealth, and now the Grom will be able to snipe her. There are no actions from Dallas that can actually stop this Grom, and looking at kind of okay. The scary thing is that now Dallas starts to basically be preparing for a Cold Snap next turn, or a Fire Stomp next turn. This is almost certainly from Dallas going to be an Earth Stomp to slow everything down, assume your Valeera is dead, and then do some crazy stuff next turn. So Mana needs to be paying attention to that. And we see a Blink Fox. Let's go.
I love it. Okay, we're seeing a lot of interesting choices here from mana.
Yeah.
I mean, Xyrella and this Blink Fox. I think I saw that somebody, one maybe two people, had a Blink Fox in their starting six, but this is the first time we've seen it on our casted games. I am
Yeah.
really curious what the other Mercs are now at this point.
Yeah, I mean, my guess is honestly it's probably Karen Diablo. Though I guess Mana had to keep two, right? So they ended up keeping Valera and Grom.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so Karen Diablo actually wasn't in their open. This probably is a Karen Diablo on the bench. I'm a huge Blink Fox proponent. I love Blink Fox, and if we can hover the Blink Fox to see what equipment they have, I'm a huge fan. See, I don't really like mana runes. I really like the ability to steal people's last action. So this is probably going to be a mana blink, but mana blinking on this turn, like on this board, is really not that great. Steal that Fan of Knives. Freeze off. Okay, yeah, I mean this is fine. And so now the Fan of Knives steal is nice from the Blink Fox. I think that was actually a random Phantom Knives steal, because that's part of the problem that some people play Blink Fox with the Mana Blink runes in order to just steal a random ability. Mind Thief is Blink Fox's third ability, where it just takes a random action, basically. When you take the 10th tail equipment on Blink Fox, you normally always steal the last action that happened.
Mhm.
But when you take mana runes, it doesn't happen. It's kind of like the high rollier version where you just like cheese your opponent because they don't know what's coming. And Phantom Knives is a great thing to steal, but this is now that triple support lineup that we had talked about back in the early tournaments. This is just a really unimpactful board from Mana and a very scary board from Dallas. We'll see what the Blink Fox steals again, though.
And this almost feels like just a cheese overall from
Yeah.
Mana, just because it's so different than what we've seen. It might
Mhm.
be working out great. It doesn't feel like it is from what we've seen so far, but if you're gonna do it, if you're gonna lean into the cheese, if you're gonna go for the high risk, high reward potential, I like the direction they went with it.
Mhm.
Just like, I'm going to lean in on these high rolls. I'm going to take this stuff. But again, going for the mana runes with the Blink Fox, I mean, it does make the abilities faster. So they could also just be leaning in on, okay, instead of stealing the last thing, maybe I don't want the last thing, but no matter what I get, it's going to be faster. And that could be the thinking as well. There is just, I'm just going to go for the speed and hope that it's enough.
Yeah, a lot of people, the argument that I would hear, and we see the pretty good value for Mana's Grom there, putting a 40-point crit on the Diablo. That was juicy. Now all of a sudden this is starting to become like a slightly more even matchup. But no, yeah, some people, the argument that I've heard for Mana Blink runes is that you basically take it in order to counter a Varden slow, like an additional slow or an Earth Stomp, or just to really make sure that everything is zero speed. And in my experience, I still much prefer the 10th tail. But we saw some good stealing there from the Blink Fox. It stole the just a high damage spell from Jaina, and then it stole the Phantom Knives on turn one. I mean, it's doing okay. And again, that Battle Fury was a really smart idea for Mana. Just if you can kill this Diablo, you can probably win the game from Mana's side, and that's what they're going to try to finagle towards. Because Karen Diablo on the bench will do quite well against Jaina Varden.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see the fact that this Jaina is just still sitting here too.
Yeah.
Again, like the Jaina and the Xyrella both started on the board and they're both still there. This is again just leaning into that same, yeah, maybe it's not really the mercenary I want to be targeting, but
Mm-hmm.
man, once those Valeras got targeted, they went down fast.
Yeah.
Yep, important to get rid of those Valeras. And then now after the Valeras are gone, it's been a matter of figuring out how they are trying to maneuver with these other mercenaries. But wow.
Yeah, we see the
That
classic.
was, yep, that was
We see
huge.
the classic, and this is part of the problem of playing that, of ever finagling yourself accidentally into a position where you have double caster against Karen Diablo. That is spooky. I mean, I was just saying that that's a good spot for Mana to eventually come into, but now it's just a 4v2. And now Karen Diablo, even on this board, Jane is going to get a huge crit. Diablo's been stacking some health, and we know that Dallas still has the Varden on the bench that isn't really going to do that much, but the cute thing about Varden off the bench will be able to just probably come off and steal one ability. And that's all that it needs to do. It's going to use that Ice Lance and just steal it right away. And I think it's Ice Lance. Maybe that's Jaina's ability there. No, she has Icicle. So yeah, Ice Lance. But this is kind of a better a better outcome of what we were talking about with the Tavish and the Samuro that would kind of like hang out in that last position. You just don't really need them. Dallas has done a good job of picking Varden as that option. Yeah, the 4v2. Because even Cairn here is going to be tough to kill before he gets to get this Earth Stomp off. I guess technically, Mana's just going to go for the Fire Stomp. They're kind of priced to go into the Endurance or Fire Stomp here because you can't allow yourself to get Earth Stomped by Dallas's Cairn. So technically, this is deal 24. It'll kill the Cairn. It'll put the Jaina low but not dead. Oh god, there's a huge amount of damage. Oh my god, it's gone.
Yeah.
The Apocalypse is giving us some old Apocalypse meteor vibes from when Rag used to see some play. But that was a really sick one-shot your Diablo. And just like that, Dallas scoops at what is, I don't know, it's probably like 7 in the morning. I think it's already February wherever Dallas is playing. And on to the top 4. A well-played night. Stayed up late. Made some money. Guaranteed one of our first finalists that were ready to, not finalists, but semi-finalists to slide through. Congrats.
Yeah, really well played. There was some really interesting combos there, and you know, I don't know how well it was going to work out from the start, but I loved the choices Mana tried to go for. Just I'm going to bring something funky and off the wall, and if it works, then it's going to be great. If not, then oh well, that's unfortunate, but again, we don't really know what their collection is like. Dallas, has like everything because of how much Dallas plays. But I'm not very familiar with Mana, so I don't know what it is that they have for their collection or things that are leveled. So, we're doing the best with what knowledge we do have of them, and kudos to them for bringing some kind of funky off the wall stuff, and you love to see it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm totally behind the Blink Fox. Again, in my opinion, I probably would have liked to see the 10th tail, but otherwise it still went pretty good. Like, they literally didn't cast. That's another good example, like the Blink Fox equipment difference, in my opinion, is like, they literally didn't click the Mana Blink button. They took an equipment that goes with Mana Blink and they didn't press that button. That's not really something that you're allowed to do in these types of positions, or there's like, obviously you're allowed to do it, but it's just, that's not the amount of the full squeeze equity that you're really trying to look for. But to your point, maybe that is no, I have to high roll this. I have to be able to line up and finagle into a spot that allows me to go Diablo, Fire Stomp you, Mana Blink, Fire Stomp you, and that's what wins the game. But then you kind of need to protect your Blink Fox a little bit better. Maybe we needed to see a Cairn come out earlier. Who knows? Again, the Zarella was a little bit lackluster. It ended up, got a good flash heal, right? It ended up basically saying that the Valiras traded for each other. But Dallas also won the flip on turn 1, that if that Zarella was trying to target the Valira from Dallas, it didn't get to. It attacked the Grom instead. The Valira did then attack the Grom, and so Valira didn't take that much damage, but the Zarella was a little bit unimpactful. Would Brightwing have been better? I don't know. Was some other Merc potentially a better option? Who knows? But Dallas moves on, and if we back up as well to the narrative before that game, we were talking about that Mana was bringing like the full aggro deck, but then kind of gave up the full aggro deck position in the later 2 games, and the flexibility was rewarded. So far it's really seeming like having that flexibility, having a game plan for 2 and 3, and having the opportunity to swap what you open with when you win game 1. That's, I think, something that people might not have thought too much about, is they might have been too worried about what happens when I lose, right? They weren't thinking about what happens when I win. And Dallas, it seems truly, was thinking about what happens when I win, because now I will be able to continue and potentially just 2-0 like you did very cleanly. So, well played.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like the further we've gotten in this tournament, it's really turned into that narrative of either winning multiple games in a row or just the seeming of, if they did lose a game, it appears that they are planning for more than just the next game, which is fantastic to see, because I don't think that I initially would have expected that. But also just because there's so much variety and so much variance that they can put into the comps, that's not like immediately where people's brains go, right? They don't just think, okay, I'm going to switch these for game number 3. No, you're going into game number 2. You expect I'm switching out for game number 2. So it's been something that's really cool to see. But talking about that, we are getting into our next
game, number 1.
Game, our top 4
All
official
right.
top 4. Yes, we're here.
So now this is playing for the big money. This is basically double your money with this game right now. These players have already cashed. They have They're going to be paid out, and now this game is essentially basically a double or nothing. Or not a double or nothing, a double or keep, which is always the position you want to be in. And it looks like we might actually be running a straight-up mirror again. So now this is MD, who we've seen before, throwing down against Tom, who we've also seen before. And let's see, how different are these lineups? Oh, they're jamming. So let's see, MD, we got Karen Diablo Illidan, and Tom, we've got Karen Diablo Illidan. So this is again the full 6 rematch. This is the second time we've seen this. And most importantly, the last time that we saw this, there was a big difference on turn 2, where we saw Wizard Beast did not go for Judgment of Humility, and MD did. So I'm really curious to see what changes here. And apparently, Tom should also just, if history will repeat itself, go for the Judgment of Humility, and we do see that from both sides.
Yeah.
Pop, same thing. Trades ice blocks. Oh, nope. Tom hits us with our first deviation here. Oh, both did. Wow, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
But those ice blocks did go off.
Yeah.
And this is so interesting. So it's still just looking like a mirror, a straight up mirror, which is so interesting. I feel like because I do wonder if these mirrors have like the most depth because of like what you said. They know, because they're playing the same exact thing, what they want to be doing. Now, who's gonna deviate first, and how do they deviate? Because I feel like that's been super important too in some of these games. One of the games, I think they deviated, and it ended up biting them. Right?
Yeah.
It was like, nope. It kind of ended up losing them the game. So then these players have to look at, okay, is deviating helping them? Like, what is the reason for the deviation? Is that what they really want to be doing? And especially, I'm really interested with the ice blocks already both being popped here as well. Do they care about the Jaina now? They still just want to get rid of the Jaina? What are they going to do? How do they want to target?
Yeah. Wow, I am stunned that they both went for Blessing of Kings on both. That is unbelievable. Ooh, but so this is the problem. So this is the coin flip that needed to happen. I'm truly stunned that they jammed the Blessing of Kings on the Elemental.
Yeah.
Because, so what ended up really happening here, which is a disaster, or I'm not actually sure if it's a disaster or not for MD, because again, now you have the opportunity to kind of kill this Jaina where she gets to do nothing. But what really happened there is that there was a coin flip for both Vardens to do an AoE while they still had Jaina's frost damage stacked. Whoever lost that coin flip lost their Jaina and then didn't kill the other Jaina, and she went to 1. Literal 1. And so that loss of the extra 3 frost damage made a difference. Now Jaina's alive, but I'm actually not even sure if this is an advantage or not. Because sometimes killing a Merc and then getting an option to bring in something new is a great thing. And this will just go to show like how much of the mirror have these players played. The fact that they both went for Ice Element or the Water Elemental, and then both Kings did, makes me think that these guys know what they're doing. That these folks know what they're doing. The Endurance Aura here. Okay, I like that. This could certainly get some spicy actions here. This could be okay, so what this is, I think this is setting up for MD to say, I'm going to go for a Cold Snap here. And the problem is that the Cold Snap is... No, this is pretty juicy. This is actually a pretty good Cold Snap because you get to pop the Water Elemental's Divine Shield and then kill it with your... wait a minute, no, I might attack first. This is going to be a weird turn. This is going to be a weird one.
Yeah. I mean, because one Jaina died, right, we're seeing that slight variation now in just the Mercs that are on the board, but... wow.
Okay, so super smart. So that was the thing that started to give me pause, was I went, you can Cold Snap, but the Water Elemental is actually going to attack first. So you can't Cold Snap, you force the Elemental to attack, it pops the Divine Shield, and you don't really want to do that. Instead, MD just said, no attacks. I don't need to attack. You actually, sometimes not taking an action is the best action, as the tips will sometimes remind you, and they got a great full team Divine Shield out of it as well. So MD is certainly looking juicy right now. Yeah, this is nice. And now, literally even... Tom basically ends up in the same position, but they can't get a cold snap because there's a divine shield everywhere. And even the Tyrion can't use his own judgment of humility to pop. So the ice block, the cold snap angle here would be on the Tyrion, right? If you could somehow remove the divine shield from the Tyrion, you can cold snap, wipe their entire team's actions. But there are taunts in the way. Tyrion from Tom just can't get through it. He's just hiding behind this taunted up divine shield, full health Cairn, and a taunted up 22 attack water elemental, and with no opportunity to return the favor to MD. So this has definitely been, semi-unfortunately, the result of a coin flip. But otherwise, still a good game.
Yeah, and this is really interesting, too, because I think this is one of those cases, we were talking earlier about how a lot of the kind of comps and a lot of the mercenaries right now are leaning more into just deal damage without having to attack. Mm-hmm. But because that water elemental is there and has had the divine shield, and look at it's gotten buffed. I mean, it's doing all of the things, and in this case, it actually is so detrimental for Tom's positioning, because right now, looking at, okay, no uppercut can really be used, at least to take out more key mercs, because that water elemental's in the way. Yeah, the Tyrion can't really do a whole lot except for attack into it like it did to get through the divine shield and just say, well, I kind of have to do something at this point. But I think for Tom, this is just starting to really look worse and worse as each round goes on.
And we see again the Diablo comes out with the Black Soul Stone to again start stacking all the, like, there's going to be 2 or 3 mercs potentially that die this turn. Diablo's going to get a ton of health from that. 10 health for every one that dies. The Water Elemental's going to check it. And also, this is another MD in terms of just like incremental advantages. MD has already had their Tyrion die, so there's stats on everything. Oh my good night.
Wow.
You didn't even need, that was how far ahead MD was there. That basically they had the Varden slow and the Earth Stomp slow. They didn't even need an Endurance Aura. Literally just the Fire Stomp from Diablo was enough, was the fastest ability that turn, and just got to get the triple clear. Unfortunately now, the Diablo is slowed, or frozen for this turn, so it's not going to do anything, but in one turn of a full series of actions from Tom, get it done. Because then, as soon as his Varden dies, MD gets the option to do it right back. Tom is probably going to start finagling towards, how can I make sure that this Varden doesn't die? I will literally make that be the last Merc standing if I can try, and the onus is on them to be able to figure that out. It kind of sucks because the Fire Stomp from Diablo will kind of incidentally end up killing it, but you might be able to put it to like 1. I think correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the Varden is at 54 right now. Little fuzzy, but so not fully clearable from the full. Oh, that's annoying. That doesn't zoom in and tell you what it is. That's okay. But still, basically, most importantly, not killable with just a full series of Fire Stomps. That'll do 48 to anything. Okay, 56 health on the Varden. So yeah, so Fire Stomp onto blues. The full set of Fire Stomp onto blues deals 48. So you could leave the Varden at basically 1 and start using this Illidan to start maybe punching this Diablo. Let's see. Huge damage. Yeah. Oh, the Blade Dance. Okay, so they do want to kill it here. That's interesting. Aaron dies, and now it's 2v3, where, yeah, even the full health Illidan, I think, will be enough. Because as long as this Cairn gets to do anything, and actually the really unfortunate part here is that no matter what, this Cairn will be able to do something, not this turn, but next turn. Because Diablo and Illidan can't act fast enough to stop an Endurance Aura, and just the Endurance Aura Outcast attack is going to be too much. We've actually seen very few cookies. Almost no cookies at all, which is kind of like the anti-Cairn technology. Once you actually get the cookie down and onto the board, but no cookies. Everyone's just killing each other. They're not messing around. Ooh, let's see here. I'm not sure. Okay, we do see the big slams. I'm sorry. Dragon Rider, you might be muted. I can't tell. It might be me. But the destruction that we expected, Tom gets bopped off, and off they go. All right. So with that, we see one dub. That was game one. Up a game now, and whether or not we can clear and go to game. Let's see if this is just going to be another 2-0, because again, that was the full mirror, but the coin flips went in the favor of Tom there. So maybe they just run it back, but again, they can't. So they stole the one opportunity they had to beat the mirror, and they did it pretty decisively.
Yes. And I'm kind of curious. Okay, you were talking about Cookie. So I'm looking, we have some stats from what Mercs were brought by everybody, and actually at the most commonly brought for the initial 6 was Diablo, with 22 of the players having brought Diablo, and Cookie 16, which is still towards the top.
Yeah,
but
that's a lot. But where have they been?
Yeah.
I'm trying to find out. Here he is, down here. 56% win rate. God, yeah, 82% of this is probably the highest actual versatility percentage and kind of like popularity percentage of any Merc. And yeah, it really hasn't been showing up yet.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I don't know where or how it exactly lines up into our bracket that we've gotten to see, because we followed only a portion of the bracket versus the amount of players that actually started in the tournament. So unfortunately, there's not enough time to show every match. So that's kind of why we're trying to talk about some of these stats and how many players brought what, because we haven't been able to see it up on the stream the entire time. But yeah, again, looking at these HSReplay stats, it's amazing because can we look at the parties real quick, Molahu?
We sure can.
I'm curious to see, even if we just look at the top handful of parties, how does this relate to our, what people brought for our tournament here today? We don't have to go fully into that as we jump into our next game. They are already switched out with their mercenaries, but it's just a question that I'm posing in general of, looking at, I'm really curious to see how many players maybe did have access to this HSReplay stats that we've talked about, because HSReplay did put this out a couple of days ago, right? It was live, so they have had some time to use that to prep if they so choose, but okay, we are seeing definitely a change up here. Walk us through what we're seeing. We're seeing that starting Valeera, but Natalie and Vulcan?
Yeah, the Natalie and Vulcan that instantly gets face-checked by an Illidan. And that is certainly spooky. We finally get to see my opening Illidan here. Where we see the Valeera gets one tap. Ooh, that's actually a partial disaster of the Valeera going to... we get a huge amount of damage there. But the fact that the Jaina is at 45 health. I mean, this is a thing that would happen every now and then where you'd kind of have to be scared of popping the ice block at too much health. But thankfully, I guess it's not really going to matter too much because, again, we see a huge speed difference. Again, this is Tom's game to win, but that Illidan is looking pretty scary on this board. Even if Tom gets to do what they want to do, this is a really cool idea to open with the Illidan instead of the Tyrion.
Yeah, it almost looks like Tom wants to take that Illidan out quickly, though, which, yeah, I mean, with what's on board, makes sense. It's a matter of, can Tom do it? What do you think? How does he do it, I guess, is maybe the question.
Yeah, I mean, the full AoE won't actually wipe out the Jaina, unfortunately. I think she'll go to, just barely low enough. So, look how much damage that Sinister Strike wasted. And now this could be a huge Blade Dance. Bang, bang, bang. Takes out the Vulcan. Yeah. I mean, that's more equity than you can possibly hope to get out of your Illidan. This is totally fine. Again, this is a spot where Tom should be the one that is transforming into a deck with a significant advantage. But MD did a great job to counter it by opening with the Illidan. And so, as far as I'm concerned, MD has more or less neutralized the advantage, which is insanely good. The problem is there is still a Valeera, and MD has to decide probably another Cairn here, because you want to catch we want to get some Earth Stomps onto this Valeera, but Natalie is still hanging out. This is a very large Illidan, though. And again, this Varden could be a huge difference. Again, Varden has been making waves, and what that Death Rattle ends up killing will certainly cement a position later on. But I mean, the Valera from Tom is already pretty low. We know this Earth Stomp is going to be coming out to do another 20. And, ooh, is that Outcast attack? I think Illidan's Outcast attack can even attack into stealth.
I was just looking at that too, and I was wondering, do you think Tom, now, I think for the most part, right, there's some fringe cases where placement and positioning does matter, and I think this might be one of them. With that Illidan. Most of the cases, it doesn't matter, right? You can just throw your mercenaries out, like, wherever, like, okay, cool. Did Tom consider the positioning, do you think? And does it matter? Maybe Tom's trying to protect the Natalie over the Valera? I'm not sure on that.
I think, there's somebody who said that, like, they weren't playing around. Oh, okay, and this is, the full clear is certainly nice, even getting the heal to trigger it. So they managed to trade, and they didn't even go for anything, and the speed advantage was just too much. But sure. I think you're totally right. I mean, this is most likely they ended up moving it so that the Natalie wouldn't get just the regular Illidan's first ability where you get bonus attack when they're on the outside if they're saying maybe the Illidan wants to kill, like, slurp up this Natalie real quick. But thankfully it didn't end up mattering. But that is definitely something we really haven't seen much of yet, of these kind of what is going to choose from positioning mattering. It is something that matters when Illidan and when Lich King are around, but I don't think a single person brought Lich King to this tournament. They are nowhere to be seen. And the Illadins are always happening way later down into the game where positioning just matters a little bit less. But that was definitely a spot that I wonder what Tom's rationale for that was. We see now. Again, finally, this Valera survives one more turn, though. I mean, that's a big, big deal. They get another turn of actions, but technically they are still slow because they got Earth Stomped and Varden slowed, so this is definitely going to be a big turn for MD. God, yeah, and MD, I guess we still know that Tom has the same 2 Mercs on the bench from before, and MD, I guess technically we don't know what MD's other fighter could be. It's probably a Diablo. Actually, no, we know that it's...
Yeah.
Oh, no, sorry. We know that MD is still the same. Yes, Tom was the one that flip-flopped.
Okay, yeah.
Right. Bonk. Ooh, that was winning a coin flip, I think, potentially. Ooh, wow, all right. The Varden freeze ends up taking it. Oh, this is great. This is great for MD. Basically just having these 2 turns of action here. Low health Cairn. Cookie that's really not going to do too much. And even Blessing of Kings from this Tyrion is looking pretty okay. But I think here we're going to be able to have a Fire Stomp that's going to be quite powerful. There we go. Yeah, no action. There's a world where we see Cookie probably hit him with the fish. The bleed is also reasonable. The bleed would also take off some divine shields if for some reason MD can find an angle to be able to get the killing blow that puts divine shields on his whole team, or on their whole team. But yeah, Cookie is really looking a little bit lackluster here. The fact that there's a Cairn action might make the difference, but it's also kind of close. The Tyrion hasn't died. That has another death rattle that matters when it dies, and so Tom's going to do their best to make sure that Tyrion is maybe the last one dead.
Yeah.
But God, that Varden freeze.
I mean, maybe Tom just wants to go for some crit damage. I don't know if going for, like, a fish is really great in this case. We've seen it work out pretty well with a little bit of high roll fish action earlier, but this is looking a little bit less like that seems like a good idea. I'm really looking at these Diablos too. I mean, especially for MD.
Yep. Yeah, the health difference on the Diablo is certainly a game changer. And yeah, we're even seeing the fact that Diablo there got to Doom Charge the frozen Cairn.
Yeah.
What that really means is that the Cairn didn't get to act last turn, and now it has like 3 different stacking slows on him. So the Cairn literally has 9,000 years to act. So they're just not getting to do anything. MD is just going to try to set up a way to kill the Cairn and then put damage on it next turn, and then try to kill it, probably with an Endurance or a Fire Stomp the turn after this. So yeah, I think MD just with the health advantage and a Tyrion that can do something compared to a Cookie that is a little underwhelming. Maybe we're finally seeing the reason why Cookie is being foregone in favor of some just like big banger mercs.
Yeah, I mean it's working out pretty well, and it again that could also factor into just the format for the specific tournament too, where maybe Cookie is
Mm-hmm.
one of those where hey people maybe they like it more as an option to bring in, but they're not starting with it in their initial six. And I would love to know from a lot of these players like what their thinking going into the specific format was for creating their initial six. Were they leaning in, going in, beating the first game, winning the first game and leaning into that typical, last hero standing kind of formatting? And then did they change it up? Did they want something else? What was their strategy? I'd love to hear that from some of the players, but I feel like that's a big factor for why we haven't seen Cookie as much.
Yeah, that could definitely be part of it. I mean, again, when you look at technically some of these players that might have had access to these Hearthstone replay stats, some of the highest win percentage mercs are all part of this Tyrion, Jaina, Varden,
Yeah.
Karen Diablo, Illidan comp. It might have just been that it's basically people are taking the Karen Diablo comp from the bench and
Yep.
throwing in an Illidan. And especially, yeah, like you were saying, maybe people wanted to hold on to a Cookie or maybe didn't want to get trapped with a Cookie. Like if you have to sub
Yeah.
everything out and it's like, I would like, Cookie is great in every comp because like free health is great. But MD with a pretty swift 2-0 over Tom and straight on up into the ending of our tournament here.
Yeah, gonna be our
Our
first
first
finalist.
finalist, yeah.
Yes.
And MD, sorry, yeah, that was MD that won that game, right?
Yeah.
And just 2-0 the match. The villain script continuing to be alive. I don't know why, but literally every single Mercs tournament so far, there's been one player who just started running it up and did not stop. And so now we're going to end up going over to the other side of the bracket where it's going to be Night Knight versus Dallas, I believe, who squeaked through. Dallas getting slightly punished by being in a long time zone, having to wait for these. But Night Knight we haven't seen on camera at all. Dallas we saw defeat Mana, one of our other community stalwarts. So yeah, MD moving on to the finals to await the result of Dallas versus Night Knight.
Yes. And
Yeah.
we can flip over and show some of these HS replay stats again as we talk about this next top four matchup. So yeah, what can you walk us through what our players have brought for this match? What are they starting with?
I do believe if we also slightly scoot over to some of our deck lists here, we've got Night Knight playing a brand new comp: Jaina, Tyrion, Varden, Karen, Diablo, Illidan. Not surprising to see yet again. We were thinking that the Jaina Varden might have been a slight bait in the beginning, but these decks are rising to the top. And with the new release of Mercs coming next week, with Lokalar being really perfect for a Frost comp, this is potentially a little bit of a harbinger for what's to come. But we see, Night Knight with the same one, and Dallas with a slightly different build, right? With the Grom and Valera slight audible. So it's not a full mirror match anymore. But we are seeing, when we scoot back over to the Hearthstone replay thing here, that this deck has really popped up everywhere. This Illidan, Karen Diablo, Jaina Varden, Tyrion. And though it's not technically the highest win percentage archetype, technically there's a 1% difference, right, between this and most of these up here. But when you go to the individual mercs, right, when you go to the tier list, who are the top three? Illidan, Jaina, Tyrion, all in that same deck. So Dallas has elected to not bring all of these, right? He's not packing the Illidan, he is playing the Tyrion, I think, right? But no Illidan. And Dallas, we got no Tyrion or Illidan. So those are the audibles, but they ended up holding on to the Jaina. Hilariously, Varden is kind of down here, which is funny. But again, these very, very, very small percentage differences. But this is can the flexibility that Dallas is bringing to this tournament reward him further in these semi-mirror matches? So far, it's been pretty good. We'll see if the trend continues, but certainly on a win streak. But so is everyone that's still alive.
Yes. Yes, and if you're watching this and you're liking the way that these stats are looking and you want to look at these for yourself, head on over to hsreplay.net and you can sign up for that HS Premium and get access to all of this for yourself. And it will even show you everything based on your own specific collection, so you can see exactly where you're at towards building these, maxing out these mercs for these comps. If you want to build a specific comp because you see it up at the top, you'll get a great visual right there on how you can get there yourself based on what you already have. And I love the percentage myself that it tells you, like, how many coins, like, on the left side of,
Yeah.
of a merc, it tells you, like, hey, you're like 43% complete towards maxing out this merc. Like, okay, cool. I've got quite a ways to go then for getting some coins. But yes, if you are watching, again, you can go get that for yourself as well, as we are getting ready for this other top 4 match. And yeah, so we had the incredible 2-0 in our first top 4, with MD moving into the finals, doubled their money already, waiting to double it again. But
Yeah,
I want to hear a prediction, Molahu. I want to hear a prediction. Do you think that this second top 4 match is also going to be a 2-0? Or do you think we're going to see a game number 3?
Honestly, I think that we will probably end up seeing. I think we'll probably end up seeing the 2-0. I'm not gonna lie. I think Dallas has found a degree of an edge that allows him to be a really good deck to 2-0 people with. I think we saw it in the last game where they have an affinity for being able to swap up who they're leading with, even in game 2 when they are forced to stay the same after they win. I like that they have the confidence to say, no, I'm going to be playing towards what happens when I win. I think we've spent a lot of time talking about the players that, rightfully so, I think you have to prepare about what happens when you lose, right? You do have to have some degree of a plan, but maybe that's a loser's mindset potentially of saying, like, why lose? Just play to win and then make sure that I squeeze it out and don't play a game 3. I'm not trying to get a game 3. Dallas is trying to play as few games as possible over there in Australia. So, hey, I think that they've found potentially a really sick angle here. And like we said, this is now another another double your money or bust. We've seen MD move on to their second of 2 double your monies, but this is playing for over $100. It's gonna be exciting.
Yeah, I'm not going to count Night out at all.
That's
but
true. They are the dark horse, truly.
Yeah, but I think my initial thinking is very much in line with yours as well, that we saw it before. I wouldn't be surprised to see Dallas just 2-0 again. And, we saw it in the other top 4, so, maybe we're going to have double top 4s that are just complete sweeps and dominating performances. Which, if that is the case, then our finals are going to be very, very interesting, because you'll have, one of them is going to have to lose. So it's going to be interesting to see which way that pans out. But I am definitely interested to see if Dallas can pull out another 2-0 like we just saw a little bit ago.
Yeah, and especially if Dallas makes it through, you have to feel favored that Dallas is favored to win the tournament potentially, because they just played against a quote-unquote like Frost Mirror match and won, and now they're about to play another one, and if they win that, in the finals is another Frost Mirror match essentially. I'm very surprised that GVT with that Valera Gromthal really isn't everywhere. Jaina has been everywhere, but Dallas said again, Porque no los dos, I'm gonna bring both. And it's been doing really well. That this might just be the secret sauce that was needed to break a lot of these mirrors. So I think if they win this next one, they are looking to sit pretty for the finals as well.
Yes. And I know we've talked about it before, but Dallas in a time zone where it is, I would say very early, but I think at this point he hasn't slept, so I'm going to say very late. The time zone for Dallas has been up all night and into the early morning started this tournament. So also impressive to just be able to play at that level with being so tired still too. Have to give those kudos as well, especially in a tournament. Also at the point where he's playing for money, there's a lot of mindset factors as well that are going into this. And I think that's just speaking to the level that Dallas knows his comp and what he wants to be doing, right? Mm-hmm. Because if you can kind of play at that base level he might be somewhat autopiloting at this point. Some of it might be autopilot, but he is that skilled and trained and plays that much that his autopilot level is much higher. And he
Mhm.
can do that.
No, I mean, we 100%. I think that's a great point of we were kind of talking about like again in these weird positions, right? Like, do you really want to find yourself in a spot where you're not autopiloting? In a perfect world, you are autopiloting the optimal move all the time. And if Dallas is actually, as you said, kind of learned that, you can do it while you're half asleep, right? Like you just know I'm not going to mess myself up. I don't need to go any for any weird stuff. I know that I have an advantage. I know that I know my deck. I know my opponents don't know my deck, and I know that I know my opponent's deck. I have labbed it out. I might just Mercenaries to a certain extent. You could literally, and I wish more content creators would almost do this. And to any content creators that are listening or watching, I urge you to do this. You can flowchart like a lot of these matchups. When we were like playtesting for this game mode is so fun. It's so much more fun in my opinion than playtesting for standard or for battlegrounds. But you can sit there with a big whiteboard and say, on turn one, I do this, this, this. The numbers are this, this, this. It puts them into that, that, that. These are their plays of this, this, this. Turn two, we do this, this, this. I can have that right here and just go, all right, these ones. All right, these ones. All right, these ones got my dub. Like, there's a world where Dallas has actually put in enough time to learn those things and taken him outside of anything other than autopiloting. If you could autopilot the best moves, you would. So I would love to see or hear for some reason that was something that he was doing. But when you have an edge in a comp as well and your opponent is instead put into those tricky spots, sometimes all you have to do is not punt and let your opponent mess it up for you and use that to your advantage. Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we've been talking about this whole time with the deviations, right? It's like, do they want to deviate? And I think in some cases it's just, hey, if you know that you have strong stuff and you know how to play it, just do that. Don't deviate, do the strong thing. And I'm guessing 8, 9, 10 out of 10 times it's gonna just be that strong thing and it's gonna do what it's supposed to do. So unless there's something really out of left field or some really wacky synergy that like they haven't encountered before, which I don't think is going to be a thing, especially at this point in the tournament, they're just going to do the strong thing and do what their comp wants to be doing.
Yeah, no, and even to the point of like, I would have said the water elemental stuff caught me by surprise, and by how many players were actually doing that, and then the time when they went both double summon the water elemental and then double kings the water elementals, to me that just shows that these players have learned these things, and to me that would have been new, and that would have caught people off guard, and that is a cool potential part about this kind of tournament as well, is that like just like every constructed or competitive tournament that is broadcast. These players, the deeper you go into the tournament, it also rewards you for doing your research, right? Like we're playing on a delay, but if you went on camera and you can learn some of these strats, like it was almost a little bit too much of a coincidence that Davidson hit us with the summon water elemental that I'd never seen before, and then we saw like elemental, like that was really cool. And so maybe that could be a punishment, right? That Dallas could run into is that if his opponents start to do some research, start to see what his play patterns are like, which is an edge that he gave himself by saying, I'm playing a weird deck. You don't have any research on this. So even to do research just brings you back up to a net neutral, not to an advantage. Those are the mix-ups that I want to see, not inside the actual game like you were talking about. I want to see that kind of deviation occurring in your deck list, not in your gameplay. And so far, I think Dallas has really kind of embodied that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's why I was giving, such kudos to Mana earlier, for bringing something completely different. It's like, well, maybe that's what they had to use. Maybe that was just, they said, well, I'm already down 0-1. I'm just going to throw something out there and see how it goes. But I love that too. And I think even with the equipment choices, right? You can kind of even deviate a little bit there. And if you still want to play a certain Merc, again, you mentioned earlier that a lot of the Mercs kind of just have like the one, equipment that's generally best. But there are some where you could say, well, maybe I kind of want to throw on this equipment and then I can throw a little bit of a kink in there that maybe my opponent's not expecting, or, kind of save it for something, almost like putting a kink in a hose, right? And those like, okay, I'm gonna like hold this until just the right moment and then
looking down the
release
hose.
it. And there's yeah.
There's probably some water
and
coming
then,
out of this.
Like, and I feel like we even saw that earlier where we saw that huge board swing at one point in the match where uh there was a triple kill in one round. And that's almost what that felt like. Was like they were just waiting. I'm gonna hold this hose, and then, as soon as I let go, just immense pressure there
Let her
and
rip.
blown out. And yeah, those little things I think are something that's so fascinating to me about Mercenaries over some of like the constructed stuff. Maybe those could have similarities between like running a tech card and a constructed deck, but
Yeah.
I think there's just so many more ways that you can change things up and tweak little things like that in Mercenaries, and it's so fascinating to me seeing these players just take those slight little edges where they can.
Yeah, and honestly, in the future of Mercenaries, it's just going to be that times 10. We've already gone from about 50 to about 60 mercenaries, and this already feels like we have a lot, right? Forget about in another 6 months when we have twice as many mercenaries potentially as we already have, and the numbers and the range of the crazy stuff that people can do is only going to start multiplying. It already feels incredibly deep, but not not kind of uninteractable, not intangible, not impossible to understand. It requires time, it requires some effort, but once we solve the kind of accessibility issues that Mercenaries has, coupled with, maybe hopefully they just come alongside new Mercs and quality of life changes, but this game's depth and complexity is truly limitless, and I am very excited to see if this is what 3 months into the format looks like. Forget about 6 months, forget about a year, forget about once Microsoft puts $1 million Mercenaries prize pool into Blizzard's into this game mode. The sky's the limit, and so we got some word that Dallas was just taking a cold shower, a cold upside down shower to wake up. It seems like they're ready to go. We're just gonna kind of make sure everyone's set and move into our final semifinal, which is Dallas scrapping against our previously unseen competitor, Night Knight, who is bringing another Jaina Frost comp and into Dallas's kind of teched Jaina Frost comp to see if they can continue to beat up on these mirror matches. That was certainly a soul read that this was going to be a popular deck, and it was. Arguably showing up in greater quantities than the quote-unquote best deck, the Thief Rogue-ish of the format of that
Yes.
Rom Valera Thrall. Dallas is poised to take a strong lead looking into the move towards the finals, but Night Knight can always upset it.
Yeah, absolutely. They've both gotten to this point, so it's good players, good mercs. We're gonna see some good games, I'm sure. They're definitely not gonna go easy on each other as we jump into this top four match. And here it is. We finally are ready to go.
Yes, and we're watching from Night Knight's side. Perfect. So we get to see another new player, see some of their decisions that they make. I honestly love the fact that we can watch. Like, you only really need to be able to watch one player in Mercs. Like, just watching how one player plays it, especially when you know what all the actions that are technically possible to make are public information. I love being able to see one player decide, like, okay, I'm going to go for this. Are they waiting? Are they waiting until the last second? Do they not know? Kind of hilarious that you can actually see the hesitation in a lot of these. So
that's when the real mind games start, right? If they're like, do they really know what they're doing, or are they debating what they should do?
yeah,
That's when you get them.
and Night Knight technically maybe even utilizing some of that secret tech right here, where if you just hit play, it hides your entire deck back into the just like off screen, and so technically in terms of like laddering or like if you care about stream sniping or something like that, if you're a streamer and you're not playing with a delay, you can just hit ready up and it will play your first three mercs in order. And I think that's what we're going to see Night Knight doing here. A cheeky little, it's a little thing, but hey, it's just free equity. All right, whoa, holy moly, we see something different right off the bat.
Yeah.
Dallas with the third, maybe even fourth iteration of this lineup of hiding his Frost mercs on the bench to open with the double fighter shred your Jaina line. I like it.
Is this the first time we've seen Diablo start as well? Because I feel like Diablo we have always seen come in at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Or towards the end. And now we're seeing Diablo right off the bat, which is just very interesting. I mean, Tyrion, okay, we've seen Tyrion kind of from the start too, but the Diablo is especially interesting.
Yeah, no, I love this. And now, I mean, we see the same essential result of the Jaina Ice Block gets popped by Valera. Valera basically always guarantees that that's going to happen. You just need a little bit more damage on top of it. But Diablo's enough. The Doom Charge now means that Jaina is not going to do anything this turn, not going to do anything this game, and we're starting to trade already. I would say that this feels again like Dallas is prepared, right? This is the upside of having that flexible comp, is that Night Knight was basically priced into opening the same thing no matter what. If Dallas knows that, you lab it out real quick. And literally, like I was saying before, he could have literally just sat there, done the lab out right now, and been like, ooh, actually, Diablo works for 2 turns. And then we'll play from that position for there. So a good start for Dallas, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really interested to see how this one goes for Night Knight, because I feel like we've seen this Varden Jaina, especially the opener, throughout the whole day.
Yep.
But even though it has been fairly popular, I feel like almost every time we're seeing it, it's still lacking a little bit. So
Yeah,
I'm
I
really
mean, I
curious
think
how it's
Dallas
gonna
is kind
work
of the
here.
best one, right? Like the best
Yeah.
of the Jaina Varden so far. But the finals are basically going to be guaranteed to have that Jaina Varden in there. So,
Yeah.
oof, jeez,
Which is
that
why
is
it's so
just so
interesting.
not
Like,
okay.
well, at least there was a kill on Night Knight's side as well. So, two Mercs going down at the same time does not feel good, though.
Yeah, that I mean that's the most powerful reason I think to open with the Diablo there. I mean, Diablo's Fire Stomp was super fast, and that's what the
Hmm.
Valera actually lets you do is have a 2-speed Fire Stomp in some cases. Here, technically, the Varden actually still went off, and so it was still a little bit slower, but that was just complete destruction from the opening Diablo, enabled by Valera yet again. I mean, Valera has obviously shown her strength. No one is doubting that. And if anything, people were expecting some balance changes for this Merc, but it seems like none are coming. They could hit us with some very last second ones, but uh, otherwise, this has still just been Dallas saying, I'm going to play all the best stuff in one deck, and it's been doing very well.
Oh yeah, I mean, again as well. I think the factor of knowing the comp, knowing the Mercs, and that I watching this play out every time for Dallas, it feels like the skill level, the autopilot is just so high. And so great Mercs, great comp, high, skill, autopilot, it all just combines to, impressive results. I'm not saying this is like Dallas is just autopiloting and not thinking about
Right.
anything, because it's just that that's how much Dallas plays. Is
That's the
that
ideal
he doesn't have
autopiloting.
to. Yeah, you
Yeah.
don't have to make as many choices until there's an important decision to be made. But and I think that's where you saw something like the Diablo coming in at the start, right? There was quite a bit of time spent thinking about that. That was a key decision, and it has paid off so well already.
Yeah, even this turn is like, what is Night Knight really deciding? I mean, technically, both these Karens came in. They're both normal speed. It really feels like Night Knight. You really have to go for the Earth Stomp. I think here. I don't think you can give up this huge amount of crit damage onto the double greens while they're here. This is basically the best Earth Stomp is going to get, which stinks because that means that Dallas can go for an Endurance Aura. And oh no, they don't. They don't even need it, right? Because they have the Phantom Knives from Valera being fast enough, so they get the good crit. Valera gets frozen, actually. That's kind of bad. Because now Valera isn't providing the stealth bonus because she's out of stealth and frozen. So now Dallas is back down to normal speed. Night Knight is also, or they both got Earth Stomped, right? So they're both equivalently slowed. So that matches out. But now Night Knight has a Diablo that's fast. Dallas has a Valera that's slow. And their last two Mercs are two casters. Now all of a sudden, Night Knight's double fighters look actually pretty juicy as long as they can get a good, strong power turn here. And this might come down to another endurance or a coin flip, actually. Just because both Karens have endurance auras at 6 speed. And it's just a Diablo versus Diablo. But God, Night Knight is poised for some destruction here if they win this coin flip.
Yeah, yeah. And again, the health on the Diablos and just the health on the board for Night Knight versus the health on the board for Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
There's such a huge discrepancy right now. Yes, Dallas does still have 2 other Mercs, right, on on the bench, so that's where that comes in. But having that high health, I feel like has just proven so important. Like more important than I think maybe some people would have expected. And that's where that Soulstone importance comes in that you were talking about as well for that Diablo.
Yeah, no, the Black Soul Stone is certainly that kind of people were messing around with it for a little bit of the. I mean, honestly, Diablo has 2 other pretty good equipment. Of you can either you get flat attack and you slow for even more with your Doom Charge. So if you're like opening with Diablo, I noticed there were some demon comps that maybe will get some support soon that were opening Diablo and they were just punching you really hard and then slowing you down and then using that as their disruption. But most people have now decided to hold on to Black Soulstone. Just gaining 40, 50, 60 life is it's just a flat bonus that kind of is just too good to pass up. And so now here, yeah, this is really going to come down to an endurance aura. But even if Dallas wins, it's still just not even strong enough, I don't think. Let's see. Oh, God, and Night Knight gets it. Yeah. And
Yeah.
the Outcast attack. So the Outcast attack. Ooh, cool. So there we see the Night Knight. That's what the equipment that I want to see people take with their Illidan too. Finally, Illidan, we see an Outcast attack with that equipment that says you attack twice. And it just gets a double kill. Resets the Karen reincarnation, heals up from the death rattle. Valeera's still at 1. Valeera is still alive, but with no way to trigger it. Valeera's just going to sit here. Jaina, a little bit too slow, a little bit too late. And now a Varden as your last Merc, really not very impactful. Night Knight could have actually spun this around.
It's starting to look like that. I'm still not counting Dallas out though. I mean, does have the Merc lead, very, very skilled as we've talked about. Night Knight has gotten to this point, has worked themselves through the bracket as well, and definitely still showing a lot of skill in this match that we've seen. This is the first match that we've gotten to see here on stream from Night Knight. Yep. So we've seen Dallas quite a few times, but yes, for this very first match so far from Night Knight's perspective, very well played so far. And yeah, I love the Illidan choices, and it's the Warglaze Vazanoth equipment that you were talking about, right? That the Outcast attack attacks the leftmost enemy twice. So getting to add in extra attacks there, I think in addition to that pretty impressive Fire Stomp from Diablo, like the like a 1-2 punch is really what just happened there, which I loved seeing it.
Yeah, so the Valeera finally dies way late. And now, it's can Karen and Diablo solo Jaina Varden, basically, is the question here. And my instinct is yes, but hey, technically this is now an opportunity for Dallas to be able to get an endurance aura right before anything goofy happens. But this Karen is still so healthy. The Diablo is still healthy-ish. It's funny that it's not obvious who can win from here. So we will see what they do. What did this game really come down to? What was the huge turning point here? This was the Jaina got to do some damage. Honestly, the Valeera, I think maybe that's something that Dallas is. I can't tell if that was a good thing or a bad thing for Dallas. For the Varden Death Rattle ended up stealing a turn away from the Valeera, when she could have been fast and could have maybe made it end up working out a little bit better in their favor. So that could have just been like the unlucky thing. But I'm struggling to remember why this even got to a very, very, very even spot. They're very similar comps, obviously, and the Illidan got a lot of work done. But, Dallas led with the Diablo. That was certainly the difference. Kind of tried to get as much of his Diablo as he could, but now it's Night Knight's Diablo that might just go the distance instead. Yeah, so steal the Diablo action. Oh, the double yoink. Okay, this is how it starts. No action from the Karen. Okay, yeah, I guess the Karen no matter what. All right, wow. Wait a minute. That was a really smart play from Dallas on a number of levels. because now you just get to have this Cairn that is standing there. They're at 6, but who cares? Again, there are no cookies around. These cookies have really meant that the Cairn, whoever could kind of manage their Cairn really well, meant that you could not have to worry about Cookie coming off the bench and messing you up. Didn't have to worry about these random bleeds stacking things, these random reincarnations getting tagged out. And that Varden steal your ability was insane. The fact that they went for the Endurance Aura from Night Knight basically meant that they just literally passed the turn, and now Dallas gets Endurance Aura, Cold Snap, because they can stack the Jaina ability onto they can go Endurance Aura, Ice Flows from Jaina, do like 30 damage to the Cairn, Cold Snap from the Varden, steal the Diablo action, Diablo's by himself with a low health Cairn, and now Jaina's continue to stack. There's a lot of frost damage coming down. I think Dallas swung it back.
Yeah, it feels like Dallas started off strong. The mid game felt a little weird, but then the end game is strong. And I think Dallas going for the Diablo opener really seemed like it allowed him to do some stuff to set himself up for this point of the game, where now Dallas is set up to just, like you said, basically completely control. I'm going to freeze, I'm not going to let you do anything, and I'm just going to kind of slowly chip away while you're not doing anything. And I mean, that's like classic control, right? I'm like, I'm not going to let you do anything, and I'm just going to kind of chip away until you literally have nothing left to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can really get these kind of like 2-for-1s just by denial, like very easily. I mean, honestly, Mercenaries is just like 2-for-1 the video game, right? That really doesn't happen in the same way, or even feel as tangibly 2-for-1-y in Standard or Wild or Battlegrounds or anything like that. Like this game mode feels very distinctly like you're playing with numbers between like 1 to 4 every turn. If you can make your opponent only count to 2, that's insane. That is 50%. That is not the same in any other game mode, really. And here, I mean, it's really showcasing the power of Varden is just such a good example of like the action steal mercenary. And even coming deep off the bench, the 6 health Cairn was just a disaster. When you get to suddenly start stealing abilities every other turn, it becomes very hard to play. And I think Dallas is, again, Night Knight you can take your AoE here, but Jaina's still alive. This does a ton. This puts the Diablo at 38. And the real tragedy here is that if Varden lives this turn, he does a ton of damage. They do a ton of damage. And the Jaina is guaranteed to live. If Night Knight could have made sure that the Jaina died this turn, or popped the ice block at least, now all of a sudden it's a very different game. But I think because Jaina has just barely survived until the last moment, that the Varden just barely survived until the last moment, that Dallas's Cairn just barely survived until the last moment, I think it's going to make the difference. And especially when, again, you're basically forced to kill the Varden here. Oof, Cold Snap is the first ability at 6 speed. It doesn't even need a speed up, and that is that. Brutal. And honestly, a pretty convincing win from Dallas, despite scaring us into thinking that he was dead. I thought it was over. And no cookie means Cairn runs rampant. And the bench Varden, bench Jaina. Who was prepared for that? I wasn't.
Well, okay, talking about Cookie. So now that was the first game. Does Cookie get put in? Is Cookie tagged in now because, or is it a completely different direction? So Night Knight, again, because the way this format is, will get to keep 2 of the mercenaries and has to switch out 4. And Dallas will be sticking with those same mercenaries. Dallas can switch out equipment.
Yep.
If he chooses to, but I don't know if there's really a case where he's probably going to want to switch any of the equipment out. Probably just, stick with what's winning, right? If it's doing well, you stick with it. I don't know what the best answer here is to try to counter. And then again, even if you do counter, well, what are the chances that Night Knight can then take game number 3?
Yeah, especially when Dallas has shown like extreme foresight and being able to plan for. Right. They basically brought a deck that is ready to 2-0 people. I love that strategy. And did they put in the work? Right? I mean, it takes time. Mercenaries also is a really interesting example of a game where your rewards directly translate to how much time you spend in the game, and you could not, if you wanted to, spend enough time to learn everything. Just like chess in that sense too, where it's just you got to learn the positions that you're familiar with, choose what positions you want to play, choose the style of strategy that you want to play. So, did Dallas prepare for what happens when my comp loses? My guess is probably yes, but who knows? Did they spend more time on coming up with a comp that just didn't lose instead? And I think Night Knight has now the option to counter with what I've been hoping people will counter the Jaina comps with in that Illidan Valera stuff. But Dallas just showed us that they are more than happy to hide that Jaina, to hide that Varden. So this is a tough spot for Night Knight. Again, down a game already against the deck that has just been 2-0ing people. This could be the pressure is on for sure. I mean, again, this is Night Knight. Both of these players, if they win, they double their money. And if they lose, they've still cashed, right? So still a great day, a great night, a great morning, depending on where they are. So we'll have to see what will Night Knight bust out. We have no precedent. We haven't seen them on camera yet. So it could be truly anything. And I think you're right. The cookie could be a move. Weirdly.
Yeah, I'm really interested too because even not just about what they're going to switch in, but with the variety that they had in their initial 6, I'm curious which 2 they keep.
Yeah.
Do they keep the Illidan? Like we've kind of seen that already before. Is that the what they go for? So they want to keep the Valera? What do they switch out? Like I am so intrigued by this format. I would love to see more tournaments with this format and see if there's a real strategy that develops as people figure out this format a little bit more.
Yeah, no, I love this format.
Yeah,
this format kind of seems like perhaps the logical conclusion to, because you also don't need to have to bother with any like secondary submissions and stuff. So like even from like a TO perspective, like just a Battlefy perspective, right? That's nice and clean that you just have to pick one lineup and then you can do whatever the heck you want. And so that feels nice. This does feel like the sideboard metagame, the kind of sideboard format, but just better, cooler, and especially when you're about to go into a world where we're going to have a lot more Mercs. Just saying you can play anything is, I don't know, I guess time will tell if that's either a good thing or a bad thing. If maybe that's, if we need restriction once you start to have too many Mercs, like in the sense of like a rotation, right? Are we going to have a standard rotation for some of these? Maybe. Is Jaina going to get rotated out? Potentially. Time will tell, but so far I've been a huge proponent of this format. Single elimination kind of seems inevitably necessary for this just because the tournaments go so long. But yeah, I've loved this, and I think it's maybe the most in-depth format that we've had so far.
Yes, I've really been enjoying this as well, and it's so interesting too because then there's also I love the aspect that the player who won the first game doesn't necessarily know what's coming. So it seems like a great mix of they know initially for game number 1, but then there could be something that's thrown in that catches them off guard, and they can't. I don't think they can prepare for literally every outcome.
No,
right? That's
not.
just way too much. But it's just so interesting. And again, here we see with game number 2, Night doing that same strategy that you were talking about, hiding that information. And I love we're all going to be surprised at the same time.
Well, actually, I countered his sneaky snake technology with my own, that I did happen to catch what Mercs they brought in. They audibled into something that I was just thinking of at the very end. They bring in Shadow. So they ended up keeping the Diablo and the Cairn as their only 2 Mercs, and their others are Valera, Natalie, Vol'jin, and a cookie. They actually did bring in the cookie. If anything, this is potentially an over response to getting bodied by Cairn. This is like not 1, not 2, but 3 different Mercs that are so good at gobbling up low health Cairns in the Natalie, the Vol'jin, and the cookie. All have very fast abilities that can act under those endurance auras. Got a lot of good AoE, goes well with Valera. I like this lineup a lot from Night. I think it's a huge audible. We haven't even really seen much of this Shadow comp at all. We saw it once, like halfway through a match, but this will be interesting. This is probably the best shot they have to go into game 3.
I'm trying to find the, here we go.
Okay.
So, interestingly, yeah, they didn't have the Valera to start. So...
Yeah, no Valera. This is a brand new Valera. They had just the full The full Frost comp, which I think makes a lot of sense. I think a lot of players were saying, I'm going to open with Frost and then like audible into a Valera, but many of these players aren't getting game threes. So I think I would have preferred to see people just open with Valera and then keep her. But I don't know, Jaina and Varden have been doing very, very well in kind of opening with a control deck in that sense. I mean, that is certainly the closest to a control deck that we've had of this Jaina Varden thing. But now, the scary thing here is that Dallas still opens with this Diablo, which I really like, and it threatens this double caster opener. I'm kind of surprised that Night Knight did go for this, maybe just thinking that Dallas will change their strategy. But nope, Dallas again doesn't deviate. Again, showing the strength of not deviating, and you just force people to mess up. Like, I think this Fire Stomp from Diablo next turn might be really, really hard to play around, but there's going to be a lot of 1 and 0 speed flips on turn 2, so we'll see how this turn 1 goes.
Yeah, I mean, it worked really well for game number 1. Why mess with it? Just run it back, and if it doesn't work for some reason, well, there still is that game number 3, and I'm sure Dallas knows at this point, if it doesn't work, I'm sure Dallas has practiced this specific comp. Like you said, brought it to specifically 2-0. So if something doesn't quite work, I'm sure Dallas knows how to kind of pivot during the game to try to come back, try to bring it back even in the same game.
Yeah, this turn 1 maybe actually shows a slight lack of game knowledge or like matchup knowledge here potentially, because Dallas went for the Doom Charge on the Vol'jin to make sure that it was slow for turn 2, but they actually double shot the Vol'jin. They shot the Vol'jin with the Grom slow and the Diablo slow, which stacked them up, meaning that actually Vol'jin's super fast this turn. Dallas could have played it in a way where Vol'jin doesn't get to do this, and he's going to. Or Night Knight gets everything.
Yep.
Night Knight gets everything there. So I wonder if Dallas did that on purpose, because that surprised me that they did that, because they could have just not slowed. They could have used the Doom Charge on the Vol'jin after the Vol'jin already cast Shadow Shock so that it was slow, right? But now Night Knight got to use every single ability, and maybe Dallas wanted that for some reason, right? Like, now what does Dallas bring in? We know that they still have the same 3 Mercs. They know that there's a Cairn, a Varden, and a Jaina on the bench. You got to bring in 2 right here. Cairn looks kind of spooky because he's just going to get lit up by the 2 Shadow Mercs. But if you bring in the Frost comp here, what the heck does that do? It just gets obliterated by Valera real quick, and there's still an Illidan, I think. Oh, no, sorry. Night Knight has the Diablo. The Cairn Diablo is still on the bench. This is looking great for Night Knight.
Yeah, and it's really interesting too, because talking about you keep saying it as like it's a bundle, right? Jaina, but here split up.
Yeah,
Varden comes out, the Jaina, yeah, and so it's also that knowledge of deviating from not keeping those same 2 clumped together all the time, because, like you said, I think that's also maybe I don't really want to bring those out right now, because if they don't really work, it's not really doing me any favors at this point. So, yes, some of it still looks wonky, but it feels like the better of this is just the best 2 of the 3 that I had. And I think that's kind of what just Dallas is having to go for here. But yeah, this looks like a great position for Night Knight already.
Yeah, especially when here they get to go for they might end up going for my favorite ability, which of Natalie when combined with Valera, which is his Benediction. Like, if they just get a 30-point heal on both of their Mercs right now, that's just so insane. And Dallas just has nothing like that. And so I think we are just going to see this kind of like heal up everybody. Yeah, go to 1 million. Just unfortunately, it doesn't fully kill the Diablo yet. The Shadow Surge was quite slow, but I mean, hey, we still clean up that Diablo. Now it's just Jaina on a board that is still looking okay. They got Fire Stomp, they got slowed, so again, Night Knight is super duper slow here. I think Dallas should have access to a Cold Snap this turn. But then Night Knight still has Cookie Cairn Diablo on the bench that might be able to throw down just well enough. Because whenever, as we've seen before, if you bring in Cairn and Diablo, and Cookie, that's literally like the trifecta. of you can go Endurance Aura, make a fish, Fire Stomp you 5 times, and that goes ballistic against Jaina and Varden. So still looking kind of Night favored, but that last turn seems like the Vulcan was just way too slow, but it's still here. And this is Night saying, can I get anything? I will literally take like any change to this board and then hope that my back three can carry me to victory here. But if Night loses, Dallas is on to the finals.
Yeah, and it's really interesting too, going for the option of, even though the Vol'jin ability was slow, it looks like it did what Night set out to do, right? It tried to clear off the minion, force out that Jaina, put Dallas on the last leg of Mercs. But at the same time, going for that also means that there wasn't any slowing. So
Yeah.
I'm kind of interested about that, because now it's like, well, yes, you killed off and made Dallas bring out his last Merc, but as we just saw, all of Dallas's stuff just got to do everything that they wanted.
Yeah. Basically, Night had, I think there was one 6-speed coin flip, because as we were hovering over the abilities, we saw almost every single one of Knight's abilities were super duper slow. I think there was one 6-speed coin flip against the Cold Snap that Night didn't win. It might not have been, but that's totally fine. I mean, unfortunately, we won't be able to see on the replay which one they actually queued up. But I mean, even still here, like the cute thing here is that, oh God, no. So I mean, Dallas still has an Endurance Aura if you want it. I think I do like this Diablo here, because you're gonna expect a lot of Mercs to be dying. You can get a big slow. You know that your Valera is dead here, and so then you should get the option to be able to bring in that Cairn next turn. But okay, this is definitely a finagleable spot for Night. This feels like one of those things where it's like, all right, I'm up pieces, I'm up material. How do I not throw? How do I not throw this game? Because you know that Night is like, I could throw this. This is throwable. I don't know how, I don't know why, but it feels throwable. And Dallas is just sitting there going like, I got my 3 Mercs. I'm chilling. What's up? I'm not feeling that fear. Are you? And I think you can probably feel it through the screen here a little bit, but we'll see if they can spin this up. Again, you have to imagine this is a 5v3. If Dallas pulls this back with just Jaina Varden and hey, there's still reincarnation on Cairn. There are outs, but I do love that Night has this cookie to be able to potentially interact with setting up some Cairn snipes that can turn the tide. So a really cool. This is the coolest end game I think we've had so far of any of these matches yet.
Oh yes, yeah, I'm loving it. This is definitely awesome. I mean, and it's so interesting too, the way that this game has played, even though Dallas had the same opening, but because Night got to switch out 4 of the Mercs, so there's different interactions going on. But I think Night is playing this, like, it feels like playing differently than the first game. And obviously there's going to be some differences, right, because of the Mercs, but I feel like the actions have felt a little different, and I kind of love it.
Yeah, it definitely seems like they're switching stuff up. I mean, this is probably the hardest audible from what they were playing in game 1 into game 2.
Right.
Of just like completely going into this like shadow aggro kind of start. The Valera didn't die that last turn, which seems almost potentially semi-intentional on Dallas's part. Night got a very uninspiring Fire Stomp from Diablo. Basically did nothing. Because Dallas went for the Endurance Aura, they just got to steal basically cancel the entire Diablo action, which certainly feels good. And now does Natalie actually have access to another benediction? If we hover Natalie real quick, it might actually, I'm not sure if it will tell us when we they'll have to target her herself or decide the thing for it. She does have the Splinter in order still though, so she can go back and forth between the ultimates for the equipment. I love that equipment. I think it's probably definitely the best one, especially with Valera. I'm definitely trying to play the big slow ability. Okay, no, so she doesn't have the heal. Natalie has no heal right now. And speeds are in Knight's favor because they have this Valera. I would still love to see the Valera nerfed very slightly to not be as ridiculous in terms of having just a permanent endurance aura at all times. It even makes Varden look kind of silly, but let's see. We got the Apocalypse. Ooh, okay, just we'll pop this ice block. Step 1 is really... Oh, no, they didn't. It puts to 1.
Oh, it did.
Uh-oh, wait a minute.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay, I mean, the Anathema was always going to trigger it, I suppose. Now we do have the cookie. Yeah, okay. This should be what we expected. Night Night to still be able to clutch this out with just the having more mercs. Um, Even without the cookie, it would still be good enough here. They got enough good damage. Even with the Varden freeze going onto Diablo, it's not enough. And
Yeah.
Dallas finally bleeds his own blood.
Finally loses a game.
Yeah.
Now, that I feel like that seemed so intentional actually from Night Night, and I loved that because it was a I'm gonna try to get two things killed
Hmm.
so that I can bring out both.
Yeah.
And it was also setting up to pop the ice block from the Jaina. Set it at 1 so that when Night Night did then get the cookie especially out, but hey, then it's like, all right, cool. Now the ice block's also gone. I don't have to worry about that. And I'm really interested to see how Night Night plays. Now that we're going to see Night Night play the same comp for game number 3,
Yeah.
I'm going to be curious to see if Night Night plays it the same way.
Yeah,
Or
like, will they
because
still
that,
open with Shadow again?
yeah, because we
Mhm.
talked about how it felt so different from game number 1 to game number 2. Now I'm curious to see game 2 to 3 where it's going to be the same. Do they play it the same, or how will they end up changing up their play for that? Because again, I want to highlight this because this is the first series that we've gotten to see from Night Night. We've been watching Dallas this whole
Yeah.
time. We've spoken to that. We all know, okay, Dallas OP, but let's look at Night Night and see where they're coming from with their play.
Yeah, I mean, I think the spooky thing from Night Knight's perspective, unfortunately, is that when you look at that comp, unlike Dallas's, I suppose you could pull a Dallas, right, and open with the Diablo from
Right.
Night Knight's perspective, because leading with that double caster like that seems terrifying. If you know that you can just get, like I said, Illidan Valera, right, and they just gobble up your Vol'jin and gobble up your Natalie, now all of a sudden that might not be good enough. But the Shadow opener kind of struggles to deviate in any real way. You could open with the Diablo from Night Knight's perspective, but you're kind of expecting a lot of fighters to be coming to counter Shadow. Diablo doesn't really look that great to counter fighters. We saw that Dallas was doing it because it was countering some Janas and some Vardens, so we were opening with a fighter that could crit casters. I'm slightly spooked of the fact that, yes, that was kind of, at the end of the day, a dominating win from Night Knight. They had the good counterplay, but it's not worth anything if it gets countered too easily back. It doesn't matter if you can run a mile better than everybody when it's a 2 mile race. It just, if Dallas has the angle to be able to counter the counter, it feels Dallas favored. And I think of all the comps so far, we saw that the flexible ones were the ones that might be able to just 2-0. And I would say that the Shadow comp is maybe on the less flexible side compared to some of the other ones that we've seen. So I am really curious to see, like you said, will Night Knight switch it up? Will Dallas try to go a little bit crazy? We haven't really seen a new deck from Dallas yet. We haven't really seen what he does. We've just seen him swap up his opener. So this could be something
Right.
completely out of left field, or it could just be a pure lab out. He is ready for it. So I'm
Yeah.
excited, but this is game 3. Winner moves on to the finals to face against MD, who has been waiting there. And again, $150 money match, basically.
Yeah. No, and it's so interesting. I love this format. I know we kept talking about it, but like I feel like your analysis there is like where we were at the very beginning.
Mm.
So it's
Mm-hmm.
like we started with that, okay, game number 1, win, counter, then counter, and then you win the series. Right? And we've seen that not be true this whole
Yeah.
time until here where it's like, okay, well maybe this is actually where that plays in. And it's so interesting seeing how the Mercs and again how deep do these players dive into the rabbit hole of countering the counter to the counter's counter,
Yeah.
how far do they go down that? And I'm really intrigued because again, like you said, this is going to be the first time we've actually seen what Dallas brings
Mm.
after a loss because it's the first loss we've seen from Dallas. So I'm
Yeah,
ready.
and he's like, as we kind of, I would be curious to see if he agrees with our analysis of what he did in terms of preparation for this tournament, because it truly does seem, I would say the standout line is that Dallas built a deck to 2-0 people, and it doesn't feel like other people were doing that. And so I am really curious to see if he was thinking of it in that way, but it also totally makes sense that in a format like this that is so wide open, you can't, like you were saying, you can't play around what your opponents are gonna like. They can bring one of 60 mercs or whatever.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible to to do too much prep in order to play into an unknown field. Instead, just play one deck that you know has the flexibility instead of, like you said, trying to deviate. And Dallas has really not done much deviating. I wonder how much of a deviation we will see in this final game of our final semifinals.
Yes, I am so intrigued as well. And like, it's so interesting too because as we're kind of waiting to get into this next game, um, we've talked about the HS replay stats. I'm sure we'll pull them up at least one more time before the broadcast is done today. But if you want to look at the HS replay stats, is that where yeah, there you go. You can see it on the screen now. Like, is that where Dallas is gonna go?
Right.
And just say like, hey, I'm all right. Let's do these. How much
Both
is
the
he
math.
relying on his own prep? Yeah, and it's I love the aspect of just going back and forth and like these little mind games that these players can do. And even looking at it doesn't show when we're looking at the tier list here with these individuals, but again, if you look at the parties tab, you can see it'll actually show what the most common equipment pieces are as well, which I find really fascinating because then you can look at that and say, is there something that I can use to my advantage against that? Or, even just looking at it and saying, okay, this is the most common thing. Cool, I can just use that if you're not as familiar with it. But I love that it shows the equipment too, because then you can just, again, keep adding those like little layers of strategy.
Yeah, I mean, this is the. And when we're looking at all the tier lists and looking at even these ones, it feels like nature is really the least represented, and it also has a bunch of weird flexibility. Like we saw in terms of item differences, this Cairn difference is probably one of the only ones. It hasn't really come up yet in the tournament, but we see Reincarnation is basically what everybody is playing, and that was the one that Night Knight didn't have access to. A way to snipe the Reincarnation. Like, in a way, this Reincarnation is a downside. And so that's why in this comp here, this is that big stomp comp that I was talking about with Malfurion, Brucon, Valera, and then Cookie, Karen, Diablo. But Karen has this Thunderous Sash as their equipment instead. 5 more damage on Earth Stomp. Really good against Valeras. Maybe there's a world where Dallas ends up busting out a nature comp that we really have seen very little Brucon, very little Malfurion. I think the only time we saw it was in that the very first round of the day.
Yeah, it was very early.
Yeah, Natalie is another good example of a Merc that can kind of have some deviating equipment of, do you take Splendor of Nordrassil, where it allows you to swap back and forth between Anathema and Benediction over and over again. I love that with Natalie and Valera, but a lot of the times if you're going the full aggro deck, you'll play Natalie that has Eye of Shadow, where in here we're seeing a Natalie like on the bench, where you get the bonus shadow damage instead. We really haven't seen many protectors. Hilariously, despite the format being so dominated, like technically, again, the most played deck by an enormous margin of 6,000 games played versus 1,400 this is everybody, right? So this is top 50%. But even if we cut it down to the top 10%, the 10K plus MMR people, we're seeing a ton of protectors, Malfurions and Thralls and Grums. Oh my. Very little of them, honestly. Most of this tournament that we've seen has been dominated by Jaina, Varden, and Stuff. So that kind of makes sense why the Natalie equipment might be different. And again, Dallas will be going into the tank trying to figure out all of these of what beats up on Shadow, I think is basically what he's going to be going to first.
Yeah, it's so interesting too. And we are getting some record stats here from our wonderful production. Thank you, Saku. So Dallas, okay, that I just find this really interesting. Dallas has a record of 8-1.
Nice.
Night Knight had a bye the first round and has a record of 6-1. And then MD also had a bye the first round, but has a record of 8-2. They're all so close. I love it.
No, that's insane. Dropping one, that's an insane win percentage for regardless of whatever the format is, like back and forth like this, like that's sick to be able to have that. And it's also kind of cool I honestly didn't really think about it in the same way, but it is kind of sweet that this does feel like a double elimination type of it kind of like makes you, it lets you feel like you get to play more games because there's so much going on. Just because there's so
Yeah.
many decks that you could play, you almost have to do the prep beforehand and play the like double elimination part of it in testing instead. But I do like that this format really rewards again that players will have these 8-1, 8-2 score lines. And technically, Dallas with the highest true win percentage of playing the most games and losing the least of them, this is their game 3. I mean, if they lose this game, they are dead, and it doesn't matter. So we'll have to figure out. Hopping into this last game here between Dallas and Night Knight, what is Dallas's transition to interact with the Shadow Aggro opener from Night Knight? We'll see.
Yes. Oh, I love it. The suspense, though. The suspense is like killing me. Like, oh, we're almost ready, but it does look like we are jumping into this game here as well. All right.
Yay. Same thing from Night Knight. 2-2-2 from Dallas. So no information to be gained, which again I think has been something that is one of those little things that's been nice of just when you know that your opponent doesn't know what you're playing, if you can try to pull together a 2-2-2, you really get to mess with their audible openers because Dallas has been probably one of the most diverse openers of having the same deck and can use that information to his advantage. Here, Night Knight is probably just forced to play the same thing. You can't get any extra information. You gotta basically Dallas forced Night Knight to open the same thing, which leads perfectly into what Dallas is expecting. So what is it? Grom, Valira, Samuro. Okay. And this is what we saw again from the very beginning of the tournament of a way to light up those the Janas and the Vardens. But here now you have two casters that have no death rattles, that have no ice blocks, right? When they are dead, they are dead. And Samuro is a great way to deal with that. Even with Burning Blade as the equipment, speaking of swapping equipments instead of the Sash of Illusion. So that's nice. Which also makes sense because, in part, the Sash of Illusion is a way to counter the Varden slow, right? But now Dallas knows there's no Varden slow. We can just take Burning Blade and stack some health and go from there. And it looks like their bench even might be Nature Bench. So literally everything that we were just talking about, this looks like, because we have the cookie buff, we can tell that the appetizers are on Dallas's minions. They have the green health line. So both teams are playing with cookies. And we see Dallas, Night Knight bringing CDC, still has to, and Dallas presumably playing out Malfurion Brucon cookies. So let's see what the destruction of the Samuro is. Yeah, oof, yeah. Literally, Vol'jin doesn't get to click a button.
Yeah.
Vol'jin was there, and now he is gone. Samuro has 18 attack. This Natalie is not long for this world, but both sides are
Yeah.
stealthed up. And now we're going to have a bunch of flips.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised to see some taunt come in now with this Samuro on the opposite side of the board. So that, from Night Knight's perspective, that was a pretty quick just slam down of this next mercenary, especially compared to what we've already been seeing today.
Yeah, this really seems like you got to go for the Earth Stomp here. Again, anytime there's double fighter, it looks real juicy to hit him with the Earth Stomp from Cairn. But this is also partially showing the fact that Night Knight doesn't have much flexibility. Like, you can't really lead the Diablo. I think the Diablo might literally have gotten one shot if they played the Diablo here, and then Cookie does nothing. Their hands are very tied with this type of archetype here, which does not seem well suited for this format when your opponent can know to counter it. So good recognition from Dallas, and yeah, Night Knight did snap off the Cairn, and this Earth Stomp will be juicy. I wonder if they'll end up going for the Benediction. It looks like they are, I think, on Night Knight's side here. Though actually, no, they just went the Eye of Shadow, so no matter what, they can't go for Benediction yet. They can't go for the big heal on Natalie. They have to work through that Anathema first. Yeah. So see Dallas in the tank here. Got to imagine that you're just going to kill the Natalie. The fact that Night Knight is also queuing up is going first means it's not Earth Stomp, it is Endurance Aura. Ooh, disaster. Complete disaster from Night Knight. Oh no. Lost both 0-point flips. Literally gets everything completely aced. And so that, honestly, that's partially just a spot of like, you should probably just go for Earth Stomp because even if you win the Endurance Aura there, what do you really get out of it? You get to kill their Natal, or you get to kill their Valira, I think, because then your Valira gets to attack there. So you get to like trade Valiras, but then the rest of your turn just like is only okay. You get the Benediction, or sorry, you get the Anathema, it's fine, but oof, that was certainly the worst possible outcome for Night Knight.
Yeah, absolutely, because like you said, maybe it wouldn't have gone very well, or maybe the rest of your turn would have been okay, but worst case, that felt bad. Like, that was just so unfortunate. And, I don't know, maybe he was, or maybe Night Knight was just hoping that the ability would go off first, and just it was
try to flip
unfortunate.
it,
Yeah, I feel like that's another case that, like we talked about earlier, right? Of trying to set up for those ties,
mm-hmm.
and sometimes you just have to look and say, well, maybe it's not really going to work out for me, and I just have to do something else. And that's that point where you deviate, and maybe that was a place there to deviate into the Earth Stomp, like you said, instead.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you outlined both reasons to do either one. Like, do you deviate because you just feel like you're dead on board, or do you have to deviate because you have to high roll it? Like, you have to just win. You have to get lucky, win that flip, and then play from there. Because right now, it's looking like Dallas is only now just barely losing their first Merc, and
Yep.
I mean, this could have just been like a 5-0, 6-0 kind of destruction. So I think it's honestly reasonable for Night Knight to go for the high variance play there, because you look like you're just such a dog at that point in terms of percentage that you can't blame them. Absolutely. And it's spooky, right? You have to be able to say, I'm going to go for it, or you have to be able to say, I'm not going to go for it. But yet again, another spot where having confidence and preparation allows you to not have to get in these sticky spots where now all of a sudden you're coin flipping against your own decision making. And Dallas has really shown the preparation, honestly.
And the Samuro, just gonna say that the preparation as well, brought the Samuro in, right? Because Dallas lost, so had to put in some other mercs, brought in the Samuro, started with this Samuro, and this Samuro has put in work.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's gotten hugely buffed. Remember earlier when you said it was 18 attack?
Not
It's
anymore.
at 29 now. Like, it is just on its own. Feel like it almost feels like it has just soloed the game.
Yeah,
I mean, of course it hasn't, but it almost has.
No, I mean, you could definitely almost make the argument that it did more work than Valera in this game. Like the Samuro one shot the Vol'jin, basically ended up killing even one shotting a Cairn. The Cairn was basically full health and doesn't get crit by Samuro, and Samuro just went like 23U, 29U or something like that. That's an insane amount of damage, and we see it doing it again. Another kill, still not dead. This Fire Stomp will take out will finally clear up the Samuro, I think, but
yeah.
Now this is a 2v4, and Malfurion is well played for Dallas to bring in the Malfurion there just to start getting another speed advantage, get that Cenarian Surge ticking, and now even this, you can deny so much from them. There is a fish, but it's only a medium fish. You kind of, if anything, needed like the heal. Both of the other fish were better than this one, so kind of a low roll fish from Night Knight of just the stats. But now Malfurion can literally heal up that fish too. We're going to get 2 nature spells that are going to act before the cookie snipe from Night Knight, and so Night Knight isn't even going to be able to kill his own fish this turn unless he spends Diablo to attack it. Certainly, Night Knight holding 2 different sticks in his hands that just up against 4 rocket launchers and a crab.
And a crab. Yeah.
This crab's about to... I guess it's not going to actually get to attack or anything, but... Yeah, Dallas, I'm sure, queued up their abilities almost instantly. Night Knight trying to figure out if there's a way out of this squeeze. Take 30 again. Grom was here from the beginning. Still not dead. Oh, interesting. Okay, they went for the entangling roots just for max damage. Said, sure. I'll coin flip it. If I win the coin flip, it's just a disaster for you. If I lose the coin flip, it's still a disaster because I got max damage out of my Malfurion. Again, there's another spot where we've kind of seen it before where it kind of says, when you just have a pure numbers advantage, you can stop playing like normal and you can just go play straight to the numbers. I'm just going to try to count to 200. You have to count to 300. I'm going to beat you there. And going for coin flips like that is one of the best times to go for it. And Dallas cleans it up, has the great counterplay that just was not even close, honestly. Samuro went crazy. And the Shadow Comp seems like it was maybe a little bit too easily countered. Maybe there needs to be your third deck or your first deck. The second one, when it opens you up to getting countered like that, maybe I don't know, too much of a downside, but brand new format, brand new tournament, brand new matches. You can't blame players for having to limit test this and figuring it out on the spot, just like we were. So now we're just like that. Dallas wins yet another double my money and is going to meet up against MD in the finals for that $500 first place prize, where MD has been sitting on their laurels waiting for Dallas. And Dallas, yeah, I think now it's March wherever Dallas is, but
Yeah,
hey, that's fine.
that's
$500
right.
March.
We've already had multiple patches, but he's
Yeah, right.
playing on an old version of the game to keep going with this. But yeah, it's finally time. We have made it all the way through the bracket, through those top 4 matches, and we will be bringing you this finals here momentarily. But let's break down what we're going to be expecting to see as we move into this finals here. Let's look one more time over at some HSReplay stats. Again, huge shout out to HSReplay for providing the wonderful prizes that we've been talking about. And yeah, this is for the big bucks now that these players are playing for, provided by that HSReplay, in addition to multiple months of the HS Premium. And if you have that HS Premium, you can get access to this Merc stats that we're showing you right now. You can look at parties, you can look at the tier list, and you can see how it all corresponds to your own collection, give you the best chance of being able to build your own comps here. So let's talk about Mulhu. Walk us through, what are we looking at here? What are we going to be expecting as we move into our finals?
Well, we kind of said it a little bit right before we were going into that last match of Dallas versus Night Knight, where Night Knight was opening with basically the same deck that we've seen a lot of today. Where is it? Right in here. Just like the Jaina Varden stuff, right? Another Frost player, and they ended up audibling to Shadow and going from there. But this Frost comp, Dallas has just been gobbling it up all night. The last 2 matches, 3 matches even, that Dallas has played has basically been against the same Jaina opener, and they've just been farming it. So we kind of said it right, like I said before that last match. If Dallas can manage to win yet again into the Frost Mirror, it took it to game 3, right? Night Knight had the audible into Shadow that countered what Dallas had, and then Dallas just hard countered her right back, which is exactly what Dallas wants. But this next matchup is going to be another Frost comp, and it's really going to come down to, I think, can, in all of this time that MD has been waiting, have they labbed out a game 2 and a game 3? Because they've had plenty of time. They shouldn't have just been sitting there. They should have been taking some break, eating some food, drinking some water. But really, I mean, they should have been pulling up these stats and saying, what the heck can beat the Frost opener? Because Dallas is playing kind of semi-Frost opener and semi-Valera opener. Is there a way in? And maybe it's some Malfurion stuff. Maybe it's, again, I would still honestly love to see Mam. I think that's maybe the one archetype way down. God, where is it? We got to go down. Don't be discouraged by how far down the tier list it is. Down here. Malf, Andu, and Mukla. I honestly think that this deck has a good angle to be able to beat Grom plus Valera. I think it also has a good angle to be able to beat, again, this is like shilling for the archetype that I've probably played the most. But you have good results, I think, against GBT, which is that Grom Valera Thrall. There's no Thrall in Dallas's lineup, but they kept the good parts of Grom and Valera, and then they took the good parts of the Frost comp and kept Jaina and Varden. I think that Mam could have a way to attack this. I think this a big switch up is necessary for MD to be able to scrap here. I think this is the lineup in this stat line that is the most attractive to me. Maybe something crazy like this too, right? Maybe there's some Cornelius things when you look at the win rates. When you go over to just the actual tier list, look how high up. Where'd he go? Not all games. We'll look at only high elo or mid high elo. We got Cornelius up here. We have a lot of Mercs that we really have not seen very much of. Skylar Rogers is starting to overperform lately as people just don't even know how to play with her. Cornelius has some really nasty, really oppressive play patterns in some of these control decks, right? There could be an Anduin Holy comp, right? I would really, that's what I want to see. I want to see MD bust out something the likes of which no player has brought yet, because I think that's the only way you're really going to be able to tackle Dallas. I think Dallas came very well prepared to 2-0 people, and I think you can hope that MAM or a control deck might be able to go the distance. But otherwise, we've seen almost every single one of these other Mercs already. Trigor down here. Who knows? A new Merc that also has some potential. We're seeing it's in 1%. Basically, does not show up at all. But has a pretty good win percentage, honestly, all things considered. It's right next to Grom and Valera. Can't be that bad, right? So maybe there's some Trigor in there. Velen, part of these holy comps that could definitely be an angle into games 2 or 3. Guff. Unfortunately, I don't think Guff is able to be seeing some play despite having a brand new Twitter account. I think Guff is probably going to get gobbled up by too many Cimaros, too many Valeras. Yeah, Mukla, Anduin, Blinkfox, Sylvanas. I want to see some control decks, I think. I think that's what I'm looking for. I think I'm looking for something brand new from MD in games 2 and 3.
Yeah, I like it. We've seen a little bit of, even in the games that weren't necessarily built around control, we did see the games kind of play out that way, right? I've kind of whittled it down, and now at this point, I'm just gonna freeze and pink, and and that's gonna be good enough. Because again, some of these games have come down to that point that you've talked about, where it's like you get to that point where you're ahead, and then just don't mess it up, right? Don't give them an edge, don't give them an out. Do the thing that keeps you ahead.
And the hard part about that too is like, if you haven't played like the true control decks in this format, like all the Anduin decks basically, they really try to like keep an Anduin floating at like 100 to 150 health and just getting so much value that you can't beat it. Those decks are actually secretly very hard to play, and they're also a very weird deck that hasn't been very good. Again, when you look at the stats, technically, it's a middling win percentage deck. There are a lot of decks on ladder that can just farm it, or just like a bad matchup that either the Man Mirror or other people playing like Sylvanas is, or there's like weird stuff it's only okay against, but it's actually a deck that can lab out quite well against a known archetype, a kind of very finite number, but you need the reps, right? Nothing is saying that MD has played enough of that deck to risk pulling it out. Maybe there's another angle, and I think it will be very kind of telling of who they are as a player when they show us what their game 2 and what their game 3 deck is. Hey, maybe they can win game 1. They should also swap up game 1. Should have gone back and researched how Dallas was playing, how Dallas was kind of queuing into these Frost comps, because we've seen a lot of different things from Dallas so far. Not by any means that they're going to lose game 1, right? But in the world where Dallas has certainly set up a track record to say that they are favored in this Jaina matchup, I want to see something new. I want to see whatever they have in their back pocket, because this is a $250 back pocket right now. So It's either going to go in Dallas's jeans or MD. But regardless, both players, amazing performance, insane win record, great decks, great play, and money to show for their efforts. So regardless, you can't ever leave this unhappy, but I want to see some spice.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's the great story that you want to hear, right? Especially if they can turn that storyline from I did well all the way, and then I flipped it, and then did this spicy sweet thing, and then won it all. Like that, just that's like the cherry on top, right? That's what you want to see. I think from an audience perspective and from a casting perspective, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not the line that the players go in, because again, we've kind of built up this narrative of do the thing that works, right? Mm-hmm. Have the strong thing and do the strong thing. So maybe they're not going to deviate from that, but you always want to see that spicy off the cuff finals. It's like, oh yeah, we didn't expect that. Look how well it turned out, and it was exciting, and just totally throw everybody for a loop. That's what we want to see. Not necessarily that we will, but we're excited for it. So, go ahead.
Do we have some info? Is Dallas ready from his third shower of the night? I think so. I think they might be on their way. But I mean, even regardless, if Dallas wins, right, it was a known commodity in the community that ran it up, had probably the coolest deck. Right, I would say the kind of the most interesting strategy, the most well-executed strategy, and some of the most convincing wins and most convincing matches with amazing game plan set up. And then we have MD, who started to kill all of our heroes on the way and went straight to the finals. The curse, I might call it the Wizard Beast curse at this point now, because Wizard Beast went to the finals, had to wait, maybe iced the kicker a little bit, and then ended up losing in the finals to the true scripted run from the other player. There's a little bit of a Wizard Beast curse on MD right now, but if they can overcome that Wizard Beast curse, then it's all the sicker. Then they took down that known commodity. They took down the coolest deck. They had the cool preparation. There's no way that we can have a bad outcome, I don't think, here from this tournament, which is all that you can ask for. But I really hope, for everybody's sake and for ours, that we see something, yeah, like you said, something funky, something new.
Yes, me too. And it's the finals, right? Like,
Yeah.
go out with a bang. You want to see the cool stuff to close it out because that's what people are going to remember, right? They're going to remember the finals, the thing that they just recently saw, the most recent thing. So, that's what I'm rooting for. But if you had to pick, if you had to give a prediction in terms of the winners or even what we're likely to see, we've already kind of talked about the mercenaries themselves, but what kind of prediction do you have going into our finals?
Um, Honestly, I think I'm gonna give the prediction for a number of reasons outside of the game, essentially. I'm going to give the prediction to MD. I think between as long as they can have managed their time well, right? If they have spent this last chunk of time, they've been waiting, practicing, prepping, watching VODs, labbing stuff out, talking to their friends, right? Like figuring things out in conjunction with the fact that it is so late for Dallas's time, they are like their mental is just only by the second getting harder and harder to fight through. And so I think it was just one mistake. If Dallas even slips up for a second, especially if especially if MD can hit them with a really crazy deck in game two that puts out Dallas into an uncomfortable position, that could be where they make a mistake. And then that's what ends up suddenly becoming a 2-0 sweep that wasn't expected. So I'll give it for the scripting purposes. I'll give it to MD. What about you? What do you think?
I like it. I like it. I think I'm just going to have to go Dallas, though, because Dallas has had such a strong performance, and we've seen 2-0 after 2-0 after, oh, I lose the game, but then I bring this other thing and just win anyways.
Oh
So,
yeah.
I think even with the lack of sleep or trying to, taking cold showers to stay awake. Whatever Dallas is doing, it's working.
Yeah.
And I think it has to work for just one more series, right? That's all that matters is just having to keep working for one more series. And I think that we're going to see that. I don't think it's going to be a 2-0. I think we're going to
Okay.
see a little bit of spice. I
Okay.
think we're going to go to game 3. That's my prediction, but I think Dallas is going to edge it out in the end.
All right, and that works perfectly with my prediction too, because I hope that it will also be a game three, but I think that if we can push it to a game three, I think MD wins. I think if it's a 2-0, it's Dallas, but I think if it's a game three, I think that it will be because the spice worked from game two, and it'll push it over the limit into MD's favor. But only time will tell, and I think you're totally right at the end of the day that if Dallas can go this late, right, like if Dallas has already gone this much, all you got to do, there's no bracket reset, right, with single elimination, you just simply, when you're dead, you're dead. So Dallas doesn't have to fight through 2 rounds. The finals isn't necessarily any more games. So all they have to do is just muster together one final push, put it together, slap yourself a little bit, and get there. And there's certainly, like you said, 2-0 after 2-0 into what might as well have been another 2-0, right? Like don't be discouraged by the fact that Dallas dropped a game, because in this type of format, it's almost assumed that you drop games, right? Like in standard, I think again, I haven't really played too many LHS actual last hero standing matches, but correct me if I'm wrong, that like you almost expect to lose. If anything, it's part of your plan to lose.
Yeah, it definitely is. And that's where we go back to that initial talk that we had about, that's why winning the first game is so important, because then what ends up happening is then game number 2, whoever lost switches over to the counter, and then it just gets countered back and forth. And then the odd numbered games, whoever won game number 1 is going to theoretically win number 3 and then win game number 5 and then take the series. So that is the thinking for a lot of players going into last hero standing. So yeah, you're factoring in the loss in that, right? You're like, yes, I'm expecting to lose at some point.
Yeah.
I'm going to get countered by something. It's going to happen. But that's why it's so intriguing that we haven't seen that play out the same way throughout this tournament today. But, it's interesting because then I don't know if there's that factor of people just not being as familiar with the comp they switched to, or if it's just because, okay, let me backtrack a little bit here as well, because first of all, this is the first time that anyone has played this format for Mercenaries. All right, so we're throwing that at the players, right?
Yeah.
Like, here's this new Mercenaries format, go. And also, we keep referencing all of these other tournaments or these past metas. Mercenaries has been out for literally, 3 months? Now we're looking at
basically.
From mid-October to mid-January. So
Infancy.
it is still so so young. And so much has happened for Mercenaries over this 3 months already too. So we're seeing a lot of different things, I think, for these players factor in, and it's kind of creating a web of these factors, right? This absolutely brand new format that they've never tried. They get to keep some of the mercs, so it's not like they don't have to switch out their whole comp. Which I guess if you're comparing it straight to standard or constructed last hero standing, that'd be like clearing out all 6 mercenaries and bringing 6 new mercenaries in. But that's not even quite how it's working for this, right? They keep 2 and they bring in 4 new ones. So there's also that, and it's just so interesting to me looking at all of the different little things that these players are having to manage. And on top of with that storyline, we keep saying it's probably like 10 a.m. now for Dallas or something, whereas when we started this it was like 4 a.m. So it's been quite a journey for Dallas himself going through this, but for all of these players trying to manage how they're catering to this back and forth, how they're managing waiting between these matches. Like you said, are they doing research? Are they spending the time while they're waiting for their opponent over these last few matches? Are they, taking a quick 10, 15-minute power nap to help reset their brain? Are they getting food? What are they doing to manage every aspect of their play that they can?
No, definitely. And we're just getting a little bit of, as we're talking about Dallas having to wait even longer and longer. We're just waiting on the players to kind of continue. They're just kind of talking back and forth, I think, with some of the admins. We're just trying to figure out what the situation is in terms of going forward, figuring out the way to play this last round. Because honestly, in terms of transparency, a very common thing that you tend to see people talking about in tournaments like this, where there's cash money on the line, are things like prize splits. And we're basically deciding whether or not we will either allow prize splits or whatever. I mean, technically, there's only so much you can do when it comes to prize splitting. Players can do whatever they want. But we're just deciding, kind of deliberating on what the course of action we're going to take for that is. Regardless, hopefully we should be able to hop into the games soon. But yeah, like I said, just figuring it out, an inevitability of tournament play, of prize play. And the cool thing, actually, too, I'm sure we don't have a list going yet, but basically every player that played in this is gonna, or especially in the top 4, is on the top of the leaderboard in terms of Mercenaries earnings. We're starting that Mercenaries earnings leaderboard right now. So, because again, this is the biggest tournament outside of the Global Invitational that has Mercenaries in it. So shout outs to Hearthstone Replay for setting the precedent for this kind of thing to be done, for this kind of money to be put up for a community tournament, for an open. This is a free tournament with free casting. Everything about it was just so. I'm so grateful that Hearthstone Replay was willing to toss this together. They spent so much time on the stats, on getting this function of their site going, and it's an extremely helpful one. That I love, like you said, we're only 3 months in. We're barely starting the way that this world goes. And we've done so much work. So without further ado, let's hop in to the finals. MD versus Dallas. Does MD overcome the Wizard Beast curse of jumping into the finals and then falling just barely short to the villain on the other side? Or is Dallas gonna be overcome by fatigue and some spice that MD might be able to bust out? We'll see. We're already thinking about some MD hovering the cairn opener. Already trying to consider
Right.
some new stuff. Yeah, and they do it. We're seeing the other side. I mean, this is
Love it.
how much more yin yang could you get now of like Dallas leading with the Diablo part of Karen Diablo and MD leading with the potentially the Karen part of it. Let's see what Dallas is going to opt for because they've had a very flexible comp, right? So Dallas's comp is the same Jaina and Varden that we've been seeing over and over and over, but they also have Valera and Grom, which we've seen over and over and over, and Karen Diablo over and over and over. This really cool kind of like 2-2-2 piece triple combo deck that are just taking the best parts of some of the most powerful pieces of Mercenaries and putting them in a one flexible deck. Honestly, I love this deck so far, and they go with this Diablo opener. Okay.
Yes. Now, interesting. Do either of them, I feels like it's been so long now, have Illidan?
The MD does indeed have an Illidan on the bench instead of the Cookie. They are playing the kind of copy-paste Varden Jaina Tyrion, Frost Tyrion opener with Karen Diablo Illidan on the bench, where people are starting to replace Cookie with a super impactful Merc. But, I mean, we're seeing here the Karen's going to get this uppercut punch onto Diablo. That's some good damage. It's not bad.
Yeah, I'm interested about the Illidan because again, the Illidan I think is the one we talked about where it could potentially actually make positioning matter, and sometimes it doesn't. But I wonder. We've seen Dallas seem to every time that Dallas has done this opening, Valera has been in the middle, and Diablo has been over to the right. So I'm actually curious if Dallas was expecting an Illidan opener and wanted to kind of protect the Diablo a little bit.
No, that's definitely a good point. I think you're probably right. Of this does seem like a coincidental flop, and like you said, the MD does have the Illidan lurking. They could have gone with the Illidan instead of the Cairn, and that could have been reasonable for sure. Because especially when Illidan represents like a big crit onto the Frost openers, if Dallas did go with the Frost opener, which they didn't, they're again holding behind their Cairn, Varden, Jaina. But no, definitely looks like some good betrayal positioning play arounding here from Dallas. But now what happens here again? Now this is the problem of like when you don't play Valera against Valera, it is so hard to play into. Because they're going to gobble up the Jaina for free, and then the Earth Stomp will still happen. The good part about this is that the Earth Stomp from Cairn is still going to go off here, and so it's going to get the big damage. Diablo will go very low. Tyrion gets some value. Might even see a Blessing of Kings here out of the Tyrion. We'll see. But honestly, all things considered, not the worst spot for MD. This is the first time we've seen a Karen lead. Battle Fury, gigantic damage.
Wow.
Yeah. All right. Well, okay, and then no action from Valera again. Interesting. This Battle Fury, Dallas has been using Battle Fury really well too. This like double cleave from Grom. All these it's such a good way to counter these double fighter openers that a lot of people are running right now, especially in this time of tournament where people are opening with even more double fighter openers to counter specific counters.
Yeah, and it's really interesting too. We saw Illidan is the last Merc there for MD. No Valera, but that means that Dallas gets to run the show with the Valera then, and keeping it stealthed was fantastic.
Yeah, if they tried to attack the way that literally the numbers went, is that Valera would have overkilled the Jaina, and so why bother attacking? You just keep it stealth. I wonder if they will eventually change something like that, where if you don't take an action with a stealth Merc, they fall out of stealth. Things like stealth and Valera and random attacking are all, honestly, in my opinion, still liable to kind of see some change in the future. So that's just something to kind of note here that is definitely interesting that multiple times we've seen people elect to not use any ability, and it's been correct. So definitely a cool little nuance to improve your play instead of just clicking buttons because they give you the choice.
Yes, yeah. There's definitely cases where it has made a lot of sense, and I think there's been some fantastic showcasing of that. And also leads to the same comments we've been making, how these players know that, right? These players know how to play. They know how to set up their mercenaries how they want them. And it's very similar to if you're trying to compare it to like standard of not doing something, right? Not playing a card in standard is the kind of mercenaries equivalent of just not
Yeah.
choosing an ability to use. And
Mhm.
yeah, it actually can make a huge difference. And Dallas wants to be taking advantage of keeping this Valera stealthed for the speed changes. And I think that it's a huge factor for Dallas in this first game. And I'm going to be really curious because we keep talking about how important this first game is. That's going to be the factor, I think.
Yeah, and MD is doing their darndest to try to
Yeah.
make this kind of competitive. And honestly, I mean, all things considered, this is relatively close. There is, again, a
Yeah.
full health Diablo on MD's side versus a no health Diablo on Dallas's side. But MD has a dead Cairn, and Dallas has a very alive Cairn. How is that going to play out? Honestly, so far, we've really seen Dallas leveraging the Cairn Frost part of their backline very well. And I think the Stranded Diablo is certainly much less of a powerhouse than a Cairn combined with other things. Like Cairn is very much so a kind of synergy merc. Diablo is very much so one that requires the synergy merc to pop off. So yes, we've been talking a lot about how Diablo having a huge health total is a big difference, and Valeera is very low, right? We've got a lot of health, and we do have a Varden that can threaten a good freeze. But honestly, all things considered, a relatively close game because this is a spot where, with having two super low health mercs from Dallas, whatever you're boarding in here, like, kind of sucks, and you don't really get to do a ton. It's just a
Yeah.
setup play, so they're deep in the tank.
Yeah. And I don't know if that was purposeful leaving up the Diablo, but I feel like it was. Like, maybe it just there wasn't enough attacks, but we've seen it a couple of times in the tournament already, is leaving certain mercenaries up at a low health to
Hmm.
deal with it, over the next one or two rounds. And it's great because, like you said, now trying to bring in just one mercenary, it's awkward. Like,
Hmm.
I don't want to bring in just one of these. I want to be bringing in two things, that work together, or that I can use to both crit damage a specific merc on the other side. But instead, that's not an option when only one mercenary goes down. So I love that. And again, here, that Valera increasing those speeds, that Diablo didn't die, and it got to put out a ton of damage right from the get-go there.
Yeah, the Valeera Fire Stomp synergy is so juicy, and there we see a Cold Snap from MD. It does technically do more damage, and which is probably why they went for it. But they give up the slow from the flurry. But being at two, again, the exact same thing happening now, where like all of a sudden now being at two, this Varden just won't get to do anything this turn, and it's as if there was an empty spot. Unfortunately, MD just didn't even have another Merc to bring in, so they'll take
Yeah.
it. But the fact that Dallas is still sitting on two Mercs, one of them being a Cairn that can threaten these the Diablo and Illidan, fine enough. Um, but more importantly, it's just going to be that the Diablo and the Illidan we've seen time and time again, honestly, just be there when they don't have a speed buff. In a world of speed buffs, they're just not the same Merc. And this is another reason why I'd kind of like to see things like Valeera tuned or tweaked to be not nearly as strong, because if you're not playing with her, it really feels like a severe disadvantage, or you have to do something very hateful to target the Valeera, which is why I want to see Nam, right? That's why I want to see a control deck that is good at beating up on Valeera, like, very intentionally. MD is still in this game. It's not over. And technically, they can't stealth the Valeera here right now either, because the Valeera is slow. Again, no fast abilities. We're kind of playing Mercenaries as it was intended for the last couple of months. But the fact that there's still a red circle and a blue circle on Dallas's little bench there is just the number two is big enough here.
Yeah. And this is so interesting too. I love this. We see MD looking like wants to be targeting down that Diablo, which definitely reasonable, I think, at this point. But again, this placement coming into play too, where if MD is wanting to kill that, there's no extra attacks to be had. There's no double attacks, nothing like that. Gonna have to set it up. to kill the Diablo, but actually does end
Yeah.
up clearing the Diablo and the Valera all at the same time. So fantastic switch around there for MD.
Yeah, that's a nice. I think that was a good thing for MD that it ended up freezing the Valera. But I guess you just ended up dying anyways to the actual AoE. Because now, again, we're just at that spot where we're kind of stuck and frozen here. And we have an Endurance Aura that gets to guarantee that there are some actions here for Dallas. But, hey, I mean, technically, this Diablo has a ton of health. And, again, this. And I think even the Illidan. Does the Illidan have 75 health left over right now, too? If those are what the numbers are, this is soloable for sure. Okay, yeah, it looks like Illidan is nice and tanky. With Jaina dead, I think MD might have actually done it because of the fact that this same spot Dallas has been to before, but there were cold snaps on the board. There are no cold snaps available right here. Even, I guess, they have this frost elemental, or the water elemental is definitely looks to be really frustrating against these double attack-based mercs, more or less, especially the Illidan, but MD can play around that by going for blade dances, all kinds of things. Apocalypse goes around it as well. I'm curious to see what Dallas goes over here because they can deny 2 actions. They can steal one with the Varden. They can steal one with the Water Elemental. Stack Jaina again. Okay, we'll see. Frozen, good AoE. Okay, so they don't even need to go for the Endurance Aura. I like it. And now I think the Endurance Aura opens up the opportunity now for a Cold Snap because the Jaina is still alive. These 2 health Jainas are so uncommon. You do not see this on ladder where Jaina is surviving for as long as she is at such a low health total. And they see the writing on the wall. Wow. I had hope for MD there for a second, but there was still that finagled stealer action and the Water Elemental. Yep. Why is the MVP of this tournament Water Elemental so far? That guy has gone crazy. So now we're back at that spot. What do you think MD is going to do?
I'm going to have to change it up, obviously. Keep 2 mercs. Okay, so I feel like maybe the Illidan sticks around, maybe Diablo. I definitely feel like that's been a common theme that we've seen between a lot of these matches. But is going to be good enough?
I mean,
I don't know. That's the thing, like, because it doesn't feel like it is.
Yeah, not necessarily. I mean, even like honestly, looking at the deck list doesn't even necessarily do very much. When you look at it, you can just see we've got again just MD. My guess is that you don't want to keep the Jaina Varden. I feel like Dallas has just been gobbling those up for dinner. I think you have to go into a Valera, right? I think no matter what, there's got to be a Valera in here somewhere to start throwing down because it's just so hard to match the Valera. And that's why Dallas has really shown us the power of like having the option for a Valera in game 1 and 2. So many of his opponents haven't had that. We see that just the 2-part, the Diablo and the Cairn, the Varden and the Jaina, the Grom and the Valera are just this new series of buddy systems that Dallas is running with. I don't know. Is there anywhere? Can we look to this list to see if there's something in here? Did someone else bring a deck that might be good enough? I'm not sure, but they've decided.
Yeah.
What do we got?
Pretty quick too. So maybe a bit prepared. Like you said, MD had quite a bit of time to prepare and look at the potential of what they could be setting up for, and seems like maybe they came up with a plan while they were waiting.
Yeah, like you said, that was a pretty quick selection of the new mercs, honestly. Like, they were probably thinking beforehand, and we're seeing not Big Stomp necessarily, but we are seeing nature. We're kind of going back with that Brucon, with the Malfurion. But this could be like a Brucon Malfurion Valera opener. The problem is Dallas can definitely hit that with some of the... I think a lot of the Diablo Valera starts are still quite good at doing a lot of work against that, because if you can take out Brucon, this deck kind of starts to fall apart, and we see that the Heron actually has Reincarnation and not the Thunderous Sash to do the extra damage, so it's not true kind of Big Stomp in that way where it's going all in on the nature synergy. So we'll see. Yeah, okay, so they're opening with the Brucon Valera, and Dallas hits us with the super audible as well, as hiding that Valera on the bench, which I think is something that they did earlier, where when they knew that they were going to get hard countered, they just hide the Valera and go into the very different opener.
Yeah.
Interesting. I think I favor MD here from this spot though. I'm kind of tend to root for the Valera. See the slam not on the Valera as well. That's also kind of surprising, but big damage. Yeah, now the Malfurion nature healing will begin.
Very interesting going for that the round one Fan of Knives
Mhm.
over trying to get into stealth, which is it's not the first time that we've seen that today.
Yeah,
Right?
I mean,
We've seen it in
unfortunately,
the past, but
there was no way. The reason that we saw
yeah,
it in the past was the same way as this, where
yeah,
you actually don't have a 3 or faster speed ability. So
yeah.
Valera is actually kind of priced into going for the Phantom Knives. But I mean, the Phantom Knives looks great on this board. If anything, this is maybe
Oh
even
yeah.
better to go for a Phantom Knives because now you'll still get to kill the Valera, or now you'll still get to pop the Ice Block. You might lose the. I think you will still end up losing the Malfurion here for sure because you end up doing like 25 or what's it, 15, 30 damage from Jaina, another 8, or sorry, 6, 9, 18 damage from Varden. It starts to get actually pretty close. Depends on whatever the Grom might actually be forced to punch the Valera, and yeah, or forced to punch the Malfurion, and we just go for the super heal. I'm not sure if it's necessarily really worth it because you give up your speed advantage and you still take a ton of damage here. That heal from MD only healed Malfurion. But it didn't mean that he survived, right? He would have died otherwise. And
Right.
if you just stay that, no, I still have my Valir advantage, it's worth it, we'll just heal up for another turn. This seems okay, actually. Even just that minor heal might have been enough.
Really
We,
interesting popping the ice block with so much health still on Jaina as well.
yeah, but it is actually awkwardly the perfect number because 43 is, I mean, Valir is hitting for 46. That's something that
Right.
a lot of people have been talking about in terms of like, how do we nerf Valira? Maybe you keep the speed advantage the
Yeah.
same, but stop attacking casters for 46, please. Like, what is this plus 10 attack on Sinister Strike? Like, that is just such an insanely high number. So, unfortunately or fortunately for MD, that is basically the perfect number for Jaina here. This is looking like a good spot for MD.
Yep. Yeah. Definitely agree. Looking like so far, at least the change up was set up really well and it's paying off already. Still, Mercs on the bench for both players, but from the start, it's looking pretty decent. I think, interestingly as well, like you said, going for the healing to keep the Malfurion alive felt pretty huge because I,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how this would look right now if that Malfurion were dead and had to be replaced. It would
Yeah,
be quite a bit different.
yeah, no, I think I don't think I would have gone for the heal there. I would have lost my thing and potentially lost this game. So, oh my god, we even get to snipe the. Oh, interesting. We didn't go for the Sinister Strike. That's kind of surprising. I feel like you would want to stay stealth again. I wonder if maybe they miscounted or thought that something else was weird was happening. But I thought the Jaina was under 46. Maybe she wasn't, but still good turn. And Mouth is still fast, right? We still have the speed advantage, and we can re-trigger the Sinister Strike this turn. So this all's well and good. We still have a super juicy turn, and we continue to hold on to the Chain Lightning, which is really important. Uh-oh, we got a coin flip on our hands. If this endurance aura can go off from Dallas, oh jeez. All right, this is actually the biggest coin flip we've had so far. You can see that the Malfurion has 3 speed. The Brucon, I think, also has 3 speed. Cairn, 3 speed. If Cairn can hit the endurance aura, Fire Stomp, it will kill the Malfurion. It will do a ton of damage to the Brucon. Dallas doing a good job of keeping the Varden in the middle. Yet again, playing around Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning will always deal double damage to whoever is in the middle. You want to lose your Varden. This is a big, big, big turn. It's the difference between Malfurion surviving and dying, basically. All
Yeah.
right.
And this is where the speed really comes into play that we keep talking about too. So, can you give us an idea what
Yeah.
are
Oh.
the speed? Okay.
Oh, they hit it, yeah. So MD went for queuing up the muddy footing to make sure that they would win both coin flips, even as long as they hit one. And they did. Doom Charge gets bricked by the Entangling Roots, and Malfurion's alive at 1 again. Oh no.
This
Oh,
Malfurion
that's a
has lived through
disaster.
so much.
That hurts. I mean, thankfully, I mean, look at this. Look at the numbers on these mercs still. Like, thankfully,
Yeah.
everything's still super slow. Dallas will have a turn to act, but I mean, Dallas is down to 4 mercs already. Literally, MD has not lost a single merc. But the better part about this here is that much like how we saw Night Knight audible into more or less a hard counter, this lineup is far harder to counter in a game 3 than the shadow opening was. The shadow opening just had these dirtily casters with no flexibility, no resilience, no resistance, no death rattles. They just got lit up in game 3, and Dallas knew that it was a checkmate as soon as he went into game 2. This now, MD is actually finagled into a position that will allow them to have outs in game 3. I said that if we went to a game 3, I'm rooting for MD. I think Dallas might be sweating a little bit.
I don't know.
Let's see what
I
happens
think
here.
this Diablo, if this Diablo
Okay.
can do a little bit more work.
Yep.
Wow.
Okay, so yeah, so
Yeah, MD
we get
didn't
the
even
cold
get to do
snap.
anything at all.
Yep, juicy cold snap. Maybe the only downside of having Malfurion die. I mean, technically, there we would have preferred to have Malfurion die because there was no other cold snap angle otherwise. But regardless, Brucon is still acting at 2 speed here. There's a 2 speed chain lightning. Actually, yeah, especially because of the cold snap. Right, this is one of those weird spots where when Varden goes for a cold snap, you give up the slow because Flurry is what's applying the slow. So now Brucon is going to get to act. Diablo gets to act. Is this going to be the super gigantic AoE turn? This might be a triple kill that leaves Dallas with just a Valera on their bench. I think Dallas has that Valera on the bench still. And that's certainly not going to do anything.
Well, not on its own.
Yeah. Ooh, okay, no, that's right. There was the Doom Charge speed reduction was still applied to the Brucon despite getting entangling roots from Malfurion. A weird little thing that happens in Mercenaries where, unlike, I don't know, if you play like Magic or other things like that, where like if you stop one line of text, you basically stop all of them. But in Mercenaries, the next line where Doom Charge from Diablo says like punch them and then apply a slow. Even if you don't connect with the punch, it still applies the slow. Same thing with Tyrion's Judgment of Humility. You still shrink their attack to 1 even if you don't attack them, even if you're rooted. So that's a big difference. That's a huge difference. Unfortunately, I think that MD still has a big Merc advantage, but technically we're going to get a Fire Stomp, a 2-speed Fire Stomp from Diablo, do a lot. Valera, I think, is actually might be getting Earth Stomped here. This will be close, but as long as MD is just saying like, okay, how do we not throw? Please, for the love of God,
Right.
don't throw. Kills the Diablo, step 1. Ambush, good. Death Rattle, onto the Diablo. Oh no, onto the Brucon. That's actually really good. That Brucon was probably going to die regardless, and having your Diablo active on this turn, I think, is way more important than a 1 health Brucon. If you wanted to, you could even bring in the Cookie and get value out of the stacked nature damage here. But okay, yeah, so now
There's that Valera.
Cookie.
I don't know if this is going to be enough from Dallas' side.
Nope, I don't think so. I think the bench Valera is kind of going to go that way of that bench Tavish that we saw, that 6th position Tavish that was just kind of hanging around. Essentially, I think a really cool strategy, because I wasn't thinking about it, of like, in this type of format, literally saying like, no, think of your team as 5 mercs, not 6. That 6th one is for games 2 and 3. And it's a really cool way to approach deck building in this game that I think Dallas has done a really good job of showing, and people were not familiar with that play pattern at all. Whether or not it applies to ladder, it doesn't, right? It has to be in these kind of best of 3s or best of 5s or double elimination sideboards, etc. But a really cool innovation, honestly. But I do think that Dallas is just going to be thinking about game 3 here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, and I think it's a fine route to go as well.
Yeah, this Doom Charge now means that even still, the Cookie will come out, and actually that was a cute example. We didn't actually really see it, but the Cookie would have been there sniping the Cairn and then sniping the Cairn again the second turn and denying it. We talked about that being a play pattern that is normally extremely common on ladder because everybody is playing Cookie on ladder, but in this tournament, very few Cookies, no appetizers at all. And hilariously, in a world where no one is playing Cookie, it's as if you're just playing like normal, and the advantage that Cookie gives you is kind of nullified if neither player is playing it. So a good start. Game 3, MD found a good counter, and like I said, I think a cool, flexible angle to make a game, to make a set out of this Game 3, because this is for all the marbles. This is essentially, as far as we understand it, a $250 game of Mercenaries. So it's going to be, regardless, it's going to be sweet. Up to Dallas to find that Game 3 that he is doing. He's been doing a very good job of making sure that Game 3 is not close. He's been winning it in 2 or crushing you in 3. This is the last shot to continue that streak.
Right, yep. And it'll be the second time now. We saw in the top 4 match that Dallas did lose a game and then had to switch. So I am really interested to see if Dallas goes for the same kind of Mercenaries that he did before when he switched, or if he's going to change it up. Because, you know, again, this is one thing that I'm really liking about this format is he going to play it based on what he wants to be doing or what his opponent brought and, you know, do like the counter to the counter or just bring something else that he thinks is good that maybe is a little bit more flexible that probably can still be okay, but you know, is there a direct hard counter that he can switch to here that's going to work? And even if it's a hard counter, how much of the comp does it counter? Because we saw that earlier as well, that it countered some of the comp, but then once once those things got removed, then the rest of the Mercs kind of came up from behind and said, okay, cool, I don't care.
Yeah.
I will just kill you with this now.
Yeah, I mean, if we again look at, probably for the last time, looking at these Hearthstone replay stats, again, this whole tournament brought to us by them. If we look at these, what's a good look? Again, so we know that we're playing against, we can find it down here. It's basically this comp here. This Malfurion, Brucon, Valera opener. And still even the Karen with the reincarnation. So yeah, it's literally exactly this comp. When you look at it, I think the first things to really realize are that, again, not really super flexible. Still more flexible than Shadow, right? Like you could still opt to open with the Diablo instead of Brucon, instead of Malfurion, but Malfurion really wants to be with his homies. Brucon also would rather be with some nature guys right off the bat. Maybe you hide the Valera, maybe you do something crazy like don't play with the Valera right away, but that seems like one of your best routes to victory. I think, honestly, something like this, something like the Grom Natalie Valera. I really like looking towards Natalie as a way to start nuking down Malfurion. And I'm a big proponent of Natalie with Valera. I think it's almost guaranteed that Dallas is going to be holding on to their own Valera. I would find it very surprising if they elect to go into his MD still having a Valera and Dallas not. So it's really what kind of Valera deck is Dallas going to bring. I like the idea of the Natalie and the Grom. I think that throws that, especially actually, when you know that Valera can't trigger on turn 1. You can't go stealth on turn 1 with this comp from MD because both Brucon and Malfurion don't have a 3-speed ability. Both of them are going to be acting at 4 or greater, so you have to go for a Phantom Knives on turn 1. Is that going to be the way that Dallas attacks this? Potentially. Maybe you open with something like a Thrall, which can literally just one-shot a Valera. The problem with that is that technically there are Brucon Muddy Footings, there are Entangling Roots and stuff from Malfurion, but you can't Entangling Roots on turn 1. So I wouldn't be surprised if there is a red, blue, green opener from Dallas that tries to say, I'm going to either execute the Brucon or the Malfurion or the Valera. I think it's probably going to be this like weird little 3-piece that will go and kill 2 of them over 2 turns very well and have a better heal, and Natalie have a heal that can, or just Natalie going Benediction, very good. Anathema on turn 1 is also quite good. So my only read is that I'm hoping there's a Natalie in here somewhere, because Natalie is pretty tough to deal with for just Brucon and Malfurion in general.
Yeah. And we talked about it earlier. I was a little bit surprised that we hadn't seen as much Natalie as we had, but we've started to see a little bit more Natalie as we've gone through the tournaments. So definitely wouldn't be surprised to see that as well. But yeah, I definitely like your line of thinking. And one thing I just want to point out as well in terms of the the amount of time spent getting their Mercs lined up, because we saw a very quick, switch over for MD. It was like MD knew what they wanted.
Mm-hmm.
They switched in the Mercs, and they were like, all right, I'm ready to go. And, now we're kind of filling a little bit of time here as we're waiting for Dallas to get that final piece in. But we are switching. This is the very final game of our finals here, all the way to game 3. So let's hear that hype in chat, please. Get it going. Final game of our finals. We're going to see who takes home that $500 grand prize.
Dallas or MD, and we can see right away, if you scoot over, you can see that Dallas has the triple protector opener there. We've got, or at least a triple protector, right, which could be that Grom Thrall Valera, right? It could go back all the way full circle to the kind of de facto, when you filter it, it's the top deck. It has a Thrall that is very good at killing Valera, right? That's what I was saying, is that there's a world where maybe you just try to one-shot this Valera with a Thrall. Grom can interrupt the reason that Valera can go into invisibility, but we know that she can't because she has to Phantom Knives. This could be a pretty destructive opener from Dallas if it is indeed Grom Thrall Valera, and that makes sense that they would have kept just Grom and just Valera. And it could be a nature backline, which is also matching what MD has, which would be really cool because that's something, again, that we've seen of saying, all right, I'll play the mirror, but a better version. That's a great way to win these games 2s and games 3s in this format. Yeah, that's probably my guess. Is that it's gonna be the cookie. I think it's Grom Thrall Valera with cookie. Yeah, oh yeah, there we go, pulling it up for us right there. It's the Brucon. It's the Karen's still with reincarnation.
I think this is MD, right?
Oh no, you're right. That's right. Just kidding. That's MD. But
okay, yeah.
Dallas, what do we got? Grom, Valera, and probably a Thrall, right? Yep. All right.
There it is.
I think this is a dead Valera on turn 1. And then a stealth Valera, and now Dallas has a Valera and you don't. And they're now playing they're playing the mirror. This has been almost exactly what Dallas has been doing the entire tournament. Of, if they ever lose, I'll play the same deck as you, but better. And then good luck.
Yeah. I mean, essentially, we haven't seen it. We've only seen it a couple of times, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because Dallas has only lost.
If he ever loses, right?
Exactly. But yes, the couple of times that we have seen the loss, it's looked like that. And I love it. I love it. It feels almost like a spice without being like off the wall, like bring some random, mercenary. But it's still spicy in terms of, okay, well, if we're gonna have the same stuff, like I'm gonna teach you how it's done, kind of thing. I feel like is what Dallas is saying with these.
Yeah, I mean, the prep truly seems like Dallas had maybe the best prep of anybody in the tournament. Here, I guess technically, we'll see where these go. All right, staggering slam on Brucon because you have to stop the. You both want the. Whoa, okay, interesting. All right, I wouldn't even have expected this, and part of the reason why might have been because they couldn't have truly one-shot the Valera. She would have gone to 2. But a dead Brucon and now a stealthed Valera means that you can just do this now on turn 2. Like Dallas can now just has at least a chance of killing the Valera, but the problem is there are a series of coin flips, I believe, here. If they're just because the fact that the Thrall is still alive means he's punching at 2 speed. Valera did go for the Phantom Knives, so again, the other Mercs are fast. Nature spells are fast because same thing. Malfurion went for that as well, but Brucon just getting obliterated is certainly a good-looking spot. And now here, really, no one's critting each other. Like, even just look at the colors on this board. Dallas has both sides have 2 reds, 1 green. Reds crit green. Dallas's green is invisible, and MD's green is not. You have to imagine this is a position that will favor Dallas trying to squeak in here. But I suppose there are some weird, like, endurance auras that can make a mess of things. Because the fact that the Phantom Knives is making Karen's endurance aura go down to 0. The problem is that actually even worth it? What it does do is it blocks blocks Thrall from attacking. That's maybe the best part about this, is that it just taunts. Yeah. Even if it doesn't win a speed race or anything like that, it still puts up a taunt that allows your Valera to hide. Dallas could technically put a coin flip into that and try to stop it, but...
Yeah, and the only downside I see to that is what we saw earlier, where the opponent board was too fast, and the attacks went through and killed the target, and then the taunt went up. And it's like, oh, yeah. So I wonder how much MD is really trying to factor that in right now, because if that happens, that's like worst case for MD, right? That's fantastic for Dallas if those hits can go through, kill the Valera, and then the taunt appears. But like you said, there is some speed benefit on MD's side as well. So how much is this going to come down to coin flips or not? We're about to find out.
And we see, MD basically goes with a slight hedge. Oh, wow, super good read from Dallas in that sense. Dallas actually put the coin flip onto. Okay, MD swapped it away just barely. That was a really weird turn in a number of levels. So a lot of people, I think, there expect, or potentially MD's thinking about it. I was starting to think about it. That the normal play pattern is like, all right, Grom is a 0 speed, slow you. You can try to coin flip that against Thrall, you can try to coin flip that against Cairn if you think that Cairn is going to go for an Endurance Aura, because now if you beat that, now it's great. And even if you don't, then Cairn is slow for next turn. But also, Malfurion had a way that interrupts. Malfurion had a way that interrupts the root with the root as well. But MD says, I lost the flip. I am dead. I concede. Dallas is our NoProsHere. Hearthstone replay. Last Mercenaries standing $500 winner with an insane run. And arguably, I would say, the best prepared, the best checkmate you in game 3, the most interesting comp, the coolest combination of things. Well rewarded, well played, Dallas from Down Under. Congrats.
Yeah, that was incredible. And I mean, just getting to be able to kill that Valera, just that ended it, I guess.
Yep.
Like, it was
one shot the Brucon, set up multi-killing on the turn after that.
That Brucon dying, I think, was really huge. And then being able to then follow it up with the Valera. You said about the 2 Mercenaries dying, over 2 rounds, but it being the Brucon first into the Valera, I think was just that it was too much.
It was too much. I mean,
feels bad, but
No, I mean, just like the fact that it was in both of those turns, I went, oh, this is what's going to happen. And then Dallas broke my ankles at the same time that it broke MD's. Like, I would not have guessed at least 2 different of the targets for those abilities in back-to-back turns. I mean, that was honestly just pure destruction. I don't think MD was ready for it. Dallas was ready for it. And again, Dallas was certainly favored going into that game. It's game 3. You have the counter to the counter ready to go. And as Dallas was kind of showing, there was certainly a good amount of prep that went into this. Well played. And just honestly, a stomp. Earth Stomp, Fire Stomp, all of them.
Yeah, there were so many stomps. That was huge, but it looks like our production is trying to set up a quick interview here that we can try to get with Dallas. So we'll see if we can get that up for you all in just a moment and actually, get to ask a couple of questions, which
that'd be amazing.
I love getting to dig into the players' brains a little bit, and kind of be like, what was the thinking there? And also interesting, we're going to get to find out how Dallas is feeling. I'm sure excited on one side of winning and getting all this money, but has to be exhausted at this point.
Yeah, props to them for doing an interview like this. I'm super stoked if they can actually come slide into the call with us. I'm not sure I've ever actually done like an interview, like a winner's interview. I know people were talking about that in the Hearthstone community for a while, saying like, we need more interviews. Like, just talk to more. Like, interviews are cool. Winners and interviews are cool. Like, hearing what the players were thinking, hearing their perspective. We don't always have it right. We kind of have to guess. We kind of have to throw together some narratives based on what we see. But the players, in many cases, are feeling a very, very different narrative. And I would love to see if Dallas's either lines up with ours, if he felt like he was the best prepared, if he felt like he was targeting Jaina and Varden in particular. Was he building a deck for these 2-0s? I'm not sure. I would love to be able to talk to him if he's not just fast asleep.
Yes, exactly.
I wouldn't be surprised. But so I mean, what was the standout for you from this tournament? What was kind of like what was the moment that you might have kind of stood out in your mind for this?
There were so many good moments, I feel like, that we had, but
I offer you a water elemental. That's got to be up there for me somewhere.
Which one?
Yeah, right?
Which one? Like, let's be real, there were so many.
I mean, I got to give it to the first one, I think, then, because it seems like everyone else might have just watched the VOD and then started copying it.
okay, going off of that, I think the term that you talked about a couple of times, but the double water, it was like the mirror match, right? Mirror actions and everything. It was back and forth, and then we saw the water elemental on each side get buffed divine shield.
Yeah.
That for me was fantastic, because you're looking at this going, oh my gosh, but it ended up being way better for one player than it was for the other.
Yeah.
In that case too, which was so fascinating, because they had done these kind of mirror, back and forth actions, but then because one thing got killed, the result was so much better for one player.
Yeah, I think that was like the water elemental that I think it might have been, I think it was actually Dallas's water elemental eventually, where they went into that mirror and they double kingsed it. I'm not sure, but that was also, yeah, with the no attack with the water elemental, which was really smart. That I wasn't even necessarily thinking about right away when they had to line up that cold snap, and they didn't pop the divine shield so they could set up the cold snap, and then yeah, it just lived and was getting 2 freezes on a water elemental is really cool. I mean, when it does damage, freezes it. If you have a divine shield, you can do it twice. That was definitely one of probably the play that I hadn't seen really ever, and did get busted out multiple times throughout this tournament. That was definitely a highlight for me, for sure. What were any of the other ones? What do we got? Not too many insane coin flips that really dictated a ton. There were definitely some important coin flips. I would say that one where there were a bunch of 6-speed or 3-speed coin flips that went in one direction that really kind of sealed the deal with the muddy footing. They kind of bricked everything up. But most of the games were honestly pretty either back and forth, with a lot of the games coming down to just what do you play, what do you register for game 2, what do you register for game 3. That really seemed like the deciding factor that didn't play itself out in nearly any of the other tournaments in the same way. All the other tournaments, people had their deck, they had their sideboard, you knew it was coming. This tournament really showcased to me, I think, the impact of the out-of-game preparation for something as wide open of a format as this. And the other matchups really potentially just rewarded, the other formats, the other tournaments, really rewarded just, okay, you know what deck list you're playing against, can you play against it? This one was just all over the place and seemed like it had an even higher skill ceiling. Oh, yeah. Boobity boop. Do we have a guest star here?
We have Dallas. Welcome, Dallas, and congrats. If you
I didn't prepare anything. Hello, everyone. Good morning.
Hello.
Good evening.
Oh.
Good afternoon.
I was going to say, what time is it for you right now?
It's 9:40 a.m. on
Good
Sunday.
God, man. That is just insane. I mean, congrats, obviously, for sure, on your results here. We definitely have a bunch of questions for you. I know we want to let you sleep at some point. But yeah, just how are you feeling?
Man. I feel good. Yeah. I went outside, was listening to this cool song. I took some photos and... wait. How am I feeling? Yeah. Feeling great.
I mean, yeah, Rich, now officially, technically, the number 1 leaderboard position on Mercenaries earnings. You can screenshot, clickbait that however you want.
Oh, dude. Can you send me the link? Where is that?
Oh, I mean, it doesn't exist, but in my heart and head, it does exist, and you are technically number 1.
Oh, okay, I need to make this. All right.
Yeah, definitely.
Right.
But this is North America. Oh, wait, no, it's still... Wait, how much did those guys get paid for that invitational?
That doesn't count because that was 3 formats. That doesn't count. Mercenaries only here.
Mullahu said.
Yep.
Mullahu.
You can say it on me.
Right.
No, Dragon Rider, yeah, do you have a question for our boy here?
Yes. I want to know. I'm curious. We talked a lot throughout the course of the tournament about the various strategies that could be used, and we saw you do several, I believe, right? Several 2-0s in a traditionally format, a traditional format where you kind of win every other game. So we want to know, what was your thinking with going in with your original 6 mercenaries? Did you go in with thinking that those 6 were just going to be super strong, you knew them really well, and you'd be able to just kind of slam dunk some wins? Or did you have a different strategy?
1 second. And hello. It's nice to finally talk to you, Dragon Rider.
Yeah, you as well.
So the strategy going in. So obviously, I'm not sure if everyone knows, but just for the viewers out there who don't know as well, GVT, Grom, Thrall, Valera with the nature backline is probably I don't know what you'd call it, the strongest deck, the flavor of the month sort of thing. It's very powerful. It's good against many decks. So most people would predict that deck is definitely going to be brought. And then because of that, people will think, okay, if they're going to bring that, we're going to bring a counter as well. So what's the best counter to that? And so that's basically the strategy I went with. I went with the counter. The counter is what I was playing. I can't even remember right now. So this is Sensor's deck. Sensor the Clown.
Oh, okay, cool.
He's #1 on EU. He makes so many decks, and he has given me so many decks and contributed to so much enjoyment from playing those decks. So yeah, it's so I brought Grom, Jaina, Valera, Vard, and Diablo Can. He was actually like we were talking beforehand, and he was telling me to open with GVT, and I'm like, nah, I'm not gonna open with GVT. The thing is, I mean, I can go on forever about this, but like, yeah, straight to the point. Grom, Jane, Valera, where was I? Oh yeah,
Well,
so
I
the
know,
Grom, Jane,
some.
Valera.
Yeah, no, keep going.
Yeah, now the Grom, Jane, Valera, I don't know. Yeah, it can open many different ways. So I can't remember if I opened. Yeah, I think I did. Yeah, I opened with Diablo one time. I opened the standard way, which is Grom, Jane, Valera. And I like that about the deck because it makes it a bit versatile. So that's why I made that my main deck. And then because of this format in this tournament, which is pretty awesome, by the way, I like this format.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You can sort of build a counter, just say if you lose, with my main deck. So luckily for me, I think I won all my first matches. And then
Against,
and
like,
that's the other thing.
Random decks.
Yeah, that's the other thing about this format. Like whoever wins the first match is pretty much going to win the series. Because like, okay, you win the first one, they counter you with their second deck, and then you counter their second deck, and so you're more likely to win. So I just made the right decision of bringing that sensor deck, because I think I versed a few GVTs, and I was able to counter them and win that first game, and then also. What is it? Like, so THMD, Tom, and Night Knight, they all brought this one deck. You've all seen it. I won't go through it.
Just the frost stuff. You were just gobbling up Jaina Varden openers like back to back to back.
Yeah, well, that deck is pretty weak against Sensor's deck.
Apparently.
Actually, so I got very lucky there that those three made it to the end, and then. My deck was just stronger, so I win the first game, and then, we've already covered all the rest, right?
Yeah.
Is that a good answer?
I mean, no, definitely. I mean, that was the thing that we kind of kept harping on about your deck, and apparently now Sensor's deck in that sense, is it almost seemed as if it was literally made for this format. Like, no other player brought a deck that I kind of kept referring to your deck as a deck that was ready to 2-0 people. It wasn't a deck that was going to play that normal, like you said, like kind of LHS strategy of win, lose, and then counter them. You did checkmate them multiple times after you did eventually sometimes lose, but I loved that it seemed as if your deck was made to have that flexibility, have that opportunity to 2-0 in a format that you shouldn't be allowed to 2-0 in. It really just felt like it was the best deck in the room by like an enormous margin. So congrats to you and Sensor.
Oh, thanks, Mohu. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I can't even remember. How many 2-0s did I get?
A lot. I think we were saying going into the finals, you were 8-1. I think it was.
Yeah.
No, I think going into the semifinals, it was 8-1, and then you ended up ending as like at 10-2 or something like that. I mean, just an absurd record, obviously, but yeah, it was insane.
that's not good for my ego. Yeah, I think I'd have to look at the matches. Like, I know in one particular match, I knew I was going to. It was like a high chance that I was going to lose.
Mhm.
I could just predict that. So then I had to start playing very risky, and maybe that threw off my opponent as well because they didn't predict the moves that I was going to make. And maybe that's why I 2-0'd. Yeah, but normally, if they probably played against me a bit more and they knew my play style, they'd be able to, predict that, and then I wouldn't have gotten so lucky with the 2.
I mean, in tournament, can't do it right now. It doesn't count. You can have as much time to practice as you want. It's not right now. You got to throw down right now. And honestly, you just gave everybody the squeeze. And so you can make as many excuses for yourself as you want, Dallas. Believe me, it was a well played tournament, and definitely I think the best deck in the room. So insane. Is there anything else that you want to say or shout out or anything like that? I said we were hyping you up as we were going, but
yeah, last thing, yeah. No, I'd just like to say thank you to. There's a lot of people that I should be thanking. I'll just say one if I miss, because there's many, and I'll probably miss a lot if I try and remember. So sorry if I didn't mention you. My mind's blank because I just didn't get enough sleep. But
Sensor, that's about it.
No.
Cold shower. Thanks
Frankie.
to the cold shower.
Cold shower, yeah.
Yeah. Frankie as well.
VP. Oh, nice. Yep.
Yeah. Frankie. I don't know if you knew, but I got on a call with Frankie just before this series started because I really couldn't remember the lines that I need to take to beat THMD's first deck, and he just like jogged my memory.
Nice.
So yeah. But even still, like Frankie, he won. By the way, he won my EU Invitational that I ran about a month ago. He's a really good player. You should check out his channel. He streams, by the way. Yeah, hint.
Sick. Nice. There you go. Everyone go follow Twitch. It's not twitch.tv/Frankie though. It's like slightly
Frankie
different,
__.
Okay.
HS.
Nice. All right, everybody, there you go. You got Frankie to support, another EU gamer too. I know this is certainly not EU time zone necessarily, but
he streams at 2 different times. I think you'd be able to catch him in NA. But yeah, he's a really good player. He's a much better player than myself. So definitely check him out. He's a funny guy, and yeah, no, okay. So Frankie, and lastly, just thank you for my. For anyone who supported me, my followers, my subs, like I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't for them. Like they gave me that motivation to keep going, basically. So yeah, no, it's cool. Thanks. It's a great experience.
Cool. We're glad to have you here. This has been great. Any final thoughts, words, Dragon Rider, Dallas, anybody else?
Sure, it's on everybody's mind, but we hope you get some sleep after this.
Oh, probably not, actually.
I was gonna say, or just keep going at this point. You broke into.
I mean, at some point during the day, I will sleep, but I don't think I'm gonna sleep right now. It's like 10 o'clock. I got stuff to do. I got plans.
There you go. All right, well, we'll let you go for the day. So thanks again and congrats.
Yeah, great job, everyone. Yeah. For casting. You guys must be tired too, and sorry for taking so long during games and working and stuff like that. Yeah,
it's all good.
Anyway,
it's all good. All right, man. Enjoy your day.
GG's us.
All right. Yes. Take care.
Take care.
All right. So, without further ado, I think all signs pointing to the end of this tournament. Dragon Rider, yeah, any final thoughts as we slide into an outro?
Just again, a huge shout out and thank you to NoProsHere and HSReplay, especially for letting us showcase all of their fantastic new features for Mercenaries. So make sure that you go check all of that out for yourself as well. And for providing that amazing prize pool for all of these players, because like you said, this is like the biggest thing for Mercenaries, at least the biggest open, because, that big tournament, the first one, first big tournament was part of something else, and it was an invitational. So this feels like the first big open, and I think it was a huge success. So thank you to them for being able to provide that for the community and having some wonderful games for us to be able to cast.
Yeah, those are good games. Those are fun games. And I loved the fact that this format allowed us to talk about so many things outside of the game. And even just with a regular sideboard format, we can just exactly talk about that matchup, which is cool. We know what's coming, but I really love the ability to just talk about anything. And it really does seem like this format is well set up for the future to be able to have an even wider format, even crazier mercs that are coming out of nowhere, even more counterplay. Like we said, Dallas was ready to have a counter to the counter, but with another 20, 35 mercs, how quickly does that change? I don't know. But just like every other tournament before this and every tournament that's coming up, we're just paving the way. Community's amazing. As we said, Dallas is giving a huge shout out to the people that were supporting him. Mercenaries honestly is a great community. As we can see through this tournament, everyone that plays in it cares, watches, streams it, runs it. It's been a blast. So I think without further ado, for myself and Dragon Rider and Saku on the production and everybody else that was a part of this tournament, thank you so much. We will almost certainly see you again, if not on the actual fighting pit grounds there in the mode. New Mercs coming out next Tuesday, just like that. This is a great way to cap off essentially the end of the 2021 season, realistically, when it comes to Mercs. So, for myself, I'm Mullahu, Dragon Rider, everybody else. Have a good night, guys. Adios.
Take care.